Peace, peace, peace. It's your boy Eric, the Mad Scientist, True Knowledge. We got my boy Commission. He gonna tell you where to find him at on Facebook and his YouTube. So let him explain. Let him know who you are, Commission.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, E?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. Gratitude. Yeah, we want to rise upon the seven, giving all praises to the great God within and honors to the ancestors. All the master teaching divine mind that came throughout the declining time. And you can actually find me, on at Commission Adept Herefin on YouTube. And also you can find me at Commission Adept Herefin on Facebook, on the new platform which I just entered into, which is TikTok. You can find me at Egyptian Adept, and that's pretty much it for now. And I'm in process of developing other platforms to get this information out there. So yes, sir. All right, if you're speaking,
yeah, not bad. I was on mute. Tell them what the presentation about before we get started.
Okay, most definitely. When you want to run the track, after or before?
I'm gonna run track right after this.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so basically what we speaking on is the Homo erectus, and the Atlanthropus Mauritanicus, Lemuria, Atlantis, and the God gene, a.k.a. ghost DNA is what we're talking about right now, because many people have had a misunderstanding of these things. So we got some grand drawings that we're going to bring on the manifest, to bring clarity. So that's the gist of this conversation. All is well.
And salute to Noble Brian. He said Islam Moorish kin. Salute to you. Stay tuned. It's about to be a great show. Before we get started, there's a song by Commission called Religious Blasphemy. Let's go.
Back during slavery, when black people like me talked to the slaves, they didn't kill him. They sent some old house Negro along behind him to undo what he said. You have to read the history of slavery to understand this. There were two kinds of Negroes. There was that old house Negro and the field Negro. And the house Negro always looked out for his master.
Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Blood diamonds in our veins, so we breathe free. Every nigga's a potential donor for a small fee. Over the years, I gave my blood, my sweat and tears. Upright, independent, and fearless, and it's all clear. They want to see me on my knees with my hands out, but I refuse to be your pickaninny chasing clout. Your favorite rapper, honor master, he's a faithful slave. Phallus worshiping pagan rights for minimum wage. And I say the things that these house niggas wanna say. Can't cancel me cause I'm the coach, you watch me lead the way. My footprints are clearly cut cause I'm a big stepper. I leave eternal landmarks, therefore I live forever. My Moorish ties can never be severed. Medieval demons plot to earn acceptance, and I don't have to get ready because I stay ready. Recite these vanishing rituals, these are my confessions, and I got a 7-day theory like Machiavelli. That sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this it's that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Freedom of speech, just watch what you say. Them devils look for excuses to exercise they hate. The soundbite manipulation justify the case. A pig's only agenda is to control our fate. So many snakes and I miss silent hissing like Judas. Filled in malice and greed, but still I see through them. And I can see it in their eyes, they pray for my demise. A crown of thorns upon my head, but yet I hold it high. And I walk with purpose and pride in every step I stride, cause I made a vow to the ancestors to ride or die. So I'm about a burden of many spirits and lost souls. Held captive within the struggle as I unfold. They hold the stripes on my back, look at my broken flesh. I'm speaking truth to power into my last breath. I hear true legends never die, and now I'm legendary. And I live forever through these lyrics, even when I'm buried. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, it's that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me.
Yeah, that was permission right there. Religious blasphemy. You can go ahead and say your presentation, brother. Let's get started.
Sir, yes, sir. We give honors to you, bro, for having us. And yeah, you know, y'all get a chance, check it out. Definitely, man. You know, if you looked at that particular track, you know, we were laying a lot of measures out there, man, that hopefully our people was able to pull from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sacrilegious blasphemy. You know, because anytime we speak the truth like we speak it, they consider it, you know, blasphemy, you know, against, you know, this Roman deity that they have created. Not even just so much in the name of dealing with Jesus, but the Roman deity when it comes to dealing with the system that they call the government ordinance department and everything else. So we give honors to you, brother, for having us. And yeah, we got a grand draw we want to bring on the Manifest family. And we encourage our people to most definitely really pay attention to this and, you know, tap in and do the research as you see us demonstrating what it is we demonstrate. You know, Google it or look it up, you know, so you can follow us and you seeing what it is that we actually begin to present. And it will bring more clarity to you as we move along. So without further ado and delay, we're going to start, and I'm going to open up and share my screen because I have actually presented this information previously on my channel, but now we present it before the community so that they can get some insight in this particular area here. So I'm going to share my screen here, and I'm going to open up the PowerPoint presentation that I have here. Can you see that, beloved brother?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, gratitude again for having me.
Yeah.
It's an honor to bring this forward.
For sure, you know how we do, man. Love building with you.
Yes, sir, and I love building with you as well, brother. That's how we demonstrate. Yes, sir. So, all right, family. You know, what we have here, and we start from the top. Only difference is now we're going to be having an open discussion as I present this information so we can bring out even more truth. you know, because we can go, man, in volumes on this, just dealing with different aspects of this. And you will find out, as you can see here, you know, the terminology I use, Homo erectus, Atlanthropus Mauritanicus, and we'll actually show you some articles where this terminology was used. So in other words, your original Homo erectus, you know, was referred to as the Atlanthropus Mauritanicus, you know, and Atlanthropus actually represents, Atlanthropus actually represents Atlantis, and Mauritanicus represents Mauritania. And we'll go deeper into that as we go into our measure. And so these are actually, you know, what they call fossils of the hominids, so to speak. And if you look right down here in the bottom of this particular page, you'll notice they have the color codes with it. So this right here will correspond here, you know, with Homo sapiens sapiens that were there. We see the same marker going all the way up here, and up here, you know, which is dealing with the Mauritania expression as well, you know, because it extended from here all the way down to here, actually. You know, so we're going to get into that in a minute. So remember that as we go through this place, you can see, you know, the journey, you know, of this particular drawing here. Now, know these other markers that you see on this map, you know, your Homo habilis, which actually deals with more what they like to call primates or apes. So we're not dealing with that here. We're dealing strictly with what we call Homo sapiens sapiens. We will show you the differentiation between the two. But, you know, we mainly dealing with the Atlanthropus Mauritanicus, you know. And this is your Homo sapien marker. Remember, we just showed that to you. And then when you look here, right up here in this same area where your Homo sapiens come from, this is your Atlanthropus Mauritanicus. This is the modern day expression of the map that we call Africa. And there it is again down there. See it? Atlanthropus Mauritanicus, Homo sapiens. They're right by each other. So again, the Homo erectus, you know, which would be considered in the human, you know, measure, is right up in this area. And if you look here, this would be known as the Straits, you know, of Gibraltar, you know, what they call the Pillars of Hercules and the Teachings of Herodotus. This is the Iberian region. So there was a lot of contact between the Iberian. That's why you're going to see also a mention of the Ibero-Mauritanians. And we're going to get into that as well. So we got a lot to cover, and we're going to cover it in a pretty small amount of time. So let me go to our next map. And these are actually expressions of older maps. Now, the significance of this particular map, you know, and this is like from the 1600s right here. We'll get into the rest of them. You can pull it up. All you got to do is pull Atlantis up, and this map will show up, and you can see exactly where it's coming from. Specific measures in here that I'm emphasizing is the map and the placement. So this would actually be seen as upside down. You know, like we have the Kubalon map upside down. So this would be West Africa here, right? This would actually be the area where the Straits of Gibraltar are here that I was just mentioned. So this would be the Mauritanian region on this map in Africa. This would be the Iberian Peninsula up here. So the contact between these two I mentioned earlier, Spain and all that, right? So then you have, you know, what they call Insula Atlantis. Atlantis extended from here even across into the Americas as well, according to the way we teach. And most doctrine that mention it does too. Atlantis is a real place. It's not something made up. You know, we spoke of this before. It's known as the Riquet structure. You know, and I'll show that to you in a second. I just want to identify with this being, you know, known as that region, you know, of Mauritania, Atlantis over here. And these are your Americas over here. So again, Atlantis extended from here over to here. And in most cases, there was a time when all the continents were connected, you know, and they called it Pangea. And so if you pull them together, you can see how, you know, this is connected to this and all of this is together. This particular island, you know, is said to have sunk, you know, a portion of the waters that were here rescinded off of the continent and rolled over into the ocean. Atlantic Ocean. And now you have the Atlantic Ocean between the United States of America, you see, in Africa. You see, and it is proof that when you go under the waters, not only are there artifacts of cities and, land mass under there, but it's a whole lot that is under that particular area. And we find these type of structures around everything. That's why my chairman in a lot of cases referred to us as being topside planet mud, because we just sitting on the existing structures that's beneath us, so to speak. So here's another map from Herodotus, and I want you to see the way the names change. Now this one has flipped back the original direction, which is from older times as well. But if you look right here, and actually it should have been this one that was here first, and then the other one, and I go back to that one in a minute. But this is, if you look at the shape of the map back during this time, this is from 430 BC Herodotus map, right? If you notice right here, let me blow it up. Notice this is the Nile Valley civilization. They would call this Lower Egypt. This would be Upper Egypt in this area here. See Meroe, you go and the Nile flows all the way over here to the west in the way this is being demonstrated. Prophet Noble Drew Ali referred to this. This goes all the way up into your Niger River, expression, so to speak. Atlantis. Notice that they're calling this portion of Africa Atlantis. This would be the same place that I pointed out here, on the African map, this region. All of that right there, that whole region right there. This would be called, see your Homo sapien right down in here, in this whole area going down in there all the way into the south. But, this is where we have it at right here, right? So, again, that's Atlantis. On the map is what it's called. They go your Pillars of Hercules right there, Iberian Peninsula again, which is the same thing that we pointed out up here on this map. See? So let us go to the next map. I want you to see the difference in the names changing. This is Iberia here. This is Tartessius. And this is actually Atlas. The word Atlas is also synonymous with the name Atlantis. Notice that the Nile is flowing from here. Again, even on this map, flowing all the way across from here. Notice they refer to the majority of this region as Libya. What they call Libu. The Egyptians or the Kemites referred to these people as the Meshwesh. And they actually had a long-lived dynasty in Kemet as well. One of the last of the dynasties, to be exact. They were also known as the Puttites. So there's a teaching in relation to dealing with these people, in connection to the Atlas Mountains and who you would refer to in the modern time, even as the Moors. So it tells you in the story as it relates to Tehuti and Kemet, who taught or saw that Tehuti was one of the last living entities from Atlantis after that city fell and it, sunk. And it was him that went into Kemet and found the people in a barbaric state, and he began to teach them. Osiris was one of his first students, according to that doctrine. So there's a teaching a lot of people don't know about, especially when you deal with the L3 gene. They'll find it up here and they say, well, how did this gene exist outside here? Because the people had already migrated years ago, and then they came over into this region and set up civilization. And when the Atlantean civilization failed, they went back in this area and established the Nile Valley civilization. But you have to know ancient history to have that as special knowledge, but that is mentioned by a lot of historians. A lot of people just say out of Africa. And this is another map. Again, when you pull up the maps of Atlantis, and this is actually from 36C, this is Dionysus. But look at what it says here. Mauritania, the same area that was referred to up here as Atlantis, in this particular map is known as Mauritania, same area that was known as Atlas here. So even that modern Moors honored the Atlas Mountains. There were some two brothers who were leaders that established the Almoravid dynasty. Actually, the Almohadun part himself. And it's some history in that, but that's more modern. So notice that they use Africa here, right? Let me take that down a little bit. See Africa here? This is where they begin to use it. But Africa was actually just a place up here, in North Africa at one time, before it became known.
You talking about when they supposedly had took it from a certain spot and then named the whole country after that, right? You talking about that?
That's right. It came from here. There it is, right there. And I got a whole bunch of more maps with this on it too, and it show you Africa up in the corner before this was named Africa. So they actually referred to it as Libya, and then they had it as Europe and Asia. They got maps like that when they show the Pangea. Okay. And I actually show that to y'all in a second, because I got them maps up here too. I got them in another slideshow, but I'll pull them up just to show you that in a second. I just want to show the way that they were drawing these maps. You see, they draw the map in a similar way all the time before it became the shape in the way we have it, but it's still showing the same thing on a different name. You see that, brother E?
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
And I know you probably heard of North Africa and the Getuli and the Germantes and all that before.
Yeah.
And so that's the names they were using. This is the same thing as Libya, but the Greeks used the term Getuli and Germantes. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now when you come over here in this particular map, notice they say Marusi, West Ethiopian. So they're using the term Ethiopian here, right? Instead of Africa. Now, notice when you look, remember I told you it's maps that deal with Europia, Asia, and Libya?
Yeah.
This is your Europia here, and this is like your Asia area, and this would be your Europe.
Okay.
I mean, pardon self, this would be your Europe right here. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
This is your Libya area, which they were referring to the whole continent at that time, as Libya, and your Marusi over here. This is in this particular map. So this is what people get it twisted at. Some people may see only this map if they don't know about these other maps, and they'll go solely with it. Some will see the other map I showed you and go solely with that, or the other map. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You see how the confusion then come into play if they don't know about all these maps, right? Now, there's another important measure. They refer to the sea, like you see at ocean, Atlantis, Mir, but they have the Atlantic Ocean as surrounding everything.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? And Mir is a word for water, which that go all the way back to the Egyptian language. I'm going to show you that in a second. But notice up in here, this is where what they call it. See the Scythians, Caucasus?
Yeah.
This is where you hear Caucasus come down out of here and settle in this particular region in the Levant and Avaris and all of that right there when they talk about the Hyksos or Caucasus.
Yeah, I hear y'all so always talk about the Avaris all the
time. Yeah, they come up in this particular area right here. That's called Lower Egypt. Even though Upper Egypt is here, Africa, like I said, they flipped their map upside down. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I heard someone. I don't know if you ever heard of Jane Elliott. I heard her explain that one time that the map was actually upside down.
Yeah, that's the Kubilon map. I'm gonna show it to you in a second too.
Yeah, actually, the map the way the actual map's supposed to be is that darker tone skin is actually the land is actually bigger than what the Caucasian tone is.
Right.
Yeah.
See, this is the upside down map right here. This is the map that was created by the Moors, and it's called the map of a Kubilon. See it upside down?
Yeah.
I'm gonna blow it up a little bit, make it bigger.
Yeah,
so you
that
can see
bottom part usually go downward.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And they got a couple of expressions up here. So let me get to the actual. It's showing different portions of it. I'm trying to show the whole map. This is actually a good part right here, because this is actually showing that part. I'm gonna show you something. See that right there? That's showing.
Yeah.
That actually says Al Maghrib. It's cut off right there. I'm gonna show you the big portion. But this is the Pillars of Hercules. This is Al-Andalus, which is Spain, where the Moors went. So you can see how the Moors were able to come up. This is Sijamasa. See that says Morocco's right there. And so this is the same map that I showed to y'all when we very first started right here. When I was showing you that they had put it upside down, you can actually see it now. Now that I showed you that, see that there? Yeah. This is where the Morocco's would be, and this is where, Al-Andalus in Spain would be. This is your Pillars of Hercules right here. So when we go back to the map, like I said, and it's upside down or right side up, we can even say that. Now that we know this is how our ancestors did it, and it was the Moors that created this map. If you go and look it up and ask about that map, Al-Kubalan, it's going to tell you that was created by the Moors. See, it says 1260 AH after the Hijra, 1260 years after the Hijra. And so here it is up here again. That's your Al-Maghrib I was showing you. That's your Pillars of Hercules, and that's it. So America would be over here, and Atlantis would have been here connected during the time of Pangaea, but after the separation, and there was an island here, the civilization still extended over here. Then there came a time when that civilization sunk as well. So there were many different cataclysmic events that took place. And I'm going to show you some of the time frame that deal with the one that took place prior to those as well. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, brother.
So I got a question. Because I always like said a lot. Could the Lost City been lost in that supposed flood?
You say yeah, 9,000 to 10,000 years ago. Yes, sir. That's when Atlantis actually sunk. That little continent that I showed you on there. Yeah. But there had been many cataclysmic events that took place during the time when Pangaea happened, which caused the separation and the spread. So there were floods prior to, like three more that were before that.
That's why I always teach that Noah is like a myth story based on an ancient.
The last one, everybody had the story basically. Noah had a story, the Native Americans had a flood story, the Sumerians had a flood story, the Atlanteans had a flood story, and the Egyptians taught it. And this is what we call consensus to let us know that a flood had to happen, because this is found on records throughout the earth and not just one place. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? The thing is people getting the time right on when it happened, and mostly that last flood is the one that will be more memorable, because the records that we have come closely from that aspect. When we go back so far, sometimes we lose sight of actually having those records, of that more ancient flood, but we do have the record of the last one that came to us. Now, what's more significant is that you hear the people in these floods saying similar things about sending out a bird, sending out a raven, and dry land appearing. So if everybody's saying that in their own way, then that means they understood their event to be similar to each other. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And I got a whole video that I did on that, dealing with the flood of Noah and all these other different floods, and I was doing that to bring clarity to our people. So these things were recorded in ancient monuments outside of the Bible, outside of the Quran and so forth and so on. The Quran mentioned it, don't go into the depths of it, though. It just mentioned that they were destroyed by a flood, a particular people, the Ad people, or the Thamud people. And notice that this is in the Quran, it gives a specific history, and the Bible, about people being destroyed by the elements of nature, whereas they were destroyed by fire, or destroyed by water, destroyed by wind, so are destroyed by the earth itself. This has been what we call cataclysmic events when we deal with science. Even if we deal with the concept of the ice cap melt, and they feel like that's a threat to, the civilization and global warming, that would be dealing with water, or even fire if you want to get into how hot it's getting. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just really having common sense, you know, and making common sense arguments when it comes to this. And I want to show you this. This is another map known as the Hyperborean map. Now on these, I put these two side by side, and they both show.
Let me say peace to Siraj, Amari, L. He said Islam, peace to Noble O'Brien, and peace to all the people that's watching. Subscribe and like. This is Commission breaking down the God Code, the God Gene, the Homo Erectus, and intelligent design. We'll get into all of that, so stay tuned.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We appreciate the love too that our family did, because it sounds like they seen the other presentation. But now we can actually interact. Now you notice that we've been talking earlier about the land, right?
Yeah.
Now if you notice here, you can see that same little area. This would be like the island that they referred to earlier, you know, as Atlantis Insula, right? However, it will be connected to this over here, and this is actually connected, looking at it from a top point view, so to speak. You know, so this is your America, which is really will be in your Asia and so forth and so on. Notice it's just mentioning these three particular places after the first separation, so to speak. You can see the quadratic expression here, which later became a symbol that we use as Moors. Like it will be a quadrant here, quadrant here, quadrant here, represent 360 degrees. This would be like looking at it from on high. Notice they use the word Mari Galacil. You know, the word Mari as actually referring to the water again here. Hyperborean, this is the center, you know, which we often depict with a 7, which represent perfection. And if you look here on this chart, it's the same thing. Only difference is they call it Eden Meru, you know, and this is actually referred to as Turtle Island due to its shape being like a turtle, so to speak. You know, so all of that has to do with that. That's where they get it from.
That's South America, right?
Yeah, well, it attacks all up into that right there. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
There was a time when everything was connected. But this is sacred. Everybody understand the Turtle Island concept. Just like the flood, all the nations speak of the sacred turtle.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? From the Native Americans all over in the ancient documents. Now, this is another map that was dealing with actually Lemuria, you know, when we added in, since we talking. And if you look, there's a color code on the bottom. I'm trying to get it where you can see it a little better. And notice where it says Negroes right here on this map, number 4. You see that, right, Brother E? Right there.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Okay, so now on this map, that's what we see as a modern map today. This is where all your Negroes will be in this area. This is called the Sahel. This is actually what an L gene, a DNA, they say, actually come from or derive from. You see? Now it's spread it all the way over here into this portion, which is North Africa, what we call Middle Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, let's say that. And then Mauritania and your Moors are up here in this area as well. So you can see where they're migrating down into this region. You see what I'm saying here? But you can see what we had, you know, who they call the Negroes here, right? Now, the Europeans will have you, they just put the term Mediterranean right here. They didn't even put a race up here. See what I'm saying? See what they got, number 12, and they have Mediterranean.
Oh, yeah.
Mediterraneans, they didn't, but these are the people that inherited that Mediterranean region. The Moors, you know, which are considered, see it says Guinea Negroes, Guinea. You got your Congo Hottentots, you know, and then down here in between this is the other side, because remember, this is the Atlantis, this is your Iberian region, but look down here, this is where your Lemurian aspect come from. The further east you go, you end up in the west. That's why you see South America and North America over here. If you were to go around the world going further east, you're going to end up in the west. You see what I'm saying? And this is actually how they say some of the LDNA went up through here. Some of it went down here, and they're dealing with calling Lemuria. Some of it actually went all the way over here into North America. That's what my DNA thing, that's why it shows, you know, different markers that I have in America, like a small percentage, you know, of the indigenous population that arrived here around, they say 20,000 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, but then the original over here, like 270,000 years ago. You know, that's how my markers read. You know,
Okay.
and so when you come to this area, if you notice, this map is depicting Lemuria, and they call it Kamari, Kundum. And they saying this is the sunken version of it. Like this is the underwater version, right? It's sunk. You see, but then when you come over here, you'll see that it's above the water. Continent, Lemuria, Kamari, Kundum. You can look this up. Notice it says Madagascar. Now this is key because most of the time,
that's deep right there.
Yeah.
yes, sir. You know what I mean? So most of the time when you see them talking about Madagascar, they want you to believe that Lemuria was a little bunch of monkeys. See, we finna dispel this myth today and let you know what Lemuria really referred to. You know, that people never heard. So they got people thinking this is a myth and that these were not a people. That was done purposely. You see what I'm saying? That's done purposely. You know, because if they can make you believe that we come from monkeys, you know, and we wasn't there, then all right, it sounds like nonsense when you start talking about Lemuria. So what happened is that those who had a knowledge in these records, they actually kept them, you know, and they were teaching these things when you get into ancient civilization. Like you got to be initiated into the teachings of the ancient Indus Kushites, and they have this history.
So
go ahead.
So when like California, Hollywood, and when they do these movies, they actually know stuff.
Yeah.
Or somewhat because they use it.
Yeah. And the reason they do it like that is because they can't hold the truth. Some of these big people, they have the truth, but they know if they really tell it, see, that's what'll get them killed. Because they don't supposed to tell. The secret is this, family, that they keep. If you want to know the secret that these secret societies have to keep, is telling you the truth that we the original African God man. As we said in our book, Code Name Hiram Abiff. You know, that's what our chairman say. So the Hiram Abiff they talk about in Western Freemasonry, the builder of civilization, the master builder, is really our ancient forefather. You see what I'm saying? And if they reveal that secret and tell that secret that we are the original people, then they get killed for that. So what they do, they try to bring it out in Hollywood, you know, under the guise of different other type of teaching like Avatar and, you know, a Lord of the Rings. And, you know, they throw a little piece out here and a little piece over there, Transformers. You know what I mean? And only people that's knowledgeable going to catch on to this because signs and symbols are for conscious mind and men and women understand it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now that I've shown you all of these maps, I'm gonna show you this too for you so y'all can do more research. And me and E actually went over this before together. You know, I'm gonna come over here and pull this up so y'all can see it. This is what they call it today, and that's what we have to know, the different names that they call these places. See, this is called the Eye of the Sahara. The CIA actually have top secret documents dealing with this particular area. And if you look at the circle in the shape of this is called the Richat structure in the Arabic. Look at this. You see when they're showing Atlantis? Now look at what they are showing you here, the people that have done the research. See the map they're showing you?
Yeah.
The same map that I just showed you. The Hyperborean. See what I'm saying? Now see the area they showing you on the map? Let me blow that up a little bit. I'm trying to get it up here. See that there they showing you on the map. They showing you the same thing I was showing you. Atlantis here, Atlantis going all the way up there. North Africa. You see that?
Yeah.
So it's out here. The truth is out here. But the thing is, if we had been taught that these things were considered fable, they wasn't real and so forth and so on. But I got news for you, family, because, you know, it wasn't strange that I met this European. But I met the son of the world's greatest treasure hunter. His name was Mel Fisher. And his son was Kane Fisher. So I met Kane. Kane died with his daddy. Go on National Geographic, you'll see him diving. His daddy was the one that found the slave ship that Columbus them, you know, come over here on. You know, because them were slave ships too. You know, the San Maria is one of those ships, the Atocha, the Pinna, and it's one more. You know, his father died. Cain told me this out his mouth. This ain't reading no book or nothing. He the one taught me about gold. He said, my father died looking for the lost ship of lost city of Atlantis. But everywhere that European would drop his anchor, family, when he was doing his research, he found these things. So if people want to know if these ships existed, about Columbus traveling out, they found the ships. And on them ships, Cain also told me, I didn't know that I would end up using this information now, but now I understand why it was meant for me to meet him.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't have met him. I wouldn't have never did no research looking for that. But he basically told me about the baby shackles, and they are actually in their museum that his father had found. So that's proof that slavery took place. And the tactics and the methodology of that slavery, you know, the cutting off the hands, the burning ones up and feeding the babies to the dogs, that started with Columbus. You see what I'm saying? That didn't start just later on when the slavery really got, that started with Columbus.
Yeah, they don't know how wicked that man.
Yeah, that was done on the order of the Pope, basically.
Yeah.
You know, those were methods of oppression.
Yeah.
You know, and so they just took it and made it a part. It was to instill fear in the people, basically. And if we can't instill fear in you, then you're gonna die too, basically.
Islam, Moors, Kendall, Yaqub El Hamid Gam LB.
Yes,
Peace.
sir. Islam to that brother. So if you look at this as well, what we showing you is that if you look it up, the recap structure, notice the eccentric circles are still there. But this is nothing more than desert now. They call it the eye of the Sahara. And again, the CIA actually, when they coming back into our atmosphere, this is what they look for. You know, to come back, they look for the eye of the Sahara. They use it as a guidepost, and it's a lot of classified information on this place right here. You know that they have. You know, one of the Europeans that went over there to the rechat structure and did the groundwork, walking around over there, comparing it to what Plato and them was saying. He found the rocks. He tested the actual fossils, you know, to go back to 10,000 BC, the same time they say the flood happened in Atlantis. You see what I'm saying? So if you look at these circles, it was water in between each one of these things, these mud flats. And the rocks that they found that consisted of some of the structure that was there, after all of that stuff had been washed off, some of it washed off, and what happened after there was a separation, there was a rising up of the surface of West Africa, and that's why that water went on off of the edge. And so the city flowed off with it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so you still have relics of the rocks that were there, but this is where Atlantis sat right there in Africa. This was the actual headquarters. So you would see hypothetical charts of the city and how it looked when it was there. And this is where it would have rolled off right through here. That led right off into the sea to the other portion of the island, even onto the Americas. You know, this was the main place here, though. So every time you see it, it's shaped that way. And that's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali chose those types of symbols that he chose when he put the circles in the quadratic things around them. That's what that really represents, your center there. That's what we often have a circle. See how that opening is leading off into the sea over there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So Atlantis has been found, people. You know, it's already on the manifest, but many
it's crazy what it looks like too. It looks like what a lot of flat earthers show when they show the ice walls and then how they say it's continents out. That's exactly what that looks like.
Exactly.
Well, some of them are trying to attach their measure to this.
Yeah.
You know, and if you go into it, you know, they using the Hyperborea map, the one you look at from atop. To deal with their flat earth concept and so forth and so on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so if you look at it again here, you know, if you notice, there it is again. They all have this hypothetical opening here running off into the sea. You know, so it's a whole bunch of people who put these things together, and they all are consistent with each other. But again, you can do deeper research and you'll find that off the coast of Africa, you know, this is even closer expression of See, there are more reason to consider the Eye of Africa, aka the Rechat structure, as the contender for the site of Atlantis. You know what I mean? So you got people that's trying to go against it, and debunk it. But this sets more in line with what Plato and Solon and Herodotus spoke of, because it gives the Eye of the Sahara as it reference to your Straits of Gibraltar or the Pillars of Hercules. All these other sites that's trying to claim to be Atlantis, some of them are mistaken Lemuria or Mu. You know what I mean? They're dealing with Mu. When you get into the area over by India and all that right there, that's your Lemurian civilization, your Mu civilization. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so that's what it is, people mixing it up, because there is structures under the water in all these areas. And that's why they mistaken it like that. But they are overlooking that the structures are in the Atlantic Ocean, in between the Americas and Africa. This is the lost city of Atlantis that is sunk. You see?
Yep.
And this place is huge. It go for hundreds and hundreds of miles. That's why they can see it when they come in through space. And a lot of our people don't know that when you go to Africa, Africa can fit the United States of America and a lot of other places into it, family. It's really big. It's huge. Very huge. That's why it's referred to as the mother continent. So I wanted to show y'all that, after going into all these maps and that history. So when we go to talking about now, the Mauritanicus, Atlanthropus, and the Lemurian aspect, now we have some ground. Now I'm going to get into some actual knowledge here. And this actually comes from a website, and you can type this in, Ghost DNA of West Africa Revealed, while I'm speaking on it. But this also has to do with books that were written on this in the past. And this came out of it, so is the image as well. And I just put it in this PowerPoint area. And I try to be straight to the point. That way I ain't reading a whole lot. But this says, listen to what this says. The ghost DNA of West Africa revealed. The Homo Mauritanicus Atlanthropus, which is antecessor. We want our people to start using that term instead of even ancestors. Because antecessor means explorer, pioneer, early settler. So not only were they early settlers, but these were the ones that were the pioneers, and they were moving. We showed you the migration pattern up here, on how these particular ones were moving. You can see it, the Homo sapiens sapien. You see? So once you understand that they were moving, they were the earliest settlers, this is what antecessor means. Antecessor also can be used in substitute for the word indigenous and aboriginal as well. So these were said to believe to be the first humans to leave Africa. So the Homo antecessor is an extinct species. This is important because when they speak of the ghost gene is none other than a gene that they said that when they try to go back with their carbon dating, they can't find because it's too old. A lot of people confusing this right here with a Neanderthal and a monkey gene. But no, this is talking about an extinct species of the hominin that live in Spain, England, the Mediterranean, inland Iberian, and France during the early Pleistocene. And they were also in the region that we call, North Africa. You see? And so it goes on and it states the antecessor has been proposed to have been the chrono species between H. erectus, Homo erectus, and Homo heidelbergensis, while H. Homo heidelbergensis is an often accepted predecessor to H. neanderthalis, as they like to use, and maybe H. sapiens. The derivation, it says, from H. heidelbergensis, and the ancestor is debatable. It says the discoverers of H. ancestor may have derived from African H. erectus migrating to the Iberian Peninsula 1.2 million years ago, which directly developed the H. heidelbergensis in 0.8 million years ago, right? And then the H. neanderthalis 0.3 million years ago. And the H. ancestor has a face similar to the Homo sapiens. So Castro Al first posted it. It said it was the common ancestor of the apomorphic humans. This would be scrutinized later by Jean-Jacques Hubelin in 2001 thought the Grandolina, it says, and contemporaries, Technihif, and this is very important, this word here, remains as a single population due to 14/15 dental traits, resurrecting Homo Mauritanicus to group these. So the term came back up later. You see what I'm saying? It says 2007 Castro ETL found the Technihef remains to be much larger and dentally similar to other African specimens, but recommending the use of H. ergaster Mauritanicus. So they just substituted the word Atlanthropus with ergaster. So all this Homo ergaster, they leaving out the Mauritanicus. And it's a reason why they leaving that out, because you see the root word Mari is there. And they don't want to make that mistake of letting the people hear that terminology and no science. But these were scientists that used these terms originally and abandoned them later. It says to house the North African early Pleistocene specimens, the ones that they are saying were here 1.2 million years ago, and they migrated, into the particular region of the Iberian era. Now, one thing that we have to understand about, DNA is that you have adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine. This is what makes up the complete structure of DNA. Now, when you deal with adenine, guanine, cytosine, and uracil, this is just recording information. That's what the RNA does. But this is actually what the ape DNA looked like. It don't have, the full expression of the strand here. It's actually missing something, that we have. So this is why you can't equate the ape, as being solely connected to that. And our DNA is expressed in many different ways, whether you deal with plant or you deal with the cosmology. DNA is found in the cosmology, in the universe, you see, unbeknownst to many. So speaking of that ghost gene, this is what I want to talk about. What I found, remember I was telling y'all they was trying to say that the Lemurians were monkeys? Well, I found a deeper definition for this word Lemur, and it actually means ghost. See, while the Roman translation Lemuri refers to ancestral spirit. So when we talk about the ghost gene, we're really talking about the gene of the ancestral spirit. And they call it ghost because they can't go and trace it. You see what I'm saying? They can trace it, but so far. Because when you get to talking about spirit, you can't trace that with physical science.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so this word lemur here is key, and it goes deeper because this word actually goes into the Hebrew language, where they use the word lemurat for light beings. Huh? What does a light mean? Is not a light being spiritual?
Yeah.
Now, you hear them talking about, I'm gonna get into that in a minute. I'm gonna finish this definition. Say it was thought that on the set date each year, ancestral spirits rose from their resting places to attend the festival of Lemuria, the festival of the ghost world. The term Lemuria literally means ghost world. You see, in other words, whether our people know it or not, when you get in the ancient texts, you hear them talking Kemet about the Neteru. You hear them talk about the Anunnaki. You hear them talk about the Elohim in the Piscean records of the Bible. You hear them talk about, spiritual beings in the Quran. You hear them talking about the Aditas and the Devas and so forth and so on in the texts of India. And all of these were said to be beings that could take on any form that they wanted to. They could be unseen or seen. This is the nature of what they even talk about when they deal with angels. Angels are said to not have a specific form, but they can manifest as they will, according to religious texts, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
So all of this is documented in religion and outside of religion, of beings being able to cross over the borderline at will. You see what I'm saying? In fact, I'm gonna read something to you from this book that I have up here, and they actually have a PDF of it. It's called The Celestial Ship of the North, written by Straighten E. Valentia. It was written in 1927, and I'm gonna give you a definition of what they refer to as the Elohim from here, and I want y'all to listen to what it said based on what I just said. It says Elohim. This is page 235. It says the sons of God and creators of the world, rather the fashioners of it in 6 days. Resting on the seventh were the euphemizing powers of nature, the faithful manifested servants in the laws of him who is immutable law, and harmony himself. The earthly Elohim tradition tells us lived on an island which for unparalleled beauty had no rival in the world. Y'all already seen the history we just gave about the island of Atlantis and Lemuria, right? It says there were remnants of a race that preceded ours. It says the race that could live with equal ease in water, air, or fire, for it had unlimited control over the elements. It was they who imparted nature's secrets to man and revealed to him the now lost word, which lingers as far off dying echo in the hearts of some today. The hierophants of all the sacred daughter colleges had knowledge of this island, but the word was only known to the Java Elohim, who was the chief lord of every college and who at the moment of his death passed it on to his successor. So they're talking about a hierophant who would pass this knowledge on to the initiates, our oral tradition. It says there were many of these colleges of which old classic authors speak, and the great mother was known as the living word, whose 7 great stars were the Elohim. And that's why you hear in the Moorish paradigm, we say, who are the Elohim? They are the 7 creative spirits that created everything that is, was, and evermore to be. Now, that term is important because, like I say, you're talking about Anunnaki, you're talking about Neteru, you're talking about Elohim. Once you understand this, family, you're talking about, again, a group of celestial beings, that had, let's say they thought with more in their brain than we think as far as we did. They were pure intelligence, and I'm going to go into some scientific proof, of the existence of, a group of intelligent beings that actually exist. This is a scientific source I'm going to go into to confirm what I'm saying in this information here. So it says, according to legend, a beautiful continent known as Lemuria or Mu. You've seen them making reference to that in the book I just read. It says, once thrived in a similar time frame to Atlantis. The two historically overlapped briefly between 30,000 and 25,000 years. And this is talking about before the flood. That's where it was going. That took place in 10,000 years. I'm going to show you them time frames because there was an event that took place during this time. In fact, the event that took place in one time where Tehuti was said to actually take the records and preserve the records, at this event. Now, here's another source here. And you can look these words up. Go to Google Books and you can Google these things because that's where I got them from, because you find older books there from the 1815, 1600s, for those who want to know where the sources come from. So Lemuria, this is another book. This one from 1809, a dictionary of Roman Greek antiquity. A general name for the departed spirits of men. According to the religious belief of the Romans, the soul was converted after death into a spirit, either beneficent or malign. In other words, what they would call good or evil. It says, as the actions of the individual had been good or bad during his lifetime. The good spirit then became a protecting angel. See, that's the ancestor spirit. You know how we say when somebody died, we gain the angel? This is a concept that's always been there, even when you go to Africa. Y'all seen it on the movie Black Panther, when T'Challa was speaking to his father. This is, we say in the teachings of the Moorish paradigm, that Prophet Noble Drew Ali still teaching the Moors from the plane of soul. So this is a universal concept that go throughout religious teachings. Anybody know this, know this. This is called spirituality. It transcends religion. You even hear the brothers that talk revolutionary. We give honors to the ancestors like I did when I came in here. The ancestors are guiding us. This is that concept, but they refer to this as Lemuria. You see? Yeah. So it says it becomes a protecting angel and was properly termed Lar. The evil one was known as a specter, hobgoblin, properly designated as larva. Now, y'all know anything about larva? A larva is like maggot, so to speak. So this is a parasite, which they often say an evil parasite has attached itself, and they call that larva. But then you had some who came along and tried to make it like they was the same thing, because they're going to mention that here. But although some passages plainly imply that the term Lemuria meant departed spirits generally, and without reference to any particular disposition, it says yet, hold on, let me put that up. It says yet a number of others led to the conclusion that in the popular belief and in the language of the common people, they were confounded with the larva. So they were trying to associate what would be considered angels or good spirit with evil spirits. You see what I'm saying? And they regarded as specters of evil omen and malicious propensity, so to speak. And what it is, they trying to place the Lemuria in the expression of what would normally be considered in the Arabic teaching a jinn, you know, because they say a jinn is neither good nor evil, but it manifests characteristics of the individual that's trying to invoke it. For example, religiously, it'll tell you that if you tried to worship a star and you worship it in the name of an angel, that angel will flee from you, because an angel don't want you worshiping it because it submits to a supreme greater all. But the jinn will slide right into that position. You'll think you're dealing with an angel, but you're dealing with a jinn. And that jinn will make you think that it's giving you everything you want. And then next thing you know, I want your soul. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So now, proof of this, we hear our people that always like to talk about, I believe in African spirituality, and they like to equate that as voodoo and hoodoo and so forth and so on. We know for a fact voodoo and hoodoo is real. We seen people that done been infected by that stuff. We know it's real. So this is actually truth and proof of the unseen. Because that voodoo hoodoo ain't coming from something you see. It's coming from a darker realm of spirit. So if that is proof, and we can see that people done been infected by that, we also know that spirit from a greater aspect has to exist in, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad, because I'm glad you're saying from a religious perspective, because you know we teach that spirit, and it's in Hebrew terms, it's like just breath. But
that's what it is. That's correct.
Yeah.
And
so
I'm gonna touch on that here too. I mentioned that in here.
Yeah. So you know what I'm saying. So I believe in non-human things too, like as far as stuff that happens to people, because I've seen what they call a possession. So I tell people all the time, I've seen it before. I've seen people play dark magic and curse people. That's happening every day. You know what I mean?
So it's two sides to the spectrum, but most people like to deal with that aspect of the magic because it worked quicker for them. And so they therefore want to believe in that. But even in the Quran, it said when the two angels, Harut and Marut, brought this stuff down, it was a test and a trial for man to see if man would believe in that more than he believed the Most High. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so basically, it exists. It's real. Problem is, if you get out there in that realm and go to playing around, you know, and mess around and get caught up, you know, you're gonna be in trouble. Because you can't play with that stuff like that and be dirty in your heart and your mind. Because that stuff become evil based upon your corruption. That's why you ever seen them move when they be trying to exorcise them demons?
Yeah.
What that demon do? He always try to go to the weakest point of that priest.
Yeah.
And if he can get him to submit, you know, or fall weak to what it is that he was weak to, then he got it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
He got him, family. So this is what we have to understand. You know, that man is not the body nor the soul. When we talk about Lemuria, before they start talking about it meant, you know, monkeys, this is the true definition is what I'm getting at. And it goes into the stuff you were speaking of as well earlier. Now, remember I was talking about those beings that could live in water, fire, different elements. This is another book that this actually comes from Comity Gabalas. You know, another book, and it speaks on the different elements, but listen to what it says. It says the principle of activity in inanimate and animate objects was for Theophrastus something personal and spiritual, archaeus, ostrum, or spiritus, an emanation from the deity. And each element had, as we seen, its own active and living agent. Thus in the air, he found the Lemuria, spirits of air, of Sylvians, in the earth, the gnomes and pygmies, and in the water, the nymphs or water spirits, and in the fire, the salamander. So when you hear the term, like in the Quran, when it say Iblis say he was created from fire, You know, and notice they equating the fire with the salamander, and salamander is a lizard. You hear them talking about a lizard originally having legs. We can even see it in Kemetic hieroglyphics. They have serpents that were standing up with legs at one time. Yeah. And they tell you he lost his legs and all types of stuff. But they showing you what these different spirits represent. The fire. Fire is connected to passion, desire, emotion. You know what I mean? And most of us, when we fall into our passions, into that fiery state, that's when we do the most wrong. It can be fire and passion when it comes to looking after a woman lustfully. It can be fire to the extent to where we want to do harm to somebody. That's that reptilian state of mind. And it is in the consciousness of each and every one of us in what we call the medulla oblongata. That's in the back of the mind. You know, that's why people, they say, can just snap at the moment, because the potential is always there, because we are in this physical body. For us to either express the highest aspect of ourselves or express the most earthly and materialistic gratification of desire. You see what I'm saying? It's in us, you know, and this is why in the teaching of the NOI, like Elijah called it, the brown germ, you know, and then the black germ. You know, our original germ, he said the devil was grafted from the brown germ. They would call that the recessive gene. When you get into the teachings of science, we call it in the Moorish paradigm higher self and lower self. So the lower self is where that fire, that passion, and that desire come from. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I did a whole show on the scientists agree with Elijah, and I broke that down.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so this is just confirmation. So when you deal with the air or the breath, again, remember that's Lemuria, that's spirit. You see, and now we understand the nature of the ghost gene, because you cannot track gene by carbon radiation. As far as dealing with spirit, I meant to say. You can't track it like you track the genes. And this is why they say they can only go so far. And so now that we have all that knowledge, we know spirit is what animate the body. You know, it's vitality. I bring you now to Lemuria. This is over 1 million years ago. Lemuria, this is the map. And actually, this is showing the same area I was showing. Remember South America, North America?
Yeah.
Here it is over here, that same area. Look at what it says here. It says, even in the days of Lemuria, it says, men peopled the earth. And the Lemurian people were our first type. Figures 14 and 15. I'm going to show that to you in a minute. The pure Negroes and other woolly-haired races that today are remnants of the ancient Lemurians, with little change of type except diminution of stature. Slowly, as years passed, the configuration came to what is known in figure 22. So I have a lot of these different figures up here. This is figure 26 right here. Now notice these are what are called the root races. They say it was 7 of them. When you come here to the Negretto or Negrillo, remember I showed you that on the other map above?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, these are your Lemurians. These are our people. They use the term Lemuria. These charts come out of a book known as the Book of Wisdom that was written, you know, like during the early 1900s too. Now you hear our brother Mighty Hebrew talking about the Ramaha, the Tavali, the Toltecs, the Taurian, original Semites, Akkadian, Mongolian, Japanese. Then he talk about the Hindus and the Egyptians and the Aryans that come out of that. This is like, you know, the 5th root race. You see what I'm saying? But Atlanteans, that also come through us. The originals of these people, Toltecs, with your Mayans and all of them. We already know that. You know, your original Semites, which look like us before they look like the ones that's there today. Your Akkadians, your Mongolians, which look like, and I actually have those in my gene. I'm going to show you some pictures of these things in a minute, like statues. Matter of fact, I'm going to do it right now. Just go through it quickly and briefly and show y'all some of these depictions of some of these people that's being mentioned here, so y'all will know exactly what they look like.
Yeah, because when I went to the British Museum, they had Samaria, Canaan, Israel.
Yes,
they had them under the Asiatic family, and that's why we had to show that it's the Asiatic Afro. You know what I mean? That they
yes,
really
sir. Yes, sir. And see, these are what your Cambodians look like, which are your original Austrians. You know good and well that ain't no Europeans.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Look at the facial expression. You know good and well them ain't Europeans. You know, even with the headdress that we adopted later as the fez, this is also in that same area. This is one of Vishnu in Thailand. You know, here, watch this. You know, and you see the big lips. And the older you look back at these things, the more you can see our phenotype in these different depictions. You know, look at the dark skin on the women here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They depicted this stuff like this here. You can look at all of them features, and some of these people look familiar, like people you actually unseen among our people.
Yeah.
I guarantee you can look at some of the people and say, man, I know somebody look just like that. You know, here it is again, another picture, you know, of the women. See how they have the melanated?
Yep.
You know, so we know who the original people, and this is what the Europeans see. You know, when they go over there to them places, you know, when they go over here to these places, look at that.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. So look at that. I know she looked familiar to you.
Yeah, most definitely.
You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, look at that, family.
Yeah.
You know, these are the people that were there, the original people that was in Cambodia and so forth. And I got this in my DNA. That's what made me research it and go deeper. You know what I mean?
Make sure the Asiatics.
See that there? You know, so when you hear these names, look at that. Come on, man.
Yeah.
See
That's
what
a fez right there, right?
Yeah, that's a fez. Now, I wanted to show you the actual people.
They're black.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. These are the original people there. See what people fail to realize, the same dynamic that's over here in the West. You have what they like to call white people, black people. We know those are racial constructs, you know, but the thing is about it, this same dynamic exists all around the world. You have so-called black Cambodians and so-called white Cambodians. You have so-called black Arabs. You have so-called white Arabs. You have so-called, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have so-called black Moors. You have so-called white Moors. But people get it twisted and look at the ones that's there now and say, them ain't our people. We talking about the people that were there before them. Not the ones that's there today. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I've taught like several times, and I might be like on point like somewhere, and like I might be off, but at times I've often just said that when everybody split off, the further to like the colder climates that we went, the skin tone had to change, the eyes had to change to like adapt to, you know, to the surrounding what's the word,
environment.
Yeah.
Good brother, I can accept, you know, that because I taught that a lot myself, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I like to use examples that we can actually deal with what we used to, right? And prime example, I got a, you know, like a reddish complexion, so to speak, right? And I get dark brown if I go out into the sun. But if I stay in the house, bro, like for 30 days or for a long time, don't go out, bro, some people be thinking like I'm Mexican, and you know what I mean? And I'm straight hygiene. I even had people tell me years ago, man, when I shaved my beard, actually before I was able to grow hair like I grow, because I was real young at that time, I had people tell me, man, you look like an Egyptian.
Yeah.
They would tell me that, right? But then come to find out, that's in my DNA.
Yeah, you know.
But they seen it. You feel me? Go ahead, brother.
You know, it's crazy because I was born in 1975. My mom, like when like the nurses had gave me to her, she looked at me. She was like that is not my son. It's like, why? Because he's white.
Yeah, you know, when we babies too, though, if you look at most of the seeds, you done seen them babies look like, you know, they be of a different people sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, like I can look at my grandson and see him, you know, but I'm just showing you all these different pictures of these original people who were here. So our people I mean, come on, bro. We don't need no scientific DNA test
No.
to look at this stuff, man.
Yeah.
Like really, let's stop the madness. And so it's all over the place. You know, and the thing is about it, if Europeans going and they seeing this everywhere, no matter they looking at us on the wall and all that right there, they know who we is.
Yeah.
They know we don't know who we is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Look at this. This is us over here with the young Moorish prince, and look how the European like they worship it.
That's why I tell people when we say we indigenous, when people say they Israelite, when people say they Comedics, when people say they Moors, only people that laugh at each other. They don't laugh at us. They say
they don't laugh. They know who we is, and they hope we don't never get it. What y'all think? What y'all think? It's sad to say, but what y'all think them pimps get their regalia from? Don Juan and all of
them.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
See, he got the chalice in his hand. Look at it. You see, he got it tilted to the side. Y'all keep playing.
Yeah.
You know, that was royalty right there. You know.
You know, the one thing that the greater power does say is that my people are lost for lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's right. And that's literally a Moorish painting that looked just like Don Juan. That's crazy.
Oh, that's
insane.
Leopold. That's Leopold.
Yeah, that's what they saying. But I'm saying that's a real Moorish painting though, and it looked just like the brother. And he got the cup in his hand.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, ain't it? This looked like a sister. I can't think of her name right now. Used to play on what her name, man? Played on Harlem Nights. That guy Delarice. Delarice.
Delarice. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's who she kind of remind me of. Yeah. But you know, so like, man, when we get into these pictures, and then we go back over to what I was showing dealing with these root races. Now you have a better insight when they go to talking about the Mayans, you know, and the Terrans and the original Semites, the Akkadians. We got pictures of them too. You know, and we can show you them with the fez on. The Mongolians, that's who we were just showing you mostly. Your Japanese is connected to that. So all of these people originally looked like our people. You know, even the Hindus, we showed you them, like your Buddhists, you know, your original Aryan Semites. Yeah. You know, Iranians, the Celtics. We know the original Celts had a dark hue as well, the Tectonics. You know, your Austral-American, Latin American. You know, these people that later came on the manifest after that come from us. Yeah. You know, and this is what we actually are in this time. So it went on, and it actually talked about our development in this particular book called the Book of Wisdom. You know, like I said, it's from the early 1900s. It talked about, you know, the points of our chakras, so to speak, where our spiritual center is. And each one of these represent one of the races, where they were at a time. Like they talked about the imperishable sacred land. Now notice these are not mentioned here, like the 1, 2, 3, and the 4 in the first root race, because this goes back to that ghost gene. They were spirit. You see what I'm saying? This goes back to the Elohim, the Anunnaki, the Neteru time. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. As they would use those types of terminology. You know, our light beings, as the book of Hebrew would say, you know, breath. So imperishable sacred land, this is, you know, when one come out of this state right here and they can get back here physically, you know, in the same state of mind that they was in here, you know, this is your Hyperborean, your continent, where the people was here in the physical Lemuria here, right? Lemuria, then Atlantean, then the Aryan, North America, then they have what they call Tara. Tara is another word for crown. Notice they have soul here. So this is going all the way back into the spirit realm. So we got to flip the map again like a Kubalon did. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it went on, and this is actually an excerpt out of it where it actually explains now the root races. And it makes it more plain. It says the third root race is the Lemurian, and its earlier sub races, the first, second, and third, have left no trace at all. See how he said that?
Mm-hmm.
He said Negroes or Negritos, Negrillos, same word they used in the root race chart I showed you, and other woolly-haired people represent the later sub-races of the Lemurian root race. It says hardly anywhere is a root race to be found now quite pure. But though it may have intermingled with other races, usually it still shows a peculiar characteristics. The gene strong, family. It says, from the 7th sub-root race of the Lemurian, the Manu of the 4th root race developed a new race. And the 4th are the Atlantean. It says it too has 7 sub-races. So there are 7 sub-races basically in every group, as you've seen on the chart. It says of the 1st and the 2nd of its sub-races, no pure descendants are living, but the skeleton, or what they call the Furfools man. This is where you get into all these different findings of the hominids and, you know, your Homo this and Homo that. It said the Furfools man is a fair specimen of the 1st and that of the Cro-Magnon man of the 2nd. The 3rd, Toltec, a sub-race, still remains in the Indus, or the Indians of South and Central America, and the Red Indians of the United States and Canada. The 4th migrated from Atlantis, went eastward, past Babylonia, along the Yellow River into the plains of China. Remember I was showing y'all that migration pattern?
Yeah.
The further east you go, you end up in the west.
Yeah.
It says its people are represented in certain parts of China today by a tall yellow Chinese race, quite distinct from the later 7th sub-race Chinese. The original Semites, or the 5th sub-race, have left their descendants for us in the pure, or the white pure Jews, so to speak, right? Mm-hmm. It's saying a sub-race. It says, and in the cables of the north of Africa, the 6th, the Akkadians, were the Phoenicians, who traded in the Mediterranean seas. It says, and the 7th, or Mongolians, were developed out of the 4th, or the Turanian. It says on the plains of China and became the modern Chinese. These 2 races, the Japanese and the Malays, belong hardly to any special one of its sub-races, having in them a mixture of 2 or more, with the Japanese especially. It is as though they are a final evolution of the whole root race as a crowning effort before the energies of the race. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It says, begin their slow decline, and hence they possess many qualities which differentiate them from the 7th sub-race, the Chinese. It says, from the 5th, or the original Semite sub-race of Atlantean, the Manu of the 5th root race evolved his new type. And the 5th, or the Aryan root race, has its 7 subdivisions. But so far, only 5 of them have appeared. Of the first, the Aryan, the Hindus, as also a type among the ancient Egyptians, and that's the connection of the Indus Valley civilization that came out of the Kushite Valley civilization. The Meru Kushite Valley civilization gave birth to the Indus Kushite civilization. That's why if you go over into the Temple of Amun, I'm going to show you this right here. The Temple of Amun-Ra, you'll see this right here. I used to try to get JJ to take, this name, but he never took it, in reference to dealing with Apidima, because it represented the lion of the temple, and so if you look over here, dealing with Apidima, notice that he's a lion that has many arms and has heads looking many different directions. That's where the Hindu Kushite Valley got it from, the Meru Kushites. You see what I'm saying? They got this from the temples of Amun. You see? So
yeah, because you were talking about, because you know what? Because it's crazy, because my cousin had went to when he went to college and he took history 101. The first thing they were showing was the first religion, which was Kemet, and how like the Hinduism and all that was branched off from.
Yeah. And see, people got it the other way around, thinking that it come from Kemet. See right there, see the heads looking at every direction.
Yeah.
See them holding up the lotus plant and with the different arms. Yeah. This is the Temple of Amun. This is an actual like cartoon version of it, and it says Apidima, the Kushite god of power. Now, when you come here,
it looks almost like the I can't remember which one it was.
Shiva,
the cherubim.
Yeah, cherubim and the Shiva deity. Right. That's exactly where they get it from. See them standing here and they would be holding up the same plants, the lotus plants. They even said here, did the three-headed war god of Kush originate from ancient India? No, it was the other way around. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
So like we just got to know these things. So when we go back to the history that I was reading right here, you know, that's why they're saying that, you know, that this particular race, the Aryan Hindus, you know, also one type among the ancient Egyptians. It says that to which the upper ruling classes belong. And it says the second Aryan Semite, distinct from the original Semite, it has its representative today in the Arabs and the Moors. The third is the Iranian, to which belong the ancients. So now they more up into the modern races, whose descendants are Iranians and Parsis of today. It says of the fourth sub-race are the Celts, were the ancient Greeks and the Romans, to which it belonged, with the exception of those Teutonic descent and their modern descendants of Italy, Greece, France, Portugal, Spain, and their descendants in South Central America, Mexico, and the Antilles, the Irish, the Scots, the Welsh, the Menoks, the Britons, numerous among the Celts. And even our people were in these places before the lighter version got there. Facts. You see what I'm saying? So now that we have this knowledge and dealing with this, we can see, you know, your Atlantean and your Aryan race, which deal with the more modern expressions, and see where everybody come from. Now, this is the thing where people are confused at. What I do, you know, I'm going to do this symbolically. You see, they try to say evolution. Where did modern humans evolve from, right? And we finna show you where they came from. It didn't have nothing to do with the evolution from an ape into a man. That's the Europeans' history, not ours. They're trying to put that on us. No, that's where you come from. And if you use the term monkey to disparage us, then why are you claiming that to be where you come from and making it look like, you know, we are apes? So you rather say we were an ape and we were the first ape than admit that you came from the original African, huh? You see what I'm saying? You see how they play? So now when we come here, this is what I would do. Go ahead, brother.
No, I was saying, yeah, I would agree with you.
Yes, sir. So what I'm going to do, and I'm going to put it back, I would actually cut that off and come from the Homo erectus. And you know, we don't definitely, if you want to make it look Asiatic, definitely don't evolve into no European, other than the fact that later on, you know, they come forth through genetic mutation, so to speak. You know, but they want to make themselves the Homo sapien. No, all this right here should have been, you know, the Asiatic, you know, and the first Homo sapien should have been of a dark hue with melanin, too. You see what I'm saying? But this here we cut off, you know, your Australopithecus, Homo habilis. You know, we start from Homo erectus, Atlanthropus, Mauritanicus, and then we go up. So this is the reason why we don't deal with the ape gene. We showed this. See, I talked to you about the sequencing earlier, dealing with the gene a little bit, dealing with RNA and DNA. Now, if you look at the human sequence, you see a.k.a. there, right? Come beneath that in the chimpanzee, you see C. So you can see these two are different, right? In that little chunk, you see that chunk, because that's their chunk that identify them. Right? Then when you come down here, you can also see some differences on the back end too. But when you come to the gorilla, look at the gorilla. He's different from the chimp in some of the aspects of this here. But it's mostly similar to the chimp here. See what I'm saying? But then when you look at man, it's different from the chimp and the gorilla. See what I'm saying? Now let's go to the common ancestor strand. Common ancestor is C. Well, actually right here starts C, G, G, C, T. So this common ancestor is not akin to neither one of these, nor is it akin to the human.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So these are what isolate the difference between them. So when people talk about we come from apes, I told them, I say, well, if that's the case, they say we come from lettuce. We 99% lettuce. But do that make us actual lettuce, bro?
Yeah, because I remember I was talking to him when he's an evolutionist, and I said, well, how come we can't breed with apes? And he said, oh, because we're a different type of ape. I said, man, get out of here, man.
You see what I'm saying? You see the common ancestor ain't even the same as the ape.
Yeah.
You see, and I actually isolated all those here and put them here. Remember, I was showing you the thymine and all that there.
Yeah.
See, this is what they lack. Yeah, I mean, you know, they basically lack the fullness of the human being, and this is what the concept of the ape comes in at. And so that brings us to the philosophy that was taught by the Moorish Science Temple and the Nation of Islam. And it was taught first by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. This is in the 102s. You know, when they get into the Adam and Eve concept, talking about we originated 6,000 years ago. No, there was a man, according to the Bible, that existed before that. Before that, he existed on the first day of creation. And that time frame go back to eons and go beyond that. You talking about
What's the one that, because I forgot we had a discussion. I'm trying to think.
Adam Cadman.
What about the Adamites?
Adam Cadman, the pre-Adamites.
Which
were known as the Cadmonites.
Yeah.
I had a pastor one time. I was in church with exercise, and he said that the Bible spoke of the world that existed before Adam and Eve.
Before Adam and Eve, and that's what we talking about. So when they talk about 6,000 years ago, that's how old their history is. But we got calendars that go way back to 311 trillion years with 25 and 50,000 year calendars. European ain't never seen that time frame before. But it makes sense. And it don't make sense when you put it in a biblical narrative, because they say that's 6,000 years old. But if you get into the scientific realm, start talking about 1 billion years and just saying 100,000 years, it makes sense when you deal with the ancient calendars of our ancestors.
Yeah, because I mean, when people be trying to teach that, that Bible stuff, talking about 12,000 years, and like the camps and stuff, I tripping. I said, man, I can name the sand people older than that, man. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 12,000 years, that ain't nothing. So what we do in our Mari calendar, what we do, we put it in the closest cycle age. So if it's 6,000 year cycle, and we know where we deal with a 25,000 years, so we subtract them 6,000 years there, and whatever is left, that's the time frame that we give, for the Mari Yuga time frame. You see what I'm saying? Because that's the closest calendar to it. So they ain't even reached the cycle age yet, family, in their calendar. So in the teaching of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, he made it plain, because he said, who were Adam and Eve? It said they are the ones who brought about discord in the holy city of Mecca and were cast out. Where did they go? They went in the year. What is the modern name given to their children? Romans. What is the shade of their skin? Pale. Who is God in the holy city of Mecca today to keep them from re-entering? Angels. What is the modern name for these angels? They say Arabians in the 102s, right? In the other measure, there's a say Asiatics. You see? But it says, what is the modern...
and that coincide with the video that Yasha made, the angels are men.
That's right. That's right. Angels always came in the form of men in the Bible and the Quran. That's common knowledge too. Anytime an angel come, they come in the form of a man. Facts. It says, what is the shade of their skin? Olive. Now we know olive come in many different shades, but the original Arabians that were there, they talking about the Cushites family. And the Cushite Arabians, they definitely was dark and dark as dark. I'm gonna show you a picture of them real quick for the one that might not know what they look like. So this is what Prophet Noble Drew Ali was talking about. That's why he talk about the modern name. These are the Sabians. You know what I mean? It's whole books that are written on that there. See, that's sacred text. Cushite Arabians and their race. Arabia was once a portion of the Cushite Empire. Some authorities claim it was the original seat of the Ethiopian culture. See what I'm saying? I ain't even trying to pull that up. I'm trying to show you what they look like. You know what I mean? This is what they look like right here in the modern time. But they look even darker than that. And some of them still got it. So these are, your Cushite Arab look. This is more of when they start becoming a little brighter and lighter, so to speak. And then the ones that get brighter and lighter than that. But these are Cushitic Arabs right here. You know what I mean? Sabians. And they was darker than that in the ancient time. So when we go into that special droid, hold up, let me pull this up and go back. Then we understand when he say, what was the shade of their skin? Olive. Olive come from the darkest, you know, the darkest to the ripest of the ripe. You got dark olives and you got light olives. You see what I'm saying? But it says, are the Moorish Americans in relation to those angels? Yes. We all have the same father and mother. And it definitely wasn't talking about Adam and Eve. We say the father and mother represented Ish and Isha. You see, Ish and Isha transcend all that stuff. You're talking about pre-Adamites when you get into Isha. You're talking about Cadmonite blood. You see? So it says now, this is how we know the difference. It says, give 5 names that are given to the descendants of Adam and Eve. And the answer was Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast. So you know Noble Drew Ali wasn't saying we was descendants of Adam and Eve. Now this makes sense now. He said, what is the devil sometime called? The lower self. Remember we was talking about grafting one from the higher self into the lower self? How many cells are there? 2. Name them, higher self and lower self. So your evolution truly on a higher level has to do with your thought pattern. If you on a bestial mindset, then you in a state of a primate when it comes to your thought pattern. But if you evolved into a higher state of consciousness, then you demonstrating that God self. That's where the evolution take place, not in coming from a hairy creature into him being a physical man. The evolutionary thing took place in the mind. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In the head.
Is there anything else the evolution took symbolism and metaphors and all that and made it literal?
Yeah, and they tried to mix it in with what they was really calling themselves and tried to put it on us too.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm gonna show you some things real quick too in regards to dealing with that. It said, name the 2 selves, higher self and the lower self. Now watch what it say. What people represent the higher self? The angels who protect the holy city of Mecca. What people represent the lower self? Those who were cast out of the holy city and those who accept their teaching. So if the lower self represent the devil and the devil gave birth to the children known as Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast, then the people that cast them out and ran them out the city, you know, was the original people. You see? And this is where the NOI got this teaching from over here. When it says, why isn't the devil settled on the best part of the planet, Earth? Because the earth belongs to the original black man, and knowing the devil was wicked and there would be not be any peace among them, he put them out in the worst part of the earth to keep the best part preserved for himself ever since he made it. The best part is in Arabia at the holy city of Mecca. Huh? The colored man or Caucasian is the devil. Now go back to the teaching that Prophet Noble Drew Ali was teaching. What did he say the descendants in the modern name were given to their children? Romans. Who are the Romans? It says, why did we run Yaqub and his maid devil from the root of civilization over the desert into the caves, meaning you and rope? What is the meaning of you and rope? It says, what did the devil bring with him? What kind of life did he live? How long before Moses came to teach the devil of the forgotten technology? It says, because they had started making trouble among the righteous people, telling lies, and they accused the righteous people of causing them to fight and kill one another. What did it say over here in the questionnaire? It says they did what? They are the ones who brought about discord in the holy city of Mecca and were cast out, right? This is before the NOI even came into the teaching. And Elijah Muhammad, when they found him and they arrested him for draft dodging, bro, they found a copy of this questionnaire on him. But it says Yaqub was an original man and was the father of the devil. He taught the devils to do this devilishment. The root of civilization is the Arabian desert. And we took from them everything except the language and made him walk every step of the way. Those who were cast out and those who accept their teaching. It was 2,200 miles. He went savage and lived in the caves of Europe. U means hillside and rope is the rope to bind in. It was 6,019 years ago. Huh? And this is where they come up with the concept, you know, of the cable tow in masonry. How far will your cable tow let you go? You know what I mean? That's really symbolic to that rope that they was bound with. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on, man. We don't play with this demonstration. Now let's go back up to the same thing we were dealing with, but now this is why I call this the devolution. Because notice it's walking in a different direction.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because this has some meaning to it. Who is somebody that actually went, and this is special process, from Homo sapien into an ape? Right here in the teachings of Islam. Let me hit that link right there real quick. This is the Quran right here. It says, and you know the case of those of you who broke the Sabbath, and we said to them, become apes, despised and hated. There's some people that was turned into apes according to the Quran. They violated the Sabbath. So it said, the Sabbath Saturday, it was laid down that the Israelites should consecrate the day for rest and worship. They were required to abstain from all worldly acts, including cooking, which they might neither do themselves nor have their servants do for them. The injunctions in this connection, it says, were so strict that the violation of the Sabbath was to be punished with death. See Exodus 31:12-17.
Truth.
When religious and moral decadence, however, spread amongst the Israelites, and for that to happen, you got to be in your lower self. You see, it says they indulged in open desecration of the Sabbath, so much so that in Jewish towns, trade and commerce were carried out in broad daylight. The details of this incident are mentioned later in Surah 7, Ayat 163. It says the exact manner in which their transformation into apes took place is disputed. It says some scholars are of the opinion that transformation was a physical one, while others hold that they were invested with attributes and characteristics of apes. It says, but both words in the manner in which this incident is recounted in the Quran seem to suggest that what took place was a physical transformation of certain persons into apes, rather than just a moral metamorphosis. What seems plausible to me is that while their minds were allowed to remain intact, their bodies were changed into those of apes. This is the scholar saying this here. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? So this is Quran speaking on this here. So that's why you see me put this up here. And notice the seventh day is the day that's mentioned where the serpent was said to go act crazy in the Bible. Unbeknownst to many people. Go back to the Bible. It was the seventh day when the serpent went acting crazy.
Yeah.
And it was said that the woman's seed would be basically an enemy to him, and he would be biting at the heel of the woman. And guess what that meant? The name Yaqub means heel catcher. So we can see why the Honorable Elijah Muhammad took that name Yaqub, heel catcher, where the one was being crushed by the heel of the seed, of the woman, or where the one was striking at the heel. And this is where your Yaqub concept come from. Not to mention Yaqub when he dealt with his cloning, of the sheep, turning the brown and the light and the speckled one. That's in the Bible.
Yeah.
That's cloning going on right there in the book. But nevertheless, we see a people that have been turned into apes according to the Quran. So when they be talking that note, you know what I mean? It ain't got nothing to do with us. That's their own history. But I know you see that right there dealing with the teachings of Noble Drew Ali and Elijah. You can see where Elijah and them got it from.
Yeah. You already know. I know it from the.
Yeah. Now watch this. They think it's a game. So when we go up here, it tell you about the serpent. That's what I was referring to there. If you want to go there, I don't have to read that. Y'all know that story. That's Genesis 3:1-24, and it's talking about, the fall of man according to the biblical. So y'all familiar with that. That's that serpent. What does the serpent represent? The lower self. That's one's own thought pattern. That's why we say, if man must be redeemed from his devil, he must look within and find his savior that is also within. So you have the higher self and you have the lower self in you. And if you go all the way into the lower self and you degenerate, you go into a state that we call bestiality. You see what I'm saying? Even in the Quran, it tells you it's 3 levels of the soul. What we call nafs amara, nafs lawama, nafs mutmaina. Nafs means soul. Amara means bestiality. Lawama means consciousness. And mutmain means felicity. Felicity is paradise in your state of thinking. So when you fall beyond, consciousness and you can't even hear the voice of good and reasoning coming to you, you in beast mode. And we got the young generation. I'm in beast mode. I'm living savage life. But what they call themselves? I'm a demon. Huh?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Speaking into existence.
Yeah. They letting you know. And that's the mindset of the European that has been inherited by us, that warmongering, bloodthirsty mindset. And we claiming it now. And that's why we catching so much hell as a people right now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It say, if my people who are called by my name would repent and turn away from their sinful ways, then I heal them of their afflictions, right?
Yep.
So all we got to do is do the right thing. But the longer we demonstrating this hatred, slander, lewdness, murder, theft, and everything that harm, we still gonna be under this curse, bro, chastisement. Big facts. They ain't got nothing to do with no spookism. That's saying that's what we putting out there.
Facts.
We putting that out there so we make ourselves a willing host for any and every type of jinn and evil spirit to use us to do its bid. Facts. Even when it comes to us being ill in our sicknesses, the ancient Egyptians didn't believe that was just based on, you getting sick. No, they believed that you were spiritually ill as well as physically ill.
Yeah, they believed in them diseases and stuff like that so much that they made deities out of them.
Yeah, they say that was a sign that you was being under a demon right there if you was sick.
Yeah.
Watch this. Let's go to the Quran again. And I ain't going to read this whole thing, but this is Surah 18 called The Cave. And this is actually talking about Dur Kornain, who is also known in this modern time as August Khan. I'm going to show him to you in a minute. He's known as the Lord of Two Horns. Now, the Arabs will tell you Dur Kornain is Alexander the Great. But in my research, I found that Dur Kornain is the one that truly deserves the history of this right here. But it talked about him and said, indeed, we established him upon the earth and we gave him everything in the way. Until it say, when he reached the setting of the sun. Now, we know that's the west, right?
Yeah.
So he was traveling, say, as if the setting in the spring of dark mud, he found it near a people. There was a people near this particular area. And Allah said, Dur Kornain, either you punish them or else adopt among them a way of goodness. Right? And he said, as for those who wrongs, we will punish him. Then he will be returned to his Lord. In other words, if he take him out the county and behead him in war, send him to me and I'm going to sort him out. That's basically what's being said here. He will punish him with a terrible punishment. And this reminds me because Genghis Khan, which actually descend through this lineage, he would often say when he came to a people, had it not been for your many sins and disappointment, God wouldn't have sent me as a punishment.
Exactly. Hey, I seen that a long time ago when he said that your God sent me. I was like, what?
And that's because Genghis Khan actually wasn't no heathen. He believed in the supreme being.
Yeah.
But his sole duty, his purpose was to be the punishment on the Most High for nations that wasn't living right. So if they thought they were big and bad, the Most High sent Genghis Khan at them.
Yeah.
So August Khan is basically an ancestor of Genghis Khan. So it says, but as for one who believes and does righteousness, he will have a reward in paradise, and we will speak to him from our command with ease. And then he followed away until he came to the rising of the sun. He found it rising on a people from whom we had not made against it any shield. Now, this is talking about Africa. The sun rises in the east and set in the west.
Yeah.
Children of the sun. They don't have none covering over them, right? It said, and thus we accomplished all that he had knowledge. And then he followed away his journey. He traveled until when he reached the pass between two mountains. Uh-oh. Where you at now, August Khan? He done went up there in that north region. Caucasus. He found beside him people who could hardly understand his speech. They were savage. And they said, Dur Kornain, indeed, Gog and Magog, which Gog and Magog is up there in them Caucasus mountains, bro, are great corruptors in the land. It says, so may we assign for you an extradidenture that you might make between us and them a barrier. They talking about roping them off, putting a gate up there to separate them. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he talking about building a barrier so that they can't come down. And he said, that in which my Lord is established, me is better than what of you offer. And it said, but assist me with strength, and I will make between you and them a dam. He gonna put a barrier there. Bring me sheets of iron until when he had leveled them between the two mountains or the walls, he said, blow with bellows. It says, until when he had made it like fire, he said, bring me that I may pour over it molten copper. So Gog and Magog were unable to pass over it, nor were they able to effect it in any penetration. Now, you know, in the book of Revelation, it said Gog and Magog would be released. Then they coming down on civilization. That's the Hyksos. They started coming down in Kemet, conquering that. And then you get down to the Romans that's coming out of that. And then you look at those who have borrowed from the Roman here in the West. See, all these are seeds of Caucasus. So Dual Canaan said, this is my mercy from my Lord, that gate, that barrier. Remember, you means the rope to bind them in. It says, but when the promise of my Lord comes, when the prophecy is filled, it says he will make it level in every promise of my Lord is true, meaning they're going to come down and basically be on this barrel. And we will leave them, it says, that day surging over each other. Y'all seen Lord of the Ring, how they were going down, coming, them orcs was coming down out of that demonstration.
Yeah.
You know, this is the same thing. Then the horn will be blown and we will assemble them in one assembly. And we will present hell that day to the disbelievers on display. Those whose eyes have been within a cover were removed from my remembrance, and they will not be able to hear. Then do it those who disbelieve think that they can take my service instead of me as allies, meaning worship man instead of him. Indeed, we have prepared hell for the disbelievers as a lodge. That's why the Israelites was given an earthly king, because they wanted to believe in the physical man at that time. All right, so we're going to give you an earthly king. He's going to oppress your behind too.
Yeah.
See, all that's in sync, bro. And so I want to show you this right here again. This is this is the picture of Carl Linnaeus, you know, who was dealing with Darwinism, scientific racism. Look at what he called, you know, this, he called it the troglodyte. Troglodyte is a cave dweller, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just studying on these people.
Yes, sir. And look at what he called it. See that name down there?
Lucifer, yep.
Lucifer.
I had the same picture. Yeah.
See, so who are the children of Adam and Eve again? No, that's their history. That ain't no Asiatic. That ain't our people, right? That's a European dealing with this monkey thing, not us. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I agree, because I remember I was at school, they used to teach us the caveman stuff, and I realized it don't have nothing to do with our history.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see them. Look at that. Come on, man. Come on, man. So again, the evolution, and this should be cut out of here. The Homo habilis, Homo australopithecus, ain't got nothing to do with us. This is what we talking about, evolution of the thought pattern, the brain. You know, that's the only thing that we deal with when we talk about evolution. We ain't talking about evolving from no monkeys. You know, no. If they want to accept that, let them do it. But we ain't going, bro.
Yeah.
You know, and here's a whole article right here that was just produced on the ape man that was not. You know, they going in on that thing right there, letting you be known that these were humans. There wasn't no dang on apes going on up in there. The Homo erectus, the ape man that was not, family. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I started my thing from the ape man. I mean, the Homo erectus instead of the ape man. And look at the time frames as they go back. You know, 680,000, 780,000 years old. You know what I mean? That's your Homo ergastra that we were speaking of earlier, the Homo Mauritanicus. You know, even though they ain't using them terms up in, that's who they talking about right here. You know what I mean? Atlanthropus Mauritanicus. You see?
Yeah, that's why I remember I went to that dinosaur museum, where the fossil museum, that when that showed that the only evolution I agree with at that time is like adopted evolution, where that's how they showed the horse was small, but in the environments he started being in, he had to get faster because he became prey to certain animals. He ate certain things that had made his jawbone grow a little further, and but he never changed from being the same type of species. He didn't change from one species to another. He just got stronger, bigger, faster.
That's right. See what I'm saying? And this is actually another thing on the Atlantis, and this is actually an actual fossil place. You know, that they actually have it in the museum, and this is it right here. You know, they're showing the jawbone, you know, the actual fossil of it. But then when you come up here, I got the map showing you again, you know, through the Maghreb Iberian Peninsula. You know, I show the same thing up here in this area, Mauritania. And I have another measure right here showing the Atlanthropus Mauritanicus, which they try to give it those features. But, you know, that's the same stuff I was talking about earlier. And it's telling you that this was Atlas Mountains. Remember, I showed you that on the map, Morocco, Tunisia. So this is where your Atlanteans, are your oldest race, originated at. And it coincides with everything I'm saying, bro. You know what I mean? See, they said here, Atlanthropus is dubious genus, hominid that lived in Algeria during the Pleistocene. Same thing here, Atlantis Mauritanikus. They give it here. You can go and look this stuff up. You know, we can't make this stuff up, family. Here's another measure, an ancestor of the Heredabergenesis man, Heredaberg man. See, 800 to 700,000 years. You know, it's going into that here. You know, it brings on down here into the same history dealing with the Atlanthropus Mauritanicus. All these articles you can find yourself. That's why I'm going through them. You know, but it talks about the same stuff. And then we end up right here, 300,000 years ago, which is the time frame of the oldest hominid found in this modern time. You know, it says where the Atlantic Ocean is today, there existed once upon a time a continent which Theosophus, after Plato, called Atlantis. By the time of the map, figure 23, it says Atlantis and the remnants of Lemuria have changed in outline, and we have come to the days of figure 24, and there remains, it says, once vast continent of Atlantis, only a large island in the Atlantic Ocean. And there they are again. That's another thing dealing with the Jabir Uhud. Look at where they have them on the map at. That's again prehistoric North Africa. Okay, what I'm gonna do, brother, I got to call in real quick, so I'm gonna take a quick commercial break, and y'all can build, and I'm gonna come right back on. All right?
Okay.
Give me 1 second. We'll close it out too, you know, and build a little bit further.
Okay. Yeah. Just getting some people out the way. Peace to my cousin Richard Rule. Peace to Nova Brian. Peace to Benatal Basco. Peace to Siraj Amaru Ale. You know, peace to everybody else that's on here that's watching. You know, brother taking a quick break, but you know, we breaking down. They talking about this. It's anti-evolution. You know what I mean? Basically talking against evolution as far as them saying we're coming from monkeys and apes. But I'm gonna tell you even further. These evolutionists don't want to tell you because they know you're gonna look at them silly. Not only do they say we come from monkeys and apes and we cousin the chimps, they'll say we come from fish. They said that fish had legs, came on the land, then they became lizard-like beings that was hairy. Then they lost their hair, became scales, and then they had scales. Then they became hairy, and then they became mammal-like. Then they had to eat all the trees, so they stood up, and that's where the apes and gorillas and monkeys started coming from. So listen, don't let these evolution fool y'all with this nonsense talking about as a fact, because they have no method to show you a mammal monkey being turning into a human being. They have no method, no scientific method. They always tell you about the scientific method stuff, but it will take millions and millions of years for them to even produce something like that. So they don't have that as a fact. The only fact that they really can show is really the specimens, like the animals doing it. Like they can show a single cell turn into a multi-cell. You know what I'm saying? They can show stuff like that, but they cannot show no monkey-like being turning into a human being. They have no process of that, and all they talk about is a damn tailbone, and we used to have a tail, all this craziness. Don't listen to none of that. You know what I'm saying? So I have a whole presentation on the evolution, breaking it down all the way from the single cell all the way to the human. And I have went up to many evolutionists and confronted them on this. They said, man, they have no disagreement with my presentation. And then when I come at them, they act like they don't really know. So a lot of them ain't studying. They're studying enough just to try to make you look foolish. You know what I'm saying? So people who understand that there's intelligent designer, the supreme being, you know, to creator, don't let these evolutionists fool you, because they're speaking, they're teaching a bunch of bull trying to tell you is a fact. Ankh himself, I don't know what a lot of people know what Ankh is. Ankh is a atheist evolution. He said his evolution and science is not to prove that the Most High does not exist. Because they can't. Even science have things they can't explain, but what they do instead of understanding it's something divine, they will just say they don't know. So this was a lot of stuff that goes on. There's a lot of trickery that goes on. That's why me, as far as I study science, I study history, I study everything. You know what I'm saying? Because when they come at me with that, they run. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't fool me with that bull. You know what I mean? And let me see if anybody got okay. Yeah, peace. Leave a comment. You know, because at the end of the presentation, we'll be asking any questions that y'all want to know. So the people that been hearing what's going on, let them know what you want to hear so you can answer the questions. You know, there's a great bill again. We're talking about the Homo erectus, the Lemuria, the intelligent design, the God gene, the ghost gene, the God autonomy. This is what this is about. Peace to the Moors. Islam to all y'all. Peace to my Israelite brothers. Peace to my indigenous brothers. You know, peace to the Kemetic brothers, Mary. You know what I'm saying? It's all peace, man. Don't let these certain circles make us hate each other. It's all supposed to be built. It's all supposed to be getting together. I learned a lot from this brother. We build on a lot of things, and we're gonna build on more things coming up. Put some of the stuff up people saying. Oh, hold on. That's one. Okay. That's all y'all like, subscribe. You can find me at the Eric the Math Scientist YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Bing. You know, my Instagram is TrueHeart30. So, you know, subscribe to them, subscribe to Commission, YouTube, Commission Adept Paraffin. Subscribe, like I said, to the TikTok. You know, we're about to get back into this presentation shortly. It's taking a little break. We've been on here for about 2 hours now. You know what I mean? So we're breaking it down. Hope y'all really getting some info from this, man. Shout out everybody who sat and listened, man. Let me see what somebody said. Okay. That DNA sequence for the human that Brother Commission showed earlier single-handedly shut down the Darwinist thing they got going on. Yes, you're correct. The brother did an amazing job, and that's why I love when he put this up. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I wanted this presentation to be on our show because, you know, we don't let them teach that BS evolution stuff over here. And peace to, again, to Noble Brian. You've been on here the whole time. Peace, brother. Glad you enjoyed the show. I think Commission back about to show some stuff. Gotta get ready. He was on fire. He had to get some water to cool him down. Yeah. Uh-oh. Go back to the comments. Go back down. Alexander the Greek. So.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. They changed that word from Greek to great.
I make sure y'all like. Subscribe, like, and subscribe. Wherever y'all at. We're dealing with about at least 9, 10 platforms right now. So wherever y'all at, like or subscribe. Put this up. Yeah, I mean, I like how he spoke on this Atlantis thing too, because I really been hearing about it, but I always thought I was always told it was another thing. And, he's showing me something real about it, something I could go look up, and y'all can go look up. I like how the brother teach because he teaches like me. He can go to all different type of aspects of teaching and break it down. A lot of people don't like it, but I do. I like how you can go to scripture, how you can go all the way to the Quran, how you can go to science, how you can go to math or history, how you can put all that together. Because that's what I love doing. Yeah, it's a lot of fake doctrine coming out here, and we gotta get prepared for it. We gotta teach the next generation, man, because it ain't too much of us left, and when we gone, this heathen nation gonna swallow it up. Ask Brother Commission about the ancient Mauritius. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm back, beloved brother.
Did you hear this question he asked you right here? Can you see it on the screen?
Oh yeah, talking about brother Noble
No.
Brian, yeah, the Damari.
Yeah, he told me
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And the Damari actually mean the Moorish gods. That's
Oh,
exactly what it means. It means the Moorish gods, and that's what the Moors. That's where the name actually come from. Problem is when the Arabs seen them over there, and being called by that, they like, we ain't finna call them no Damari, Moorish god. We gonna call them Berbers, barbarians. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And that's how it stuck with us. But Moorish god or the Damari, actually, that's the ancient name of the Moors. They were known as the Moorish gods, and actually it said that they venerated Amun Ra, which actually coincide with the history that G.M. James gave us when he said that the Moors were the custodian of the teaching of ancient Egypt, the high priest of Anu.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all that tie in. So that word Mari, was original name of the native Egyptians, basically.
And he
It
also
says,
said that DNA sequence for the human that Brother Kamisha showed earlier single-handedly shut down the Darwin's thing they got going.
oh yeah, I killed Unc with that a couple of times. You know what I mean? And definitely shut it all down. That's when they started falling. That's when I put a peek through their demonstration, because we were supposed to have a debate, me and Unc, on the intelligent design, and God code,
Yeah, I remember that debate. Yeah.
but he bucked and he tried to come up there while I was doing my presentation, and I beat him up right there on the spot.
Yeah.
But those who are part of his little cultic personality following, Unc did this, but it was people in there that seen clearly that Unc couldn't do nothing with what I was saying. He talking about, you won, dude. You don't overturn whole modern science. Man,
Yeah.
you ain't not Malachi York, all them ain't got nothing on you. You
Yeah.
done put them together,
I
bam, bam,
noticed.
bam.
I
But I
noticed he
got
talk. I noticed he talk a lot of science stuff, but then when he go against a person who knows just as much, he starts saying, "Oh, I'm not a scientist. I'm not really a
yep,
scientist. I
yep.
don't."
And then he
I
go
know
to
that.
cussing.
Yeah.
I just beat him, Smash, Rockwell, and Reggie up one time just to show them that people think they know so much, but I don't, I respect them, but like I see through that stuff they be talking about because I done read so much. That's what they feel. They think that I just started doing this stuff. Man, I've
Yeah.
been doing this stuff for 30 years, bro. And
Yeah.
so, that's where they making a mistake at, thinking that I just started studying this stuff 3, 4, 5 years ago. I don't even need the books to demonstrate this stuff. You don't see how
Exactly.
easily it flow out my mouth.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm using the books, to show our people the source, but I can come off the head with this stuff.
Yeah.
That's how I'm used to teaching, but I can't do that. They don't let me get away with that, but they can say anything they want, ain't got to show nothing. But commission got to show all the source, and I feel like that's their way of saying teach me without
Yeah.
saying it directly.
Correct.
You
You're right.
understand? Like they don't want to admit and accept, well, we ain't heard that before, so I need some proof of what you saying. so I can go research it myself. And he said it. Unc said it. I got the thing up here, like literally. If you look at it, when I mentioned panspermia, which is something I wanted to go into this bill right here, because I'm actually almost done. Unc don't know nothing about no panspermia, but it's a scientific drawing, and I'm gonna show you, what panspermia deal with. It support what we said. It talks about stardust and us being a descendant, of an what they call a superior race that directed us purposely, coming from the cosmos into the earth. And so panspermia deal with, when this particular substance reach this atmosphere, it actually caused biological changes, in the makeup of everything that's on the planet Earth. You know what I mean? And it deals with DNA changes and everything else. And so that's what I was trying to talk to him about. He didn't know it, but he trying to rebut it. Then he came back, and in a little thing, he talking about commission. I'm gonna show you real quick on because I got it right here. I actually got it. I'm sharing my screen already. I'm gonna show you. It's on my channel, where I was demonstrating this, and saw, definitely ain't gonna let them strike me on it, so you ain't got to worry about none of that either. But I'm gonna show you real quick. It's just one little small clip. It ain't even like a minute long, and I'm gonna show you where I exposed them at right here. And you should be able to hear. Let me know if you hear the sound on this when it come on too. You hear this? Hold up. Let me see real quick. It's almost there. Just give it a second. At least I know it's going to play. Okay. One more second. It should come right up. I just want to make sure you hear the audio. Here it come right here. Come on. Come on. Load up. This is a very important measure we demonstrate here, bro, because it's going to get deeper than this. Something that's really personal to us as a people that we need to know after I get this little stuff here out the way, because we don't really establish, where we come from, and how far back we go as a people. We done dispelled a lot of the myths and the falsehood. So, this is educational for our people, and they can dig deep and they're going to find stuff that go even deeper than what I brought forth here. I'm just giving keys. That's how I like to teach. I like to give you the source and take you directly to ancient material. And when you do it, it's going to come back the same way I said, bro. I know this for a fact because I make sure that I give people information that they can go back to and vet it themselves. That means show and prove and give it to the people as it is. I don't know why that thing rotating. It's at the end. It should be finna come on in a second now. Come on, you right at the end. Come on. Stop lagging on me. Stop dragging on me. Yeah. Let the people see it. It ain't but 56 seconds. Come on. They be tripping me out.
So you might can take that little ball and like slide it back. It might help it load.
Yeah, it does. But a lot of time, I can do this here too. Let me see. I'm gonna see something. A lot of time, this right here help speed it up too by opening up the window. It does a little trick. Let me see. If not, then I'm gonna try to go out and hit the play. Well, let's hit it again here. Okay. I'm gonna do this right here. Hit it again and see if it open up. I don't know why my thing be doing that. I don't know if it's because I have so much open up or what. Sometimes it play when it's supposed to, right on spot. Yeah. I'm going to try this again. I'm going to try to go back into it and see if it let it open up this time. If not, it's all good and well. There ain't really no pressure. It's really him saying he was admitting basically that I was right. And then like he trying to go against me, but at the same token, like commission is 100% right. You know what I mean? Like, bro, how I'm gonna be wrong and 100% right? Anybody that's here know that 100% mean that you emphatically right. You feel me? I can't be 100% right and crazy at the same time. So that make you sound crazy. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. Let's play about the.
It might come in. Let's see. It's still rotating toward the end. Let's see if it's gonna go to the end and stop. Come on, man. I don't know. I may be able to even send the clip to you and let you play it.
Yeah, you might be sending a clip. You're probably working on it, Brandon.
I'm gonna try that right now. I'm gonna see real quick if it's gonna go to the end real quick. If not, I'm gonna send it to you. Okay, it's at the end. Now let's see if it'll go all the way up. If not, I'm gonna just send it to you. Let me copy the link real quick, because I really want you to see the link. Okay, I'm gonna drop this in the bike chat real quick.
Nobody Brian said, gratitude, Brother Commission, for the Book of the Dead book recommendation that supports your independent research about the heretic.
Yes, sir. The heretic. That's right. Yes, sir.
Heretic.
Yeah. We definitely be sending them. We definitely sending it out there. You know, all the sources, bro. You know, that's the thing. A lot of the people don't know this stuff is right there. The European telling you what they did. They just ain't teaching it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what are you talking about this Book of the Dead thing? Because I might want to look up that.
Yeah, I got that's he talking about the one that's coming from the scientists of Chicago. I'm gonna send you that PDF too. Okay. I'm gonna show it to you in a minute. It's the University of Chicago, Forrest Scaff now. You know what I mean? They basically showing, you know, that the hieratic came first. Go ahead right there. There you go. I just sent it to you. I'm gonna close mine out real quick. And then let you share your screen and you can see what it say. Now it's acting like it's stagnated. Don't want to let me go right there. Let me hit my little thing here. Golly. Come on, bro. The thing was just running smooth a few minutes ago. Maybe I need to close some of them tabs out in a minute. Once it let me get up out of here, it's got me on deadlock right now. I can't even get back to the screen over there yet. Just give it a second though, it'll pop up. Okay.
Yeah, my job.
Okay, yeah. There you go, right there. Okay, so
about to play right.
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna be trying to get back over there.
Yeah.
I don't hear no sound if you're playing it though. So you may have to reshare it with your sound. Okay, you heard him, right?
Yeah.
We ain't listening to Commission because he tripping, right? Now watch what he come back and say in the same breath.
Nah, yeah, but he be tripping. He give me homework. I can always beat him up, blow my fist up.
He mean that I make him think. He don't like the fact that I make him think because he thought he knew it all and I'm supposed to be a pseudo-religious man in his mind. So he's saying that he don't like for me making think.
Knock him out. So real information is say it is totally 100% true. So Commission was totally 100% true, but he only.
I be tripping, but now I'm totally 100% true.
We ain't listening.
See what I'm saying?
Commission.
So he admitted. Okay, you heard him, right?
Yeah.
We ain't listening to Commission because he tripping, right? Now watch what he come back and say. Yeah, that's just, you know, and you can get a chance, you can see that whole video. That's a powerful video right there. Because I be overturning a lot of falsehood that he was demonstrating on that. You know what I mean? He mean that I make him think. Hold up. He don't like the fact that I make him think. Because he thought he knew it all and I'm supposed to be a pseudo-religious man in his mind. So he's saying that he don't like not let me come back over there where you at. I'm gonna have to close this whole
real information and say it is totally 100% true.
I'm gonna come back up. I'm gonna try to close this down because they got me froze forever. You hear me? I be tripping, but now I'm totally 100% true. Oh, now it's going to change all of a sudden. Goodness gracious! As soon as
Commission, is he tripping?
Okay, you heard him, right? We ain't listening to Commission because he tripping, right? Now watch what he come back and say in the same breath.
Nah, yeah, but he be tripping. He give me homework. I can always beat him up, blow my fist up.
He mean that I make him think. He don't like the fact that I make him think because he thought he knew it all, and I'm supposed to be a pseudo-religious man in his mind. So he's saying that he don't like for me making things.
Knock him out. The real information is it is totally 100% true. So commission was totally 100% true, but he ain't only.
I be tripping, but now I'm totally 100% true.
Oh, let me see if I can. I'll be right back. Just had to jump out, come back in. Josh say he giving the boys hell, man. Salute to commission, salute to everybody watching again. Let's see. I can't come up yet. Just had to jump out real quick, had to jump back in. Let's see. Let me put some stuff up. And like I said, anybody else got some questions, put it in the comments. It's going to pop up. Answer it for you. My apologies, family. I don't want to take away from Brother Commissioner Order's original demonstration for the people. I was just showing gratitude because the brother helps us out a lot with the research. My brother, we don't, look, we informative people, we information people, like I said, this is like an open presentation. So it was something that he wanted to talk about, and he wanted the people to ask questions. So don't ever think that you asking a question that might don't be what he's talking about, that he doesn't appreciate it. He appreciate all questions. He like answering all questions. He's like me. He's a real researcher. And it's about helping people. It's about giving people knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Giving people information that might don't have it, sharing it, building. That's what we're about. You know what I mean? So don't ever think that you're messing up our show or anything by asking a question. Ask as much questions you want even if it has nothing to do with it. Trust me, he's gonna answer. Let's see. Put him back on the screen.
Yeah. So you seen where the brother basically admitted, you know what I mean, that I was right. And so my thing is, they know what it is, but they trying to fleece the people. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so just dealing with knocking the rest of this little stuff out that I got up here, running through it a little bit, like we say, because we want to open up the floor and definitely get some questions and answers on the manifest. I'm going to show you this portion here so you'll see a completion in the closing out of my particular drawing. So let me show the people this right here. Okay, let me see here. So let me see. Okay, there we go. You see the screen share, right?
Yeah.
Now this is where it get good at, brother. Yeah, this is where it get good.
Guys, just in case you might want to jump in on the panel.
Yeah, anybody want to jump in, they definitely can come. If you notice, I left off on this portion here talking about the Ibero-Maurusians, right?
Yeah.
And the Ibero-Maurusians, when you hit this link, you can go right here and search out who they are. This is prehistoric North Africa. See where they have it on the map? Yeah. That's Mauritania right there. That's all the way across from there, coming from Libya. And Libya was called this whole region at one time, but it's going all the way over here. And it goes into the history of what this thing is talking about. See, the prehistory of North Africa spans period of the earliest human presence of the region, gradual to the onset of historicity in the Maghreb, Berber, Tamagza. It says in the classical antiquity, early anatomical modern humans are known to have been present at the Jabir Uhud. It says in what is now Morocco approximately 300,000 years ago. The Nile Valley region via ancient Egypt contributed to the Neolithic Bronze Age and Iron Age periods of the Old World along the ancient Near East, right? And it goes into that same history that we was given earlier, when we were talking about Atlanthropus, Mauritanicus. So this is the more modern ancient period, so to speak. They talk about the Tyrian period, you know, in the upper Paleolithic period, the Mesolithic period, the Neolithic period. It comes all the way up to now, you know, and it again lands in the Egypt, and then comes into the Maghreb again. So we can see the connection, like I was talking about, of the Nubians going from Nubia all the way over into Northwest Africa. You know what I mean? So once you study the Jabir Uhud, and you can see him right here. This is a depiction they gave in one of the sites. They like to put that ape-like look on them when they be ancient like that, you know, but that's the Jabir Uhud. So when they say Atlantis was around 300,000 years ago, like when you go back to this measure here, it all makes sense then of the people who inhabited Atlantis, right?
Yeah.
They're saying this is the oldest man, this is the oldest human that they found, actual human, not ape man, but human. So here's that region known as the Ibero-Mauritanians. Notice they were called the Atlanthropus, Mauritanicus, and Mari was used there. Now notice in Ibero-Mauritanian, that word Mar still carrying over in this more modern time, 300,000 years ago. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So down here, you know, it breaks it down dealing with the construction of the Ibero-Mauritanian. Let's see, we come right here. So right here, this is a Ibero-Mauritanian. When you actually go into dealing with them, they're showing you them on the map. There it is again. Ibero-Mauritanian. It says it's back at the Blalidet lithic industry found near the coast of Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia. It is also known from a single major site, Libya, Hua Fateh, where industry is locally known as the Eastern Iranian. And Ibero-Mauritanian seems to have appeared around the last of the glacial maximum, the LGM. It says somewhere between C 23,000 years ago. You know what I mean? There it is right there, Tunisia, all of that. So like even this more modern ancient time, you still dealing with our people. You know, so like, bro, like it ain't me that came up with this stuff. This stuff existed before me. They'll say I made this up, brother. E. See the E1B1A gene?
Yeah.
The DNA, Y-DNA, this is an Ibero-Mauritanian skull. Direct ancestor of the indigenous population and direct ancestor of today's North African. The Berbers dated around 15 to 12,000 years. It was found in one of the oldest human cemeteries in the world, Torfalat, Morocco, North Africa. Based on the DNA and the mtDNA analysis, this burial belongs to the paternal haplogroup EM35. You know, and haplogroup groups U68. Ancient Mediterranean lineages are descended from E1B1 and then EM35. All these links going to EV22. That's Ramesses in Egypt. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now this is a reconstruction of the Ibero-Mauritanians here. Check that out. They know that's our people, man.
Yeah, they look Asiatic to me.
Yeah, come on, bro. You can see that. Like, come on, bro. Look at that. Okay, here it is right here. See the origin of the Afro-Asiatic people, languages, and people? And this is just another way
we had a show on that was talking about the Afro-Asiatic and the people that speak it, they was E1B1 too.
See what I'm saying? See where they say Proto-Afro-Asiatic right up there in the same area, pre-Proto, North African, Ibero-Mauritanian. This is a random website I'm linking to my other research. You feel me? Yeah. But it's going into all the history, bro. You know, it's breaking down everything we just talked about already in these particular. Crazy part, I've been teaching on these. Remember E&M maps before I even did my DNA test.
Yeah.
I was teaching this. Remember that?
Yeah. You made me want to do mine. I gotta do my DNA test soon.
Yeah, look at that. Who is that? That ain't no Arabs. So you know our people just got to get out of that state of mind. Look at that. They showing the migration here. You know what I mean? Coming straight up out of there, the same region, going into the area. I mean, like, what more Do they need to know when it comes to that aspect? Now watch this. Like I said, these are the last little slides right here. These just pictures at this point. Atlantis before the flood. This was the last flood. See what I'm saying? That last flood, 9,564 BC. This is the one that everybody caught on to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then we have down here, that's that figure 24. See it up here, the Jabir Uhu is showing the migration pattern up here. See, it says the remains of the late Helder beginnings is the early Homo sapien period, right here in red. See it going up there, and they migrated also up in this area. They also went further over here. See what I'm saying? Like all these straight, facts, and I'm going to other people's site because there's so much information out here. We can't miss this stuff. Look at that. Iberoturfalat, Newtoofians, DNA of the people of West Africa, bro. Some people were trying to say that Ibero-Maurusian wasn't those people. Look at that. There's no denying that one of the biggest debates in the history of Africa, who were the ancient Egyptians and who were the ancient North Africans. Of course, there are many who are intrigued by the history of ancient Egypt, as it was, without doubt, one of the greatest civilizations in humankind. However, as an African, I feel there are many aspects of the ancient African history that is not yet to be told, in a sense, being deliberately hidden. I personally am not afraid to speak out about African history. Neither am afraid to be labeled as Afrocentrics, because that's what they started calling them in Africa. When they demonstrate. This is simply because I believe there's never a single story to any part of history. So it goes into the history showing the connection between ancient Egypt, the first inhabitants of North Africa, like we done already did. Tell you who the original Libyan Berbers was. Ain't them light-skinned people. It show you it was our people. You know what I mean? There it go, and ask you who the descendants of the Ibero-Maurusians are. And then it goes into see what it say. Who were these ghost people? See, now it's going back to the ghost DNA. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, bro. I can't make this stuff up. Then they go to trying to talk about Neanderthal genes, and they explain that ain't got nothing to do with us. That's us right there, bro. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Gambia, Senegambia, the Ghana Empire. You know what I mean? That's the original indigenous people of that area. Come on, family. They go Ramesses right there, the one that, most of us share DNA. It ain't just me. I share DNA with him. Most of us do, though. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, bro, I mean, that's like overkill right there. Look at, see, they got the headdress on with the feather in it. What they think Noble Drew Ali got that from?
Yes, that's my that's the Australian people right there. That Australian Papua New Guinea.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And they were also considered.
I get a whole page for Papua New Guinea people.
Yeah, and they were also considered Moors too. A lot of people don't know.
I mean, cause when I went into that, I said, man, a lot of these brothers look Negro, man.
Yeah.
A lot of them tribes look like Negro tribes.
Yeah. And that's another one there from Science Direct, which I ain't got to go over because it's reiterating the same thing we said. As you can see, this is a Science Direct article that makes it more important, because they can't say this stuff was made up. You feel me?
Yeah.
Because this is a scientific document that's saying the same thing I'm saying. I don't have to read it again because I already read it. But notice here, these are some of the maps I took out of that book. And they talking about basically the lost city of Atlantis, and basically being dealing with the origin of the myths of the Atlantean tribe of North Africa. Notice the eccentric circles that made up Atlantis. This is coming from the book called The Primeval Ones, talking about Atlantis.
Now was this city, now the way it's made, like, was it like, okay, did he have the city in a circle, then water, city, the water, like?
Yeah, that's exactly like you see it here with water in between each circle.
Okay.
Yep. And this is the original Richat structure right here.
Okay.
See, it says Thot or Tehuti, it said it was born in a distant country to the west, which was across a body of water. They said this city was by sea in Plato's metropolis. The land possessed volcanoes, and the city had a low mountain, a large hill in the center. That's what a hill was. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It says this land is sometimes referred to as the Island of Flame. The Book of the Dead hymn of Ramesses IV in the pyramid text in Sidon the earth shaker. You know what I mean? It says the earth shaker thought is sometimes called the cleaver of the earth. So they call Tehuti the cleaver of the earth because many of them probably believe that he probably caused it.
I wanted to ask you that because I heard I don't know if you ever heard of Ben Carson.
Yeah, I heard of Ben Carson.
Yeah, he was speaking that thought had something to do with Atlantis.
That's what I was finna. Yeah, that's what he was the last Atlantean. You know, and he left Atlantis when Atlantis fell. But the reason why they call him the cleaver of the earth, because they saying if he was a survivor, being the God man, then he must have brought about the judgment.
Yeah, he said he went from Atlantis to
Egypt,
and then he was also in like
that's what he did.
Okay.
That's in the Emerald Tablets of Tehuti. I was talking about that earlier. Remember I said they went over there and they was like savages?
Yeah.
You know, similar to almost like your boy, Dua Koryan that I was talking about earlier. But yeah, that's why they would call him the cleaver of the earth, because he was the last one left after the smoke cleared. But if you read the you go to my website, here's my website too. I'm gonna show you. I got the Emerald Tablets here, and he actually talk about the fall. He started from 35,000 BC, but then you know he goes into speaking on a judgment that was to come. Let's see. Okay, Mathino's Archives of Truth. For those who would like to go into my website, it's been up years, like 15, almost 20 years, like 17 years old. You know, but I have a lot of that here. Mathino's Archives of Truth, which is broke down melodically in acronym. And so this is it right here, the Emerald Tablets. And it's telling the whole story, you know, about Tehuti. The history of the tablets translated in the following pages is strange beyond the belief of modern scientists. Their antiquity is stupendous, dating back to 36,000 years BC. The writer is Tehuti, Atlantean priest king who founded a colony in ancient Egypt after the sinking of the mother country. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was the builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza, erroneously attributed to Cheops. In it, he incorporated his knowledge of the ancient wisdom and also secretly secreted records and instruments of the ancient Atlantis. For some 16,000 years, he ruled the ancient race of Egypt from approximately 52,000 BC to 36,000 BC. And at that time, the ancient barbarous race among which he and his followers had settled had been raised to a high degree of civilization. This is like how when they talk about, you know, Shabazz, the lost tribe of Shabazz established a civilization 50,000 years ago. Yeah. You know, all of that. You can see what Honorable Elijah Muhammad really got those teaching from. See, and it talk about him being immortal. He conquered death. He talked about various forms of reincarnation. Yeah. Actually, it mentioned him as being also the same one that became known later as Enoch, which they call Akhnuk, and also became known as Hermes, you know, amongst the Greeks. Yeah. You know, Tehuti means divine mind. So this is simply divine mind manifesting itself throughout different cycle ages, throughout the climes and the time. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, that's basically where that go at, you know. So he basically built up a race in Kemet, and they say he was the father. He came with the language. He taught them all of that. You see? Yeah. So this is the real history. But you can come to my website or just find the Emerald Tablets, bro, and you're going to find them. It go all the way. What the website is again? About prophesizing the flood. The Mayans, it talk about all that. Go ahead, bro.
What's the website called again?
It's called Mathino's Archives. Mathino's Arcanic Archives of Tehuti.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Send me that link when we get off here.
Okay, we'll do. So yeah, so like I said, I'm at the last few slides here. This is just showing, you know, extra stuff about Atlantis. Talking about the story of the sinking of this, narrated by Solon and Plato's ancestor, the Egyptian priests, that were given by Plato and Timaeus and Critus, which was his story. The mighty convulsions destroyed the last remnant of Atlantis. It says, and the island sunk so rapidly under the sea, it created a huge tidal wave which swept the lowlands of the earth and left in men's minds the tradition of a vast devastating flood. It says, as Atlantis sunk under the waves, other parts of the earth, such as the desert of Sahara, rose up. Remember I told you the water ran off the edge?
Yeah.
That's why in that area, bro, they found dinosaur bones. Not dinosaur bones, but whale bones in that particular sand area. That lets you know that it was actual water there one time for them to find whale bones in that area. See what I'm saying? Because it once was a thriving place with, you know, beautiful trees and all of that. But it says, as Atlantis sank under the waves, other parts of the earth, such as the desert of Sahara, rose up, and what was once an inland sea of Central Asia became what is now the Gobi Desert. And the earth looked, it said, on more or less in the appearance of the day that Atlantis is not a mere myth. It's easily seen when we look at figure 25, you know, which we showed a lot of them different pictures already. So here, just get a timeline. Remember, I was telling you at different times they were destroyed. It started at the 3 ages, 4,300 and 32,000 BC. Brother Mighty Hebrew talked about this. This is the primeval age of the gods. See it go up to 35,335 BCE, which is the time he was ruling basically during his time. Then it says incarnation, highly evolved spiritual beings in the human form on Atlantis. This all makes sense now when we start talking about Lemuria, the ghost, DNA, all of that. Atlan come from Adlan, which also means first people. That's why they talk about the Ad people. It was 2 Ad civilizations. Both of them got destroyed according to the Quran. So that's Atlantis. See, the city of the Golden Gate, the occult scientists reached their peak. You know, Atlantis magic degenerates into sorcery. This is all back in the ancient time, coming into the modern time. The fall of man, Atlantis destroyed the White Lodge, the Greek retreats underground, as they say, right? Then it goes on, it runs all that history down to 10,000 BC, the third Neo-Atlantean period, post-Atlantean period, you know, like it just goes on and on. You can find all this information, it's out there. You know what I mean? Twilight of the Gods, again, 10,961 BC. You know, they go to showing when things were being destroyed, the global cataclysm that took place, major upheavals, you know, the last flood that took place. You know, it talks about all of that. This is another chart that's basically saying the same thing. It's telling you the different nations like Sumeria, when Babylonia came here, the Egyptian papyrus, you know, it's going into that, the Shemsu Hor, the Hindu, the Coptic. So, I mean, this is it right here. In this whole thing here, see it talking about the odd people. I was talking again, talking about when they were destroyed around 11,000 to, you know, 10, and all this is based on maps. That's dealing with the history of either lunar calendar or solar calendar. That's why you see the date off a little bit. See the 10 kings that were known as Adites, these were the same Atlanteans, family. You know, just going out, that's all that's saying. And last but not least, this one right here is dealing with the North Sub-Saharan Africans again. And this right here is going to give you some more facts, you know, and letting you know who they was. This is on the site dealing with Mr. Imhotep, you know, who ran down a good little bit here. You can look this up, Mr. Imhotep. You know, he's showing you who the people was again. DNA evidence shows original North Africans had Sub-Saharan ancestors. Same thing that deal with the DNA that I was given. You know what I mean? So like, bro, like literally by me having the same DNA, that's like primary source material right there. By me being over here, you feel me? Like, bro, we can't get around it. Here's another with science saying the same thing. See what I'm saying?
So when you take the DNA to it shows you an ancient ancestor that you could be that you are related to.
Ancestor.com.
No. I'm saying when I take the DNA, I'm saying so when I take it can show me. It's like it'll show you like a person that from ancient time, or do you have to pay extra for that, or like
no, you just pay and put. No, you just put it in there, whatever it is. It was on sale for $79 when I looked at it. And then this other website where you can trace your markers after you got your DNA. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
And so, like, once you do it, though, it's going to let you know. Like in mine, it let me know I got ancestors for 270,000 years ago. You know, which is on my paternal side. You feel me? Same one that connect to the Ramesses. They say it's Sudan. So I got like it's straight. It come the EM2 gene come up in where the Hall of Luxor is, the Luxor Temple.
Yeah.
They saying that I got DNA that come from right there. That's one of the oldest temples, you know, in Egypt. It ain't strange because our chairman, he'll tell you, say when a Mason asks you where you hail from, you tell him you hail from the halls of Luxor. You feel me?
Yeah.
You know, so that all tie in with what we teach. And if you look at this map, this is the actual map showing you the different markers. And notice they use the term up here, Mozabite. Mozabite is another name for Moabite. So when Prophet Noble Drew Ali talked about the Mozabites, see them all over the place, they show all these markers. You know, Algerian and all that, that's our people. Mali, Tuareg, Mauritanian. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, come on, bro, we can't get around this. So right. So yeah. Yeah, so yeah, so basically if you look here, this is a book dealing with some of the stuff that come from the sister Dana Reynolds. And her stuff with Ivan Van Sertman, she talked about the Mozabite, the Morg, the Berber speaking tribes, you know, and all of that. That's in Ivan Van Sertman stuff. You know, stuff that we done already read. Here it is again, an older map from 1875, and look at what they use on it. See the Moors?
Yeah.
Same people going up in this area here. You know, so they automatically descendants, bro. You know, like we can't make this stuff up. See, Libya.
Y'all should just did an interview with her.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That's exactly what it is. And that's the last slide. So this is just a powerful demonstration, family, just to be able to present this information. And we got plenty more, you know. And so when you talk about the God code, you know, being in the genes, we already know this right here. The four elements that make up our body, the nitrogen, the hydrogen, the carbon, you know, and so forth and so on. When we go into all of that stuff, you know, and break it down in the gematria, it means God eternal within the body. So this God eternal within the body go back to that ghost gene that I was talking about earlier, that ghost DNA. That's the God in us. God has always been in us. You see what I'm saying? This transcends the DNA aspect on a whole nother level. This let it be known that we got more God in us than we are mere man. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah. This
Victor Elmison World said Ramsey III had a lot of children face green smiling.
That's right. Yeah, so look, that too. See how on that map what they say here? See it say Moors?
Yeah.
Senegal. Yeah, so yeah, Ramesses in its original state, bro. You know, it's definitely our people, but they tried to whitewash that too, just like they did with Cleopatra. You know, and you know, all them other different measures. So this is your Sudan. Remember, you come across here through the Sahel and end up here. So you look at my marker, they say Senegal, Senegambia, these are Moors. So when they were like, Commission, how you gonna be talking about you a Moor? People been hollering this all the while. And literally, I'm born not only of the Kemetic blood, but also the Moorish blood. So now what they got to say? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I ain't claiming ancestors that I don't belong to. You know, so that's just my drawing there, brother. We can open up now if you want to, you know, and let somebody on the panel, and, you know, we can definitely build on this right here.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. What you think, though,
brother? Anybody y'all want to jump on before we leave out? And anybody got any questions, put it out now. Yeah, I like that. I love the presentation because you know, it's bringing a lot of new information. Like I said about the Atlantis thing, it's anti-evolution as they trying to teach you. I agree with that. You know, Yeah, so there's a lot of things that I learned from it. Because like I said, I thought Atlanta was like a mythical city, like a
Yes,
type
sir.
of Greek mythical city that they always used to talk about.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so they give me more aspects to read on that, and then I like that. I want that website because I've been trying to figure ways to read these tablets and stuff to get more into the reading of the tablets and the scripts, and so I'm trying to get more deeper into that.
Oh yeah, man. When you get into the language expose all of that too. The old language that they find in the West is called Iberian Egyptian.
Oh, okay.
Now go figure that.
Yeah.
That's right over there in the Atlantean area, bro. The
Okay.
same place where the Ibero-Mauritanian, a.k.a. Atlantis, a.k.a. Atlantis Mauritanicus. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. That's too much evidence to just try to dismiss.
Yeah.
Science and everything backing it up. And I did want to show this while people trying to come in. I wanted to show this right here. The
Nova Brian said, "Don't forget about the Book of the Dead, fam."
Oh yeah. I'm gonna definitely I'll let you know the title to that right there. Yes, sir. And so this is dealing with the I'm gonna do that right after this too. These are different aspects from different scholars, but panspermia theory argues that life originated in space and spatter ices and continuously distributed to the planets by comets and meteorites. The soft panspermia theory stays one step behind. According to this,
was you sharing that? Or?
Oh, it ain't on there. Let me
Nah.
put it back up. This is where let it be known that it was some divine intelligence going on with us being created. This ain't some stuff that just made up. This is from Science Direct too. Scientific Forum. This is the one I went in on them on. They still ain't been able to deal with it yet. So it says that the soft panspermia theory stays one step behind. According to this, instead of living forms, amino acid sugars and molecules required to form DNA are produced in space. Experiments consisting of the irradiation of interstellar ice analogs with stellar like UV radiation have shown that indeed the building blocks of RNA can be produced in space. Moreover, these laboratory results agree with the measures obtained from the meteorites and the data gathered by the Rosetta mission from the comet C67 Cardi move Gerasimicum. It says an implication of this soft theory are enormous, since as a result, life forms in the cosmos will be compatible at the molecular level, right? But it was another even more. It got a couple. All these are different measures, but it's
But
one.
I believe it because I remember I was, when I was going on my sodium diet, I started looking it up, and I found out it was like this iron. And then I seen that they said stars had the same sodium, so it's a lot of stuff that the universe has that makes up a human on Earth. Wow.
Now watch how deep this go on the origin of life. This is another article in the same area on panspermia coming from Science Direct. It says the origin of life. There are numerous and diverse theories on the origin of life currently under serious consideration within the scientific community. A diagram and classification of current theories for the origin of life on Earth are shown in figure 10.6. At the most fundamental level, theories may be characterized within two broad categories. Theories that suggest that life originated on Earth, terrestrial, figure 10.6, which they got down here. It says, and those that suggest that origin took place elsewhere, extraterrestrial, figure 10.6. The extraterrestrial or panspermia theories suggest that life existed in outer space and was transported by meteorites, asteroids, or comets to a receptive Earth. In this case, the origin of life is not related to environments possible on the early Earth. Along similar lines, life may have been ejected by impacts from another planet in the solar system and jettisoned to the Earth, or vice versa. Furthermore, it has been suggested in scientific literature that life may have been purposely directed to Earth, directed panspermia in figure 10.6 by an intelligent species from another planet. Now we just seen that the Europeans just found 3 bodies that they call non-human. So my thing is looking at the bodies when they often depict them as standing upright, like the Homo erectus. You know, ain't no monkeys up there in the earth, in the cosmos.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Ain't no signs that never spoke of that. So if they exist and they more advanced than us, then they must be more ancient than we are. Even though they don't talk like us, nothing, but they ride in machines and ships that further advance our technology.
Correct.
So this lets you know that these are intelligent beings.
Yeah, because when they asked, I don't know if you've seen that meeting that we showed, but we showed the meeting where they was talking about the military men who've been in the military for 20 years, and they was asking about the machines they seen. They said it was a square in a fierce like some type of force, like it didn't have wings or nothing. And they said, was their technology, how you know it was our technology? He said, because he says our science, where we are at, can't even explain this technology. And he said, well, are we ready if they ever tried to invade us with this technology? And he said no.
Yeah, so you seen that, didn't you? When they was in the house the other day.
Yeah. They had like
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they admitted that, you know, they out there,
and of course our people took it as a joke. You know.
Yes, sir. And they talking about they feel like they're a threat.
Yeah. They said they're a threat to a national. They said they're a national threat.
Yes, sir. A national threat to our national security.
Yeah.
And you know, it's another brother. Actually, it's a European. He was out there talking about how he seen a lot of these things years ago. And he was saying that these things ain't really hostile, but that the Europeans that studied their technology, and it's a rogue group that's among the humans that's actually putting this stuff out here to scare people. And they saying that the real extraterrestrials more looking at it like we need to fix this stuff, you know, and that ourselves. And now if they don't want to act right, he's saying that some of the stuff they've been doing with the equipment that he got, it's been interfering with their signals. That's why they starting to come to visit here. And it said that if we don't get our act together, you know, we could be looking at it like they want to just go and wipe us off if they feel like we're a threat to them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And so we already know it's extraterrestrials. So when we talk about intelligent species from another planet creating us, that still don't go against the biblical or the Quranic narrative when it comes to a God. It's just that we so ignorant to think that we the only people that exist.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? When we see now that it is species older than us, and being that they're more superior, they could be the ones that actually seeded the cosmos.
And who to say they don't have a superior? Who to say they don't have a king? Or
they don't have a superior over them that we ain't recognized yet. That's right. Just like Transformers, when they talk about the scourge and the falling and all that, you feel me?
Yeah.
Same stuff. They're telling it to you. So they got different concepts right here for the theories of the life dealing with this panspermia. But a lot of people ain't talking about it, bro. But panspermia also coincide with almost like the Neteru and the Kemetic teaching, the Anunnaki. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it like gives credence to it.
Yeah, they're talking about the Anunnaki. That's why I say I like kind of like stuff that Ben Carson talk about, because they talk about the Anunnaki. And when I read up on it too and did my presentation, they were talking about how they genetic engineered humans, and you know,
definitely.
Yeah,
it's definitely genetic engineering was definitely involved in that. And I'm gonna show you something else too. Hold up. I'm gonna show you something else dealing with that too. I want you to get this book. It's called Slave Species of the Gods. You know, because he talk about a lot of this panspermia, you know, the original people here. This book right here, bro, this thing got a lot of pages in it. Like, it's real thick book. You know, but he was going into this right here, you know, about the distant ancestors and DNA, you know, and it was talking about what strike me seemingly, all these philosophers have approached the subject from a perspective that introns and junk DNA are just a waste of space on the genome, whose only possible function is that of their relevance and position. They may play a role of the DNA division, but because of all introns are discarded by mRNA messenger RNA, before it duplicates, the split DNA strand introns are actually perceived as an unnecessary waste of space and a disposable byproduct and just happens to be in our genome. But since all human DNA is 99.9% identical, why is this wasted space still present in our DNA? And how could DNA have evolved into this form when evolution favors the dominant gene? Scientists should shake their own personal dogma about wisdom derived from archaeological discoveries and pay more serious attention to the idea that we may have been created some 200,000 years ago in the image of our maker. The makeup of our DNA has a great deal to do with that specific incident, and we go back further, than that, but it's just the way they breaking it down. And then they go into talking about the panspermia, the solar system, and where this thing come from. Man, it's powerful, bro. You got to check it out. And in here, he's not religious, but he actually demonstrating, from a standpoint that religious and non-religious people can find a place in this information base. He say that in the intro, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, panspermia talked about in here, the Anunnaki, the different religions. He even get a date. What is the most dominant religion by percentage in different places? Like bro, it's cold-blooded. You got to check it out. You know what I mean? See, it's talking about panspermia right there. The genome, the cell, the brain, and I ain't even fully read it yet. I started in it, but it's already a good read, and it's very comprehensive, for somebody that want to go into it. This is what we do over here. We're going to always, and this scientific information that they be putting in here too. This ain't just somebody reading and, slave species of the God. This and the God Code is two books I definitely recommend. I see this brother over here on TikTok got it right here. I ain't even see that. See there? They own it.
Oh, yeah.
So, man, you got to get your hand on this one. Yeah. Yeah, he talked about Egypt. He talked about everything up in here.
I'm gonna definitely look that up.
So yeah, that's pretty much the gist of what I have to say. But like I say, if anybody
don't forget the book of the dead for the brother.
Oh yeah, this is the book right here. This the one, the book of the dead right here. Let's see. It should come up.
I don't think nobody would join that, but I think people are really listening. This was the biggest. This was the biggest show I had.
Oh yeah.
So it was people on here. It was crazy.
Oh yeah, well, all is well, man. That's good.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's good. Let me get that.
I even had a sister, Morris, told me thank you. I told her to make sure she come, study under you or listen to you or your page,
Yes, sir. We're gonna keep giving it to him because bro, it don't get no plainer. Here it is right here. This is the Book of the Dead. And it's actually a free PDF. I download. It's a lot of pages too, bro. This is the one that the brother was asking me about. And it's called The Book of the Dead Becoming God in Ancient Egypt by Forrest Scaff. And it's a whole bunch of scholars. You can download it right there and it's going to give you the whole PDF. I already got it. So when I hit it, it should come right over. Yeah, there it go right there. You know what I mean? So like this.
I don't even see nothing.
Yes, it's hold up real quick. It should be opening up right now. Okay, I got to present the screen again. My bad. Okay, there you go, right there. Okay.
Book of the Dead of becoming God in ancient Egypt. Edited by Boy Skull.
Yeah, and in this, you see, it's like 377 pages, but it tell you, like I said, I got the physical copy in front of me, and it actually shows you, where it goes in here. I got a lot of marks in my notes that I took out of it, but they tell you. Let me see, which page was that? Okay, yeah, page 27. Which is very important. Okay, there you go, right there. Okay. Okay. Okay, there you go, right there. Okay, scroll back down. And these are all scholars, more than just one. It ain't just Forrest Scaff by itself. It's a couple of them. But this particular page, which is coming out, I got it all marked up. I got a lot. It's more than just this. But he said, when all of the above is taken into consideration, it is clear in answering the question, what is the Book of the Dead? Is very different from answering the question, what was the Book of the Dead? In many ways, the Book of the Dead is a modern construction of our imagination. Huh?
Mm.
Our conceptions are dictated by the way we categorize text, how we privilege particular formats and papyri, what we see as the ultimate purpose, and what we name, a name we give to the ancient composition. So he's letting you know that all we call Book of the Dead, the ancestors didn't demonstrate that. Now, this is authentic source of the people that's actually over the Egyptian antiquities here in America now. This ain't just no random book. It says, in most of these cases, our conceptual apparatus for discussing, it says, and understanding this material is radically different than that of the ancient Egyptians themselves. Huh? In some ways, it is inevitable because you can't say what ancient people will really demonstrate. That's why we can't take no Champollion chart and make it seem like that chart that came later can interpret them glyphs. It says, in some ways, it was inevitable, but it is important to keep in mind the different perspectives. Our modern concepts can help us articulate our advances in interpretation, but they can also mislead us into misinterpretations. Huh? Chapter 14, implying intentions and messages are inclusions that have never existed in the ancient mind. And so that's what I be trying to tell them. Well, you got to give it to the EP. You can trust the guidance of what they saying about their materials, because they're letting you know what's been going on with these Egyptologists. You feel me? Yeah, and so not only that, but if you go down here, good brother, this is where you're going to find all of that papyri that was in hieratic, when you get down here, and they'll tell you which Book of the Dead was fake, like different one dealing with the picture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A lot of the pictorials, that wasn't even considered what they tried to make it. You know what I mean? So I'm getting a little freeze going on here. Let me open this up and see what it freed. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Let's see. It still got a little freeze on it. She'll come out in a second here. But so they'll tell you a lot of these things came later. So they were decorating text with these particular images, brothers. They was decorating them with the images, and then when they was decorating them with these images, they was basically claiming them be the Book of Dead, but they wasn't the original. Original was written in hieratic, and they show all that papyri in here. This is coming from the University of Chicago, So, like, bro, like I say, I got real sources. They can't just dismiss this. Only thing they can do is get mad and cuss me out like they do.
Yeah.
when they can't do nothing with the information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So family, y'all got to check this stuff out. We putting it out here for you. We ain't hiding nothing from you. We're gonna put it out there and make it plain for you. So like I say, all these pictorial expressions here. A lot of that stuff just for decoration and art. It was never meant to be seen, as language, but it have
because said that's the only thing I don't agree about is the symbols. Let me know what you mean by that.
That's because he accepts the European interpretation of it. Yeah. And he think their methodology is right. But what he failing to realize, brother, is that I'm trying to tell him the original papyri was hieratic. I don't care about the Europeans saying, you know what I mean, that the glyphs came first, because my research done showed me they wrong. And I done proved it many times. Yeah. And that's what this is saying. It's telling you even in this document that I just shared with you right here. And that's what I'm trying to get it to do. If it'll stop It's freezing on me. I hate that when it do that to me. Goodness, let me see something. I'm gonna try to close out some of these pages and see if it let me move it like I want to move it. Because sometimes that be the problem right there.
Yeah,
okay, I'm gonna go back because I got some of the pages up there I wanted to say something about before I leave out. I'm gonna see. Okay, let's see if it okay. Like it literally ain't let me get but one little click. Soon as I click it, it's locking up. Let's see something. Let's see what happens if I move the cursor. It let me move the cursor. Okay, here we go. So like but like I said, see, this is what the original Book of the Dead, when they go into it, this whole book here. I'm gonna go to the actual things in a minute, the pictures if I can't scroll it. You know, because I actually clipped all these pictures up out of here already. But see this right here? See how that is written in straight hieratic?
Yeah.
Shouldn't the people that study Kemet, if they see paper written in this language, want to know what it's saying here?
Yeah.
If you really in the Kemet. So ask yourself, if this was a language, why is it the Europeans ain't taught this to the public? Because they took from this and made whatever meaning they wanted to make and gave it to you, you know, in pictures. And they got you thinking that's just what it is, and you don't know nothing about this, so you can't go back and vet it. So the difference between me and those who claiming that they deal with the alphabets as pictures is I'm into this. This is what I'm studying. And in my study of this, beloved brother E, I found that a lot of the stuff that they got in the English, they got the wrong letters there.
Yeah. He
and
said
if you change the letter of
like,
one word, bro. If you change the letter of one word, bro, it changed the whole meaning, bro.
He said it's like to make it simple, which came first, the chicken or the egg, but they're the same.
No, sir, they are not the same. And that's what I'm saying. See, people keep saying that, but they're not the same. I'm going to show you how they ain't the same. This can be only read from one direction, beloved brother. This can only be read from right to left, right? But hieroglyphics, they say they read from right to left, from left to right, and from top to bottom. So if I had a hieroglyphic script to be read from the top right now, and it's set up here with this particular script read from horizontal, or if I had one read from this direction, how do you make that applicable to this that's read from another direction?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now I'm finna show you something. I'm finna go deeper now. I'm finna pull out a source on him because I got sources on all this stuff right here. I'm gonna pull up my sources dealing with the language real quick and show it to him. I know this right here should move, you know, pretty smoothly when it comes to dealing with the language. I should be able to I think it's gonna move. Yeah, it ain't gonna get stuck on me or none of that. Okay, so first and foremost, remember, this is the 4,500-year-old diary of Mauritius, who was writing about the pyramid being built, right? Then you have the Papyrus Prissae, which is 4,000 years old, the oldest book in the world. The original papyrus was written in this script here. What the European did, and I'm gonna show you right here, and I keep having to show people this. Champollion came later and tried to put these symbols beside alphabets that were hieratic and make them into these. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whereas, for example, if this would represent the letter A to Champollion, right, then why you got the letter Y up here? You know, why you got the letter that represent R up here according to what y'all talking about? You understand? Like, what do you got these symbols here for that ain't got nothing to do with this, but this is supposed to be your letter B. So this is his draft when he was trying to create this alphabet chart. He chose whatever he wanted from this. And I'm finna show you like I showed our family on the class today. This gonna kill a whole demonstration right here, beloved brother. Watch this.
I'm putting the way you say on it just in case you can see it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I won't see the screen because I got it blocked.
He said now. He said you have to have the original of what you're attempting to make a symbol of. The heretic came before the so-called glyphs.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. And I got the original to show you that the hieratic came before the glyphs. Have you ever seen me present this before?
No, I don't think so. Maybe he'd be online, then I think he do. So he might have.
So he ain't never seen that?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't really tell you because I'm more. I met him through like when I started dealing, getting on Yasha group. So I don't really know if he know anything about. I know I've seen him on the land.
Hold up, give me 1 second. I'll be right back, bro.
Oh, okay. No, that wasn't even him that said that. That was Noble Brian that said that. Yeah, but Kyle, I don't know if you ever seen, in the community, you can go to Kamisha YouTube. He do a lot of them presentations. Like he probably got videos, and him breaking down the alphabets and the different languages and showing how around the Middle Kingdom and the Ptolemies how they switched up stuff and it makes a lot of sense the way he breaks it down. I'm not a linguistic person, I'm more of a research on history, science, and religious books, and anything like that. I'm not really good in linguistics. I have tell him it's Noble Brian saying that right for him. Yeah, my bad. I didn't even look at the name first. I looked at it, but I let him know when he get back. But yeah, my presentation I'm pushing that back to I'm doing it my near death experience it and the reincarnation, just showing evidence of showing the biologists, showing the first
So
NDE and all that.
I'm back. Actually, what I'm doing is I'm here.
Okay, my bad. He that wasn't big a car that said it. That was Noble Brian that said that part about the heretical.
Oh, it was Car that said it, but Noble Brian, I know he already know the history of it.
Yeah, yeah.
So he probably just want me to bring that out, the difference between the two.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But the thing is, like I was saying, it's good though, because it's good that he asked that. I'm gonna show you something real quick here. I just did this today because I had my class early on the language, because we actually dealing with the Demotic. Now I want to show you something. Now this is a chart that somebody created, right? As an Egyptian chart, right? But notice they have a letter A up here, a letter B, and a letter C and a D, right? These are what you call your abjad, because they would be A, B, G, D, in other languages. So A, B, J, D, if you're dealing with the Arabic. That's why it's called abjad, the 4-letter, beginning of the alphabets. So if you look here, you notice they got the symbol of the Ankh here in this particular alphabet chart that go from A to Z, right?
Yeah.
So now let's compare this chart, good brother, to this chart. So when you see the letter A here, you see the symbol that they're using here?
Yeah, it's like a falcon or something.
It's totally different than the one they're using over here, right?
Yeah.
See? So now automatically, if I were to take these two different charts, it's going to start some confusion and some conflict, because the falcon is here representing the letter R in this chart.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So now when I come to the letter B, I see a scarab beetle here, right? But when I come to the letter B here, look what I see.
A foot. A leg foot. I'm looking
right.
Wrong.
See what I'm saying?
Hold on. So why I got two A's? What was it?
Yeah. And they using this as an A2. Yeah, they do that. This is what they call an authentic Egyptian chart, they would say. But they got A through Z here. Ain't no A through Z on the original Egyptian chart. That's a whole nother measure there in and of itself. And I'm going to show you how they come up with this. Ain't no E in Egyptian, but they use the E interchangeable with the letter I. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they use U and they use U and W
here to correspond with that. Go ahead.
No, I said they use U and W too.
You see what I'm saying? And so there's an interchangeability with that. And notice the U and the W is the same way. So they'll use the same symbol for the same sign. That's why you see those same things there, just like Y. Y is interchangeable with I. See what I'm saying? That's why you got a Y here and an I here. Yeah. So they're letting you know that's called sound shifting, good brother. You know, sound shifting. You know, so now when we come over here and go back to this chart, letter C. There is no letter C, you know, that's in the Egyptian language, but they're using our alphabet chart. This is going through the ABCs of our stuff. They're trying to incorporate the Egyptian symbol. Look at the symbol on the C here, though, and then look at the symbol of the C over here. So you see the confusion in this?
Yeah.
One can take any sign that they want to and apply a letter to them and say, I done created my alphabet. And it gets crazy.
So like, just say if I wanted to spell poor, right? All I gotta do is use that symbol that over the P.
There you go.
And two of them, and that. I mean,
there you go.
It's crazy because when I used to try to study, it didn't seem like it was that simple to do.
It ain't that simple though.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. But I'm showing you the way that they doing this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, they'll tell you that it make up, you know, their transliteration. But like how, bro, when you got two different people that created two different charts, and the letter A mean a different thing.
Yeah, that's great.
The letter A mean different than every letter up here. Actually, I mean, see, look, letter E here. Look at what the letter E mean in this chart.
That's
right
the I horse, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the I here root. That's supposed to be the letter R. You know, which they also equate with this supposed to be a mouth too. So when you look over here, look at the E. See what I'm saying? Then when you come to E here, come on, bro. Like, what y'all doing? Like, this is not even the Egyptian alphabet.
Yeah.
This is considered a determinative. This is considered a determinative. This is a whole word. I'm gonna show y'all something because a lot of people think that I don't know nothing about this type of stuff. To show you this, they would say this the way they would say this was Amen. This is Amen. Then this is Nu, and then this represents the letter Y to them. You see, and then you come into two. You know, like Aminet or something like that right there. You know, Eminet is the way they try and express it. So that's how they would say that represents a word. You feel me?
Yeah.
Now, if I wanted to go along with that narrative, I'd be right on the bandwagon with them. They think I can't read this garbage the way they do it. And I ain't talking about what our ancestors brought the garbage. I'm talking about Champollion chart. I'm really upset that he done scammed the people and they can't come up out of it. Yeah. Here I am fighting like hell for the ancestors, trying to show y'all these people done hijacked our stuff and created some whole new stuff, and they don't want it. Like right here, this is what they'll say this represents. So they saying that the owl is looking in this direction, right? I'm only doing this to entertain those who think I don't know what I'm talking about. He can't read the glyphs. I don't read the glyphs in the way they do. But I know this stuff. I've been studying it 30 years. I know how they were. I'm just glad I ain't started writing no books on this before I can see what the truth is. So they would say this represents the letter Y. This represents the letter M. And this represents the letter S. So this would be MC. MC. You see, MC. You see what I'm saying? That's how they would do it. You know what I mean? This, they would say Ah. And this probably would be Hotep in something. You know what I mean? I'm just going into all of these different aspects on how they would deal with this stuff, man. But in all actuality, I'm showing you the difference. In every alphabet chart that I'm showing, it's a difference with the way they put this stuff together. Now, this would be a normal chart without the English structure of the alphabet in there. This is how they would say this is the chart that Champollion ended up with when he finished. You see this here? It's totally different from this. You see? And I'm going to show you another too. I'm going to show you another chart, two more charts. Watch this. This is called Proto-Canaanite. It came before what Champollion tried to get. This is what the Hebrews call their alphabet, which they actually created their own signs and symbols, you know, based off of the Kemetic chart, right? It's proto-Sinaitic. Watch this. I'm trying to pull up a chart that's going to be big enough to where you can see it. It's a whole bunch of them out here. I want one that you can really see these pictorials that these people tried to come up. This one right here may be the one that I'm looking for. Yeah, there it is right there. We'll use that one for the example. So this is what they call Proto-Canaanite, Proto-Semitic, Proto-Sinaitic, right? And they say that Moses and Joseph was demonstrating in this. See this where it says Egypt, right? In other words, they telling you where they got the symbols from. See this here? Where it says Sinai, Egypt right there. So they took the symbol of the ox, and that represent their letter A, right? Then they took this symbol of the house, which is also a picture in Kemet, and they made that their letter alphabet here. Then they took this door right here, made this the letter D. So ask yourself, why does not this A, this B, this G, and this D correspond to the A, B, G, and D in the chart that I showed you here? This is the letter A here, right? Now this chart I showed you here is older. This is older than Champollion. This is the Hebrew chart. Look at the letter A. It's an ox head, not a bird. So you see what I'm getting at, bro? Yeah, you there, E?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So this is what I'm saying, family. And then if I go into the Mauritianic, which is also another pictorial chart.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yes, sir. So you seen what I was showing you with the symbols. This is their letter A in the Hebrew. This is their letter B. Remember, B in the other one was a leg. But on this one, the B is a house. They say this is Egypt, meaning that's where they got the symbol from. In fact, I actually have a whole chart, you know, where they got this demonstration from right here. I did a whole breakdown. I got slides for days, family. Dealing with all this stuff I'm talking about. Hold up. You see that right there, Brother E?
Yeah.
So you see here, this is letter Aleph for the Hebrews. See how they got the head of an ox up here representing this? So now when you come over here, back to where I was showing you in the pictures, see the letter A here again in Champollion list?
Yeah.
So if somebody go to reading this stuff and they see an ox and they look at that as the A, then they looking at this as the A, like, come on, bro, ain't that confusion?
Yeah.
Now let me show you again. Here you go here. That's the house. In other words, this is like a blueprint, like a floor plan, you know, but it represented this. If you look at it from the top, you know, it will represent this temple of, you know, Edfu, so to speak. So that's where they get the concept. So the word bait in Hebrew means house. And that's where they got that from. You know, when you come here, back to this alphabet, see the house?
Yeah.
And so then when you come to this one, they call this a boomerang, the letter G. So let's go back over to the chart that I put together to bring comprehension to the manifest. This is Proto-Canaanite. We're going to go here, see it. They call it a boomerang. But here, this is a symbol that's behind the hawk here on this. And it really represents this. This is actually an angle of this building, which is another expression of looking at this building from a certain way. So again, this here represent this portion right above the door here. You see that right there? Above the threshold?
Yeah.
And then this is what it became in the Hebrew or the Canaanite. Look, they call it the letter D, a dal. Numeric is 4 for that. See what I'm saying? Now let me go back over here to this other one that's showing online. See the letter D? See they calling the door here?
Yeah.
Now let's go over here back to, you know, the same thing when we go back to what I was showing you a few minutes ago with the alphabet. Look at the letter D. See what the letter D is over here? Huh?
Yeah.
Come on now. Come on, scam gods.
Yeah.
Y'all didn't think nobody ever be able to see this, did y'all, Egyptologites? And I come from the lineage. It might be the ancestors in me that's guiding me to be able to do this stuff here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can't make this stuff up, bro. Look at this. This is ridiculous. Now look at the letter A up here. You don't see no cow head up here, do you? So you see how all these different charts come conflicting with each other?
Yeah.
See, it look good when nobody ain't challenging that foolishness. When it ain't nobody here to challenge, you can say what you want to say. When everybody agreeing with the narrative. Here's another expression here, the hat, the holding up of the hand. See, all of these symbols, I'm not speaking against the pictures and the symbols to tear them down, because our ancestors had meaning behind them. But they were metaphysical. They were metaphorical. They were not meant to be turned into a letter.
Yeah.
They buried the alphabets under these symbols, and people are looking for the symbols instead of the original papyri. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And if they can keep you doing that, you will never know what's being said. But being that we have went into the original hieratic and compared it and broke this stuff down, bro, we seen so many errors in the text. It's ridiculous, brother. You know how many errors I seen in the original papyri compared to the translation? It's ridiculous. A lot of that stuff ain't saying none of what they saying. So look at here. That's the letter H again. So let's go back over here. Let's go back over here. So if they saying the letter H represent man, like now, see, this is the house. But look at the letter H up there. That don't look like no man to me. And y'all already get it. I ain't even got to go no further. But a lot of this came from what Champollion did, good brother, is he took symbols that he felt looked like letters and tried to compare them to other different symbols. Yeah. And that's how they came up with this alphabet thing. So this is again in the Hebrew, Proto-Canaanite, Proto-Sinite, this letter Wall. You know, look at the symbols here that they using, the Hebrews using. And now let's go over here again. What is that? That's W. See the W right here? Don't look nothing like the W.
They're like a chicken or something.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You see what I'm saying? So everybody took their own choice.
Did they even have chickens in music? Oh,
yeah, that's the thing. That's another thing. When the chickens become present, because you know certain animals that's mentioned in the glyphs wasn't even indigenous to Kemet. They came later. See, now you done open the door for another argument, brother. You know what I mean? Now you got me finna go look, you know, and see when these things entered Kemet. Because some of these animals wasn't even indigenous to Kemet.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Y'all in trouble now. You can't sell that bull crap to the people now. So, like, I mean, goodness gracious. Now, I'm going to show you something else just for a bonus. Watch this. This is the Mauritianic alphabet. The Mauritianic language right here. Now, look at the Mauritianic alphabet. It even represents its own script. There it is right there. Now, you can see where they tried to tie this in with other things, but look, this is the letter A in Mauritianic. That ain't no cow, and nor is that a bird, is it?
Yeah, it ain't dog either.
That ain't no bird right there for the letter W. That ain't the same letter that they had in the Hebrew, neither is it?
Yeah, that look like a rope hanging from a tree or something.
You see what I'm saying? But these are pictures that are used from Kemet to create an alphabet. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
So that's what I'm trying to tell him. So Champollion decided he gonna create his own picture, and that's what he did. So that all I'm getting the Egyptolomites to do is acknowledge that's Champollion's system. That's not the system of the ancient Egyptians. That's my argument. You understand?
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm saying this is because the Rosetta Stone didn't even come from the ancient Egyptians. It was created by the Ptolemies.
Yeah, and it's so crazy because I remember when I studied on the Rosetta Stone, I was like, y'all got it, y'all took a translation. That's been translated like 3 times on the stone, but y'all will talk about the Bible translation, y'all talk about the Quran translation, but y'all follow translation too.
Yeah.
And I said, I said, none of y'all can go on this. I said, without that translation, none of y'all can read off that rock.
The same people, bro, that was destroying the biblical translation were the same people destroying the Kemetic translation.
Yeah.
Or destroying Kemetic language, so to speak. because it had mine.
And to be for real, I think the Rosetta translation is even younger than the biblical translation.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. But you know, the Ptolemies, they were the one that started doing it, which they was the same that took over the biblical narrative. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, like, look at here. This is that house.
Well, I ain't gonna say it's earlier. By the time they found this Rosetta Stone, it was like in the 1700s or something.
Mm-hmm. You know, and see right here where I had a letter. This is the house symbol. They got a line on top of it, but look, it's the letter T over here. I thought it was the letter B in the Canaanite alphabet and the letter H in the other alphabet Champollion created.
Yeah.
So that's 3 different interpretations and 3 different letters. And if you change one letter of a word, that means that's like if I took the word tomato and then I put a C and it's gonna be tomato. What is that? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, that's like if I took the word cat, you know, in the front of it and I put fat.
Yeah.
You know, F. You got 2 different words. Cat mean an animal and fat has to do with something on somebody's body.
Yeah.
So if I can change this and this mean TE here, it mean the letter H in your boy Champollion chart, then it mean the letter B in the Hebrew chart. Which one I'm right?
Yeah, what's gonna do is start an argument.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. And each one will believe that their letter is the letter based on the alphabet system that belong to them.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Like this right here will be like the I. Well, this is the I, this would be the mouth. But this I, they say represent the letter D here. But we see it as representing the letter R in Champollion chart.
Yeah.
And it actually represents something different in the Hebrew chart. Let's go down here. Let's get with it. Let's find that out. Because it's in here too. They adopted the I for their language. So why are all these people writing on the same alphabets and giving it different letters? Because if we look at the translation, this is the death blow, good brother. When we look at the actual translation of certain words in Egyptian, see the letter I represent the letter A right here. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not the letter R as it is in Champollion thing. So yeah, when we get into actual words, it's actual words that correspond with Egyptian words, you know, Arabic and the Hebrew.
All right, so let me ask you this, right? Because so it's been translated. It was translated right. So when Chamberlain, whatever his name is, when he translated it right, he translated it into what language?
Coptic.
Okay, so Coptic, right? So when it was translated to English, wouldn't that mean is it different version of English translation? Okay.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. So in the Coptic was he what he was calling Greek. You see what I'm saying? Because he studied Demotic, and he actually had, it wasn't him that translated, it was actually priests that he studied up under. There was some priests, you know, that he actually went to the building with, and they showed him the Coptic, which was alphabet by that time. You know, and he took it upon himself to try to apply pictures to the Coptic. But we don't find these monuments existing, you know, in you know, the expression he had. We have the original existing as the alphabet, and then they had a language. You see, I'm gonna show you real quick. I can go to my I got a whole thing. Matter of fact, I can do it like this right here. I can type it in. I'm gonna close this out so my screen don't go to freezing up on me. Because every time I get to going, I be overloading. I be overloading that demonstration. Yeah, so let me go here.
I'm gonna show you. Watching, so yeah.
Huh?
They got nice people watching, so.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we gonna give it to them, bro. Now this is the Chester Beatty paper right here. This should be my whole book. Yeah, this is the whole book. This is what people have to realize. When I keep telling them that the original was papyri, and then they came later. Let me see. Is this the PDF with it? Yeah, it got some in it. See how this one actually got Coptic Chester Beatty papyri. This ain't even the original Chester Beatty. This is Coptic Chester Beatty papyri though. I ain't even seen this before. I'm finna say this and put it in my archive. See, now I gotta go and do some more work here. See, this is how I be coming across extra stuff too. I be looking for stuff and other stuff come up like this. See, it say Chester-baited biblical papyri. So that's showing you that they had biblical papyri that was revealed. It was revealed in the original language, basically, which was Hecopter, which they started calling Greek later. And that's the biblical papyri. That's why. Let me hit these images and it'll give me the book that I'm looking for. This is the one I'm looking for right here. I'm going to click on that. This is the PDF I'm looking for. This one right here, see it where it say hieratic papyri?
Yeah.
Watch this. This is going to blow most of our people. Watch this. Watch this. Okay, you see the original. They showing you a picture of it. This is what Alan Gardenia used. See right here? See that's hieratic? So there we go right there. Now let me go down to the actual papyri and show you how they did this. And I'm going to let you be the judge. I ain't got to talk too much. I'm going to just show you the pictures and let you see. Watch this. There you go. Okay, see. Now I'm going to rotate this so to turn up. Because they actually got it sideways. Alan Gardenia was the one that cut this papyri up too. Basically, he desecrated the papyri. Because it was a long... You seen it rolled up. You know what I mean? It was rolled up, bro. And Alan Gardenia basically trying to pull it up here, still moving up. When it flip it like that, it make it go back up. Let me go down. I'm gonna just go down to the furthest papyri. Because I'm trying to show you right here. See how I got this original papyri right here, hieratic? Let me take my time and turn it. Every time I hit it, it's turning it all the way over. There it go right there. Okay, I'm trying to turn it up right for you. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to turn it one more time. Because if I hit it again, it's going to flip too far over. I think that's it right there. Yeah, it's up right now. It's in its right state. Now I can show you what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? So when we come here, now we scroll down. This Chester-baited papyri, this is the actual papyri right here. You see it's real papyri, right, E?
Yeah.
Now, when you scroll down here, this is what they turned it to. You see what I'm saying? See these pictures?
I see it.
This is what they turned it to. And so what Alan Gardenia did, he brought us this back. And therefore, this right here, he discarded like a monkey with a peanut. I'm going to take what's in there and I'm going to throw the shell away. He threw this away, and this is called original source material right here, bro. And so this is what we are studying right now. When we look into this stuff, it ain't what they said it was. So being that we the first to do this right here, you know, it's going to take some time, you know, to go through certain things. But, you know, I can look at certain stuff jumping out, and I was trying to show that to him. They talking about read it, Commission, read it. You know, this right here represents the letter Y. That's the letter, and then I'm giving you the letters, and I give you the totality of what's being, you know, depicted here from what I can identify. You got to remember, I'm going into this stuff recently, but I can definitely see the letters because I know the alphabets.
Nova Brian said,
F.
Nova Brian said, ask Brother Commission to speak on the Rosetta Stone that those who would attempt to claim the Rosetta Stone came before the what you call the word here?
You talking about the Ptolemites?
No. What's the word? What's the language? Yeah, heretic.
Yeah.
The Rosetta Stone, so that the audience would know that that's not true.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's what I'm saying right now. You know, like they should be able to see that right here. This is the hieratic right here. I'm showing you the original hieratic, and I'm showing you what they turned it into. They turned it into pictures.
So what you have translated so far, right? And with the because you know when you do that with Hebrew, you can read certain Hebrew, and when you go into the English, it makes it's like totally different. So when you so from your experience of doing this so far, have you seen a big difference in
errors, bro? That's what I'm talking about. Errors, many errors. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And you got to look at it. Nobody has ever taught how to read this. So in learning to read this stuff, I had to learn the methodology and teach it at the same time, bro. Ain't nobody never did this here before.
Okay.
You know, as far as teaching it. Hold up, give me 1 second, real. This is my last time. Give me 1 second. All right. Okay.
Yeah. Those who watching, share and like, subscribe, wherever you at. We're on about nine platforms right now. Got any questions? Put the questions up. If you want to join, the StreamYard is in. Come on the platform, speak. Don't be shy, don't be scared. It's all about building, learning, teaching. You know what I mean? That's what we do. Peace to Nova Brian. This brother been on the whole time. We've been on here going on 3 hours. Peace to Rodney, Mazel. Let me see the other names. Peace to Bakar, Emerson World. Peace to Yakub El Hamed Gam El Bay. Peace to Richard Rowe. Peace to Donatel Basco. Peace to all the brothers that's watching it right now. That came on and that's new. People, let's see. People like Unc, Bill Darwin swears by the Rosetta Stone, which came later. Yeah, he don't even really know nothing about the Rosetta Stone. He be getting smashed and stuff. I mean, that's why I say he talks about a lot of stuff he don't really know. What he does is he likes talking to a lot of people that don't really know about stuff, the subjects he talk about, so he can have an advantage of it. And, I've seen him talk to people that really know about science, really know about stuff, and he backs off from them. Or either he just get into the offensive mode, he start calling you pseudo, saying you don't know what you're talking about, this and this and that, science this, I've seen him in one hand say he a scientist, and the other hand saying he ain't a scientist. So one hand he trying to defend the Rosetta Stone, the next thing I don't know how to read the Rosetta Stone. It's out of my league, and so he's just back and forth with that. But again, what I said before, my presentation is coming tomorrow at 6. I'm doing a near-death experience and reincarnation, just showing the studies from different people who experienced it, the studies of doctors and lead who interview up to 2,500 people, see what they experienced, see what happened with reincarnations and people that ever said they came back. When they said they came back, could they prove it with the things that happened? I just like, not just believing in stuff. I want to know. So there's a lot of things that happen. I want to know what happens when you leave here. Is it proof of that you can be able to show? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I did the conscious outside the brain presentation. I'm doing an NDE, near death experience, and I'm doing the reincarnation one tomorrow at 6 o'clock. I'll be good.
Okay.
Back to me.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me good, brother? Yeah, I'm just answering questions on my Sunday school class while I'm doing this right here. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And so, but basically, bro, like I was saying, though, when you look at that paper, what I was showing you, good brother, that's the original source material, and so once our people are able to look at that, and go back up here, like I say, to make our people understand some of these things I can look at, like scan through here because I'm familiar with certain words, and I could say a whole word by looking at them. Some things take a little more study, because they have certain symbols in here. And so the methodology that I was able to build, comes from my studying. And certain things I learn on the fly, so to speak. Just like they don't know all the meta. You see what I'm saying? So with me being able to come in here and my scribe, we doing real good, bro, when it comes to this, dealing with this stuff here. You know, like this is M, this is T here. This is A right here. That's like my A. And then this is actually like, that's a double, that's Emmy. You know, that's A. You know, this is the letter H right here. A-H. Ah. This is actually, I'm going to show you something. This is a whole word right here, in between here, right? This is what a word stop. How do I know this? Because I know these represent what we call indicators, or they call them determinatives. So everywhere I see what they would like to call a determinative, because I know they compared these to, you know, these so-called Gardenia signs, reverse engineering this back into a state, I know where these words become separated at. But that's a methodology I was able to find. Like this is letter N and A, A-N and R. You know what I mean? I can see this is another determinative here. I can see this stuff jumping out at me because I know the alphabet. You know, this is jet right here, something. You know, I mean, bro, and all I have to do in order to prove these things, like I was showing you with particular letters, all I have to do is go to my source and pull them up, and it'll vet everything it is that I'm saying. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I'll do that on another time, actually go into the language, you know, at a different time. But when we get into it, this is my point is making, this is the original papyrus. In fact, I'm finna show you something. I'm finna show you the death blow right here on this here. Now you see how they got this up here. This represents, like I said, the letter Y. This is the letter F right here. Now I'm gonna go here just to show y'all these two letters. I'm gonna show you how wrong they be with this stuff. I'm finna go to my actual alphabet charts because I got them all together. Now I'm gonna show you something. Watch this, and you're gonna be able to see this even though you don't know the language. All right. So I told you the first one was the letter Y, right?
Yeah.
You see that letter Y or I? And Y, they all interchangeable right here. I, Y, and J, just like when you deal with the Hebrew, ain't no J in the original Hebrew, but they interchangeable.
Yeah.
So that actually represent these hieratic letters right here. See what I'm saying? Now let's go back over here. And I'm just calling this out on the fly right here. So you'll see I know what I'm talking about. You see it right there? You see it right there, Brother E?
Okay, yeah, I was looking for the arrow. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Now this is a letter F, but this is actually another letter on top of it. You know,
it's at the
like
top right, all the way at the end. The top sentence all the way at the end.
Yeah, the one that's at the top. And this is a letter F right here. And this is actually a letter A on top of the F. So that's like EFE something, right? Let me pull this F right here and show it to you real quick first. And I'm gonna show you how off the path they is. I'm gonna show you how off the path they is. So now the second letter I told you was an F, right? So now let's go down here to the F. Where is it? Come on, F. You on here. Where you at? Did I pass by it?
I don't see that.
Yeah, it's on here. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, I see that right there.
Yeah, it's there, but I actually have it up here. And it's interchangeable with the letter P too. There it is right there. You see it? See the letter F right here?
No, I don't see it.
Right there. See it? Hold up. Let me put the cursor. See it right here?
Okay, yeah.
So that's the letter F. See how that symbol there?
Was that like a snake or something?
That's what they try to say it will look like a snake, right?
Okay.
Now watch this. Watch this. When we go back to the paper that I was showing you a few minutes ago, there it is. It's only a different stroke of that. See what I'm saying?
See it. Yeah, see it.
See it? That's what that is. This is actually the letter W right here. Some of these I have to go and look at. This is the letter M right here. This is M and N and all that. Like, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. I can recognize it. That's actually a determinative, but it's too distorted for me to see what it is.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure that I can find out exactly what it is after I do deeper research on it. But they took the pictures because of how this looked, and they used pictures as markers. And then they end up turning the language into those pictures instead of using this because they felt like, well, we might as well use this instead of that.
Yeah.
Because ain't nobody finna go up there trying to read that hieratic looking like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so that's where they come from. That's what I'm trying to get them to understand about the way the European created their own means of decipherment. Like this is actually the letter, that looked like an N and a B right there connected to this. And I can tell you the difference between them.
So it's almost like a cursive.
Yeah, that's what they call it. It's like a cursive script. You know what I mean? They call it a cursive script.
Caught a cramp. Hold on. No, I just caught a cramp in my leg. Hold on.
Oh,
you
man,
keep talking.
you got to get that banana, man, that water. You know what I mean? So, like, when I pull up certain things, like, let's see. I'm going to go to my molar tool and show you my tools, so to speak. I'm going to pull it up real quick. Let's see here. Okay. I'm going to go up here. You know what? I'm going to go to the Aku tool. I'm going to go to my Aku tool. And once I go into it, because it'll take you straight there. And I'm going to show you something real quick with it. You know, this is actually the Asiatic brother, you know, that created this tool. You know, and I give honors to him. They can't say no European did this. So he created the tool, you know, and so he made it possible for us to be able to go through this. Because it would have been a lot harder had not he came up and originated this. Now, what he does is show you the same pictures. They reverse engineered these pictures into different things. This is what you would call, what they call cursive hieroglyph. That's why it looks similar to this picture right here. This is not, you know, exactly full hieratic. This is cursive hieroglyph. I'm going to show you what the real hieratic expression look like here. And they be putting this stuff out of order too. I'm going to go deeper than this here. You see this here? You come through all the kingdoms and you see the same letters. Because some of these symbols didn't exist, you know, in ancient Kemet. They came into existence later. You see what I'm saying? It was like 750 signs originally and 7,000 was added to the 750. So you can imagine the 750 would get lost in the midst of 7,000 signs. You know, the Ptolemaic signs and everything else they came up with. But there were different signs that were created, you know, during this time period, the New Kingdom, 19th Kingdom, 20th, you know, all the way up into the Ptolemaic period. And they had their different expression right here, Greco-Roman, you know. So you have to know these things. But this particular determinative don't go back to ancient Egypt. It don't go back to the second dynasty or the old kingdom. You see what I'm saying? So you'll find this letter. This one go back to the fourth dynasty. This is real hieratic right here. They tried to say that this is this. And no, it ain't. That's just what they chose to try to make seem that's like it was, because they say, well, it's shaped like this. No, it ain't. This is the alphabet right here. This is the picture. So all they did is took the alphabets and, you know, took pictures they thought looked like them, and they made a real mess of this stuff too, bro. I'm going to show you real quick. I'm going to go to my other tool and show you. I'm going to go to, let me see. I'm going to go here, and then it's going to let me go into everything else that I'm trying to pull. Let me pull this down right here. We're going to go to the full text search. And, okay, this one right here, database project. I'm going to go back in here. The the beta version. That's what I'm using. And I'm going to come down here and I'm going to pull up a tool real quick. Here it is right here. This is what I'm looking for. So I'm just going to go and deal with some random letters right here. And this is the hieratic. This is actually from Mola. Mola was the one that made it possible for us to even find the hieratic, you know, and he was on a different path than your boy was. So let's just go down here, for example, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So when you come up here, you know what? Blow that up. See how they do. They took this picture here, compared it to this alphabet and say this mean the same thing, right? They took this picture here, and these are different variations of alphabet. Sometimes they end up messing up and putting the wrong alphabet here and everything, bro. You know? And I'm going to show you how they get away with this because they're able to trick those who don't know no better, right? I'm going to just type in a random number. Let's just say G17 because that's a gardenia code right there, right? G17, they would say represent. This is where I caught them at right here. They say that this represents, you know, the letter M. You know, this is what they would tell you. Sometime I am, or whatever the case may be. See it right here? And so, problem with this here, good brother, is that when you get into certain letters, they represent different letters. Mola put this together. This here is actually the letter W, but they done confused it with the letter M. This is the letter W for hieratic. You see what I'm saying? But they done went up here and made it into a letter M. Same thing when we come over here. And then you're going to see they're going to even change letters. This is the letter that actually represents in hieratic the letter M. So which letter is it? Now notice you see they don't have no picture here. See what I'm saying? Because they know they messed up with putting the picture up here on this M, because M can't be two symbols and two letters, but this is the letter W. So that's one of the errors I can point out. You see what I'm saying? Now I'm going to show you something. Watch this. I want you to remember this symbol right here. I'm going to type this in randomly. Watch this. The hieratic letter W, right? This is what they try to compare. Let's go to the chart because they try to compare the pictures to the chart, right? Look at that letter W right there that they're trying to make the chicken out of, right? See that letter W? See? See that? That is not the letter M according to their chart over here. They put the owl over here, but they didn't put the owl on the picture of the M over here. Watch this. Let's go back to my chart. You see the errors I'm pointing out right here, E? See that there? That's the letter W, but Mola put the owl there. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Like, I just debunked the whole theory, you know, of these Romans' concept of what they calling, you know, they so-called Egyptian alphabet. It's not from my ancestors. That's their particular makeup of it. And the Rosetta Stone was created to quell the rebellion of the original Kemites. You know, it was created to quell the rebellion of them trying to retake the throne back. So why would I champion the Rosetta Stone when it go against my ancestors? It represent the conqueror of my ancestors. That's the same reason a lot of our people like to reject the Quran, right? Because they claim the Arabics enslaved our people. But you going to accept the Rosetta Stone, though, huh? And they talking about the complete overthrow. And it actually was a propaganda tool, you know, used to subdue, you know, the people. So people got to stop following the narrative, family. You know what I mean? So it's like, I mean, I can go on and on and on about it. But like, what more can I say again? You see that, E? I think our brother E might have stepped off for a second. So family, my story is consistent all the way down the line. And obviously, I did a lot of research on this, and so I just encourage our family, to do your research. You feel me? Yes, sir. Do your research, and we're going to get up with our brother E when he come back, so we can close this demonstration out since nobody came on here. It's a wealth of information that we just offered you all, and it don't get no plainer than this, family. Yeah, it don't get no plainer than this. So all I can say is keep studying, keep doing what it is you do, and be the best at what it is you the best at. And like I said, I want y'all to go get the particular books we was talking about earlier. And go into these works, family. Keep doing your job as far as finding the truth and teaching the truth to the people. Some of our people gonna accept that for what it is. I keep telling our people, look at this. This gonna make it plainer for you all. Let me see if it let this come in. Hold up. Oh, I see it's kind of freezing. There it is there. This is what the Europeans did, family. They reverse engineered the language of our ancestors, and made them pictures. The pictures were meant to be metaphysical, as I tell you all the time. This is coming from the University of Chicago, and they tell you right here, 2600 BC. It speaks of it. There, 4,500 years, it was around. Hieratic always been present. We just go through all this stuff right here, and we can prove it what it is. Notice up here, the hieratic existed since 2700, and we already showed you that. See this right here? They tell you how many.
My bad, I'm back.
Oh no, you all right? No, you all right. I'm gonna close it out with this measure here too. It's coming from a book called the Egyptian language. Hieratic, the priestly script. It tell you it's a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of the hieroglyphs, since hieratic appears earlier in the archaeological record.
Hold on. Wait a minute, your screen actually. Let me pull it up.
Oh, it ain't?
There you go. Yeah, man.
So it says it's a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs, since hieratic appears earlier in the archaeological record than hieroglyphics. In fact, the oldest Aztec texts from Egypt, which date to the pre-dynastic period, were produced with ink and brush. They wasn't carved, with no indication that the signs descended from hieroglyphs. So they're telling you right here that hieroglyphs and hieratic is two different languages. Rather, the two writing systems seem to have developed side by side, reserved for different uses. One was carved, the other was actual written language. Hieratic was written language, the other was carved in stone and was meant to be metaphysically. So they developed with different uses. See what I'm saying? So, I mean, like, bro, it's crazy. We can't get it no plainer than this. So we're going to show you. For the record, they go to hieratic script, right? Ancoria script. Hikapta script. All of these actual writing scripts. I show how the Arabic come from the Demotic. You can see that Demotic style of writing, how the Arabs adopted it. You can see that hieratic style right there and how it was adopted by the Meroitic. You can see how the Hikapta script was adopted by the so-called Greeks right there. See what I'm saying? Misnomer is Greek. So like, bro, man, this is crazy. So like, bro, I got like receipts upon receipts upon receipts. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, you already know.
Yeah, so like, bro, I showed you and I told you. You know what I mean? That's what we got to say to the one that naysayer. Okay, goodness. Okay, let me get this drawing one more time. E, this is the last time right here, good bro.
We're good.
We're gonna close out. Yes, sir. Okay.
Remember, like and subscribe wherever you're at. Like and subscribe, share. Got any questions, post it. About to end the show soon, so got any questions, posted. Want to jump on, talk to the commission? More than welcome to string y'all is in the chat. Brother is about to show his last stuff. We've been on here for 4 hours. It's been amazing. People have been listening, watching. Loving. Peace to everybody watching. Peace to the Moors. Peace to the indigenous. Peace to the Israelites. Peace to the Comedics. Peace. Get the brother that's starting war. We starting peace. We starting building. We want teaching. Yeah, watch out for my presentation on March 6th. Yeah, that for experience recognition. And we'll be showing the leading studies in it in their team, showing people who've been through it, and showing evidence of reincarnation. So stay tuned tomorrow at 6. Here we go.
Yes, sir. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and close that demonstration out right there. And I know we done had you on here for like 4 hours, E.
But yeah, you know how we do it, and we get together. So
yeah, we rock it out. But so I mean, like, you don't get that much clarity, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
From them other cats, man, they ain't gonna go that far. Yeah. Like I done showed our family the example on how the papyri is older. I showed you scholars saying it. I got more scholars saying the same thing. You know what I mean? Exactly. But I think
they want to call our brother is pseudo when he's not.
Say that again, good brother.
That's the first thing they want to call our brother pseudo when he's not.
Yeah, that's the first thing they try to do. You know, and the problem is that they are what you call sopho. You know, that's called sophomaniac. Somebody that basically, you know, believe their wisdom is more superior than somebody else's. And a monomaniac is somebody that can't think outside of the box of one thing. You see what I'm saying?
I just think they got a hold of something. They think they had advantage over people. Now we're starting to get to crush that. So now they trying to jump to something else. That's what they do.
That's what's going on. Yeah. They feel like I'm crushing their whole world. And some of them, you got to remember, they making money off this stuff, E.
Yeah. It's the same thing with my Israelite brothers, man. When we're trying to teach the Hebrew thought, we're trying to teach, look, man, you know, this really mean this really mean this. You know, let them get mad because they used to that doctrine. And we're trying to get people out of it.
Yep, that's what it is. They don't want you. They want you to believe in the narrative. Yeah. They don't want you to come up here and expose what's going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, like, I got it's well documented on my channel. You know what I mean? Like the sources is out there, man. They can go and look at this stuff. BM10682, Chester Beatty pamphlet.
I see them talk about him, Lemuria. I don't ever see them debate him. Trust me.
What that?
I say, they see I said people see them talk about your Lemuria. They don't ever see you. See them trying to debate you.
In the ring. They vibe by that. They say they'll never get in the ring with me.
Yeah. They'll get in the ring with all type of low level people. I see it.
But see, Sarnetta see through that.
Yeah.
You know, that's why he like, man. You know, Sarnetta said he like, man, I see Commissioner Depp up in the building. You know, he dropped the bomb. He like, man, this brother here, man, y'all running. Why y'all running from this brother? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so they know what's gonna happen. Unc don't want to happen to him what Sanchez did to him. You know, and Reggie know he can't do nothing with me because every time he done ran up on the panel, I done beat him up.
Yeah.
Every time they done tried to demonstrate ambush scholarship, 3 or 4 of them at one time, I beat him and a couple of them up, you know, when they come. And I don't even be trying to do that.
Yeah.
I just go at them, you know, when they come at me, but they fail to realize I used to stand in the midst of Israelites 30 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, and them brothers we in the physical flesh, though. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm standing, ain't nobody there but me dealing with them. They couldn't do nothing with me back then. And I was just dealing with the Bible and the Quran at that time.
Yeah.
I didn't know all that I know now. So think about if I was dealing with that way back then and now come 30 years later. You think I'm going to still be where I was back then?
No.
Or you think I'm going to be way sharper now?
Yeah, it should be sharper, yeah.
So all the debates that I had back then, this stuff they bringing me now. Yeah. And I dealt with that 30 years ago. All the attacks on Prophet Muhammad and Islam and, you know, bro, I got whole books that I had back then that was dealing with slandering the Quran, and they can't get me with that type of stuff.
Yeah.
They ask me that, I say, well, okay, since you talking that noise, since Muhammad, you know, supposed to be so-called, you know, not a prophet, well then, Muhammad was supposed to be illiterate. And Western scholars will admit to this. All academia will admit to this. So tell me how Prophet Muhammad knew the birth process of the woman, the stages that the womb, you know, allows the seed, the sperm to unfold through.
Yeah.
So what you gonna tell me he was cutting it out at every stage? They didn't record that nowhere in the hadiths because I'm pretty sure it would have been there if he did it that way, right? Because them Arabs recorded everything in the hadith that Muhammad did, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
They say he did. So my thing is, it ain't no history that say my uncle, Muhammad, I'm saying my uncle, it said Muhammad migrated over into no ocean neither, in the Atlantic Ocean. You know the Atlantic Ocean is, you know, a separation. They talk about the salt water and fresh water, right?
Yeah.
And it's a place called the Gibraltar Silk that's over there, brother.
Yeah, I heard about
How
that.
would Muhammad know about that when it don't show nowhere that he traveled that far out of Saudi Arabia? Yeah. But it was revealed in the Quran. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How can somebody explain that? You know, how could Muhammad know about the mountain, you know, having stabilizers, which represent the pegs in the bottom of the mountain, if he was illiterate?
True.
They say he copied this stuff from the Bible. The Bible don't talk about them events that I just talked about.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? So how could Muhammad be knowledgeable of that? They say the Quran came from the Bible. Actually, it's the other way around. The Quran didn't come from no Bible. The Quran came before the Bible. Now that sounds crazy, don't it?
I mean,
I'm gonna show you what I mean.
I mean, I take it either way because I mean, like I tell people, I don't worship these books. You know, I
that's right. That's right.
Get morals, I get inspiration from it. You know.
That's right. That's right. And I'm mentioning this to show people certain things they don't see, though. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, not from a point of contention. I'm just trying to show him, because how old is the Bible?
What did I don't even know.
The Bible is the King James.
I know it ain't that old.
Yeah, the Bible is the King James.
What, 1611 or something? Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The original book that's before that is not the Bible.
Yeah.
The book that the Bible was translated from is not the Bible, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's the script.
So the Bible existed in 1611, but the Quran came for 1400 years ago.
Okay, I see what
so
you're saying.
You see the difference? Yeah. The Quran is older. The translation may be recent, but the Quran is older than the physical copy of the Bible.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? Now, if we get into the original text, then we say the original Injil, or what they call the Gospels, is older than the Quran. You see? But we talk about papyri, biblical papyri, or Quranic papyri. But to say that this modern day Bible is older than the Quran, they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You see? And so it just goes to show you got to be a critical thinker when it comes to dealing with information. And that's not to put one truth before the other, because the Quran actually prophesies in the Bible. It was called the Book of Remembrance.
Yeah, I mean,
the last book of Malachi.
Yeah, like when I did the interview with my brother, but I mean, Muslim, you know what I mean? I was like, we brothers, man. Like,
yeah, it didn't come to destroy the Bible.
That campus started that beef between the Muslim, you know what I mean? That's stupid.
And it really wasn't no beef, because the Moors and the Israelites, the Moorish Israelites together. I got a book called We Are All Moors, and it's written by one that was born over there in West Africa. He wasn't a Moor, but he was teaching the history. I got it over here. It's one of my books. And the other book, America, One World America, European. They both tell you that the so-called Moriscos was really the Moors and the Hebrew Moors.
Yeah.
And it tell you that they was originally one people, and they was persecuting them first, the original Israelites. And then when they got in opposition to them, they included the Moors into that. So they basically was going in opposition of the Moors, and the Moors took the same weight they was going at the Israelites with, because the Catholic Church was against both of them, and then they pit them against each other.
Yeah.
And that's why we inherited the beef that's going on between the so-called Israelites, and the Moors right now.
Yeah, I always called the Moors my brother. I called this is my brother. I deal with comedics, you know what I mean? When I don't deal with I don't deal with comedics or people that's pushing a certain agenda of hatred, you know what I mean?
That's right. That's right. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, that's where I'm at with it. I believe in universality. That's why if you go to our website, or my website, Islamism, you see all the books there. Yeah. You see Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, because we draw from all the books.
Yeah.
We don't disrespect. That's why you'll see me defending, Yeshua, Yahoshua. You don't see me do that on Sarnetta and Judah show. Yeah. Because we know the brother was a real prophet.
Yeah, I mean,
we just don't worship him.
Yeah, that's what I said. My problem, I tell people, my problem, man, if he existed, just as long as they stop saying he the son of God. And
that's what I'm talking about. There you go. And that's what
you call him a teacher, or what I mean, whatever. Just don't call it.
That's what the Quran said, bro. Yeah. He was not the son of God. It say he was a Holy Spirit, though. It do say that in the Quran. Yeah. But it say he wasn't God. It say he wasn't God or the son of God. Yeah. And that's where they get upset, and that's
why I like the Book of Barnabas. They just say they say he's a holy one.
There you go, the holy one. In the Book of Barnabas confirm what the Quran say, that he wasn't crucified or killed, but it was made to look as if it was such.
Yeah.
Because it was Judas that was real up there, and his personage was put over Judas. Remember we talked about that?
Yeah.
So like that's really the bridge between the gap. But people so busy trying to fight each other, they ain't accepting this. They think you bringing the information to debunk them. No, I'm bringing the information to show where we united at. For example, you got Moors in the NOI go at each other, but I know where we united at in the doctrine. They won't let you teach it to them because they're too busy trying to fight each other.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Same thing with the Hebrews. I know what unite the Hebrews and the Moors, but they're too busy trying to fight each other. So when I start teaching something, if they got prejudice in them because I'm a Moor, they're gonna reject what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, I think the first thing is ego.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. And I'm here trying to show them what we won at. I can do a whole bill showing them we brothers, we won, and it's gonna be somebody that come because they don't accept that and they're gonna try to attack.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The demonstration. You know, and so we beyond that now, and that's why we put the information out here to show that we won. You know what I mean? It is a such thing as Moorish Israelites.
Yeah, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? This is in history.
Yeah. I mean, I've called myself that for a long time. I just, you know, I mean, I'm not in the Moorish group, but you know, I always studied.
Right.
I always studied Moorish stuff. I studied.
Yeah, that's right.
Like when I got on my chest, you know, I got all the symbols. I got, you know, the Islam symbol. I got the Hebrew symbol. I got the Haru. I got all that stuff because at one time I wanted to unite all these people, and then it's just people like Sarnetta.
They won't.
You know,
different people won't let you.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie to you, good brother. And this just being honest and straightforward. Even when it comes to the brother Sah, you know, I understand where Sah come from because he said he was like, man, at one time I was for my people. Then it's my people start coming at me, and that's where Sarnetta conflict came. He said, well, this is cause of the religion. You know what I mean? But one thing about him, when he acknowledged truth, he'll let you know he acknowledged truth. You know, but you got to look at who he feel like was attacking Kemet. And that's why he started banging on the Israelites because they was attacking Kemet.
I agree with that.
Nefertiti is a whore. She's a BITC. You know, all that type of stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, I talk to my brother Yasha all the time about that because we don't call them Israelites. We don't call them camps Israelites. We call them Christians that's using the Israelite name. You know what I mean?
And so they make it bad for real brothers.
Yeah.
And make it hard for them to come together because here they is on the front street. They ain't just going at Kemet. They cussing out the Muslims.
Yeah.
They cussing out other Hebrews that ain't part of their group.
Yeah.
And when you got people like that teaching people and people buying into that, that's where the conflict coming from. It ain't coming from the people that want to be one.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, that's why I'm more interested in dealing with brothers that's on the oneness. I don't even care about the one that don't want the oneness no more. When I see them, you know, all right, we already know we done talking, bro. Keep it moving.
Yeah, that's why I call myself y'all only because I took, you know, I just didn't use the name anymore, really under the name, because when I started teaching and researching, people wanted to tell me, hey, you call yourself this, you can't teach this, you can't study this.
Yeah.
But I said, well, I ain't put my name on none of the things. Ain't nobody gonna tell me what I can study. Nobody gonna tell me what I can research. That's dead. I've been doing this myself my whole life. I've been studying. I'll be damn somebody gonna tell me what I can study.
Yep, that's right. That's right, good brother. You know, that's called trying to enslave your people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's like when I get up here and I be teaching the history like I do, you know, as much as I taught tonight about Moorish history, it wasn't my intent to try to convert you, you know, or try to force you to believe. I'm just giving you the history from what it is. So when somebody come to you, you will know the truth.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I'm just giving that example right there, right? But like,
and you know, because of you, I respect nobody to a whole. You know, I just study him, and then you know, like that with that Mason. When I started exposing that Mason stuff, you know, you gave me an insight of how that he was a real brother, and you know, now I respect him. I study him, you know, and I respect him. I never talk down on him. You know, so.
Right. That's like me. I don't never talk down on none of the Hebrew leaders. I never do that. And so my thing is, what I'm saying is, our people got to get out of that state. You know, where when they hear somebody teaching something, they think that somebody trying to force that on them.
Yeah.
You understand? No, I'm just teaching you so you
and what it does is they feel like it destroys their world. I don't talk to people and be like, I try to teach them mythology, and this is a mythology story, man. This is not all the way real. They think mythology don't mean that just mean fake. And I mean, mythology don't mean that. It can mean something based off a real event. It's not in this story. And it's like when people hear that, oh, you trying to destroy the Bible, or you trying to get rid of the Bible, like, no, I'm not.
Yeah, you know what that is, good brother. Anytime you hear somebody that feel like that and you just gave a measure, that means they're not what I call content, and they are not they insecure. You know, they don't really believe, because if you firm is what you is, nothing nobody can say ain't gonna shake your foundation.
Exactly.
You know, that's why
if you hear something that do shake your foundation, you should listen to it.
Yeah, that too. You know,
you
but
know what I mean?
if you sitting there, you listening, like I would be sitting there and I hear brothers, they would be going in, they be this and that there. I know because I studied certain things, and I ain't going off what nobody told me.
Yeah.
You know, and that's it. Like, because I studied this and my teacher taught me that, and I'm a hold true to it. My mama taught me that. No, bro, I'm going off of research when I make the decision to respond.
That's why I tell people anytime I teach, if you don't listen to me, go behind me, go look it up. Make sure because when you go look it up and you find out it's right, then you should take it as a truth.
There you go. There you go. And so if you notice, you know, I put out nothing but behind what I was saying. I put out 1 million sources. And I could have put more out, but we'll be here till tomorrow if I do that.
Yeah.
But one thing they can never lie about being said, that I don't present no sources.
Oh yeah, we've been on
here for 4.5 hours. They can not like or not agree.
Yeah.
But they can't say I don't bring no sources, bro.
Yeah.
If they say
every time we get on here, we do about 5 hours of sources, bro. You know?
Yes, sir. If they say that, they lying, bro.
Yeah.
When you see my sign, I had sources that went scientifically in sync with everything that I said.
Yeah.
Some of them was saying the same thing, so they were so redundant, wasn't no need in reading it.
Yeah.
Because we get the point. And we don't want our people to think like we think they, because you know, some people be thinking like that. The ego kick in. He think we dumb.
Yeah.
No, I don't think you dumb. I'm explaining this because if I don't, you're going to ask me 1 million questions.
Yeah, they don't understand as a researcher, when we find stuff, we amazed first. And we like, oh, I can't wait till I tell my brothers this. And that's how we look at it.
Yeah.
You might be looking at it like we think we're smarter. You know, we look at it like, man, this is so amazing. I got to tell you about it.
Yep. We wanted this going to bring us together. This is some new knowledge. That's how we be thinking.
Yeah.
You know, but like you said, though, it's all about going beyond the ego. So we're gonna have to teach that young
that's what I said in my verse. I said something. Y'all turn your back on y'all fools. I said learn a little knowledge, head get bigger than y'all cool. You know what I mean? So it's like it's showing, it's explaining that, because I used to be teachers to a lot of people, and I teach them some a little bit, and they go run off. Next thing you know, they teaching all this crazy stuff that I never taught them or never showed them. And it's like the way I'm like, where you getting this from? They can't even tell you. It's just they listen to this dude talking about, you know that crazy young Pharaoh tape. You know what I mean? It's just that craziness. Yeah.
So it's like, that's what I'm saying. When I was sitting back watching Seti and Pharaoh, nothing against them brothers.
Yeah.
But people got to realize when you knowledgeable, they sound deep to somebody that ain't studied.
Exactly.
But to somebody that done dug deep like me, I'm looking at them and I see through them.
Yeah.
You know,
that's why I said people. That's why I said people like him, people like Seti, people like Jamal. Like these people is nothing but Dr. York, Bobby Hammett, Dr. Phil Valentine. We don't heard this stuff before. The only brother that I do give honor to is a dude named Yaki, because he teaches he teaches a Dr. Sebi type way, and he taught the same thing you were teaching about the ancients, how they had gold back then and all that stuff.
Yeah,
so he's a real knowledgeable young brother, man.
Yeah, I heard some of his stuff. He reminded me of when I was younger.
Yeah,
he's like that right there. Same energy. Just like this dude I be listening to too, called Sufi Alchemy.
Oh, okay, I think I heard of him. Yeah, I think I heard.
He a beast, and he from over there in West Africa, but he tearing they behind up over there, boy.
Okay.
He need to be careful over there, though, boy, because they'll be done took him off the count.
Oh yeah.
And you know they real extreme over there in the east.
Yeah,
because you know them Arabs upset because he's saying that the Egyptians was, you know, of a darker hue.
Oh yeah, you gotta watch that.
They like, so what? That the original there, we here now. Yeah, they done responded to it like that because that brother ain't playing. You know what I mean? He be going in, you know, and he's like, what y'all think? Because I'm bright skinned and I got an alkaline nose. Yeah, my mother was white, but my ancestors were more ancient than me. I'm like, man, this dude cold-blooded with it. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, it's a lot of people out here trying to reach our people with this truth. We just got to get these dinosaurs out the way, man.
Yeah.
We're running around out here trying to keep our people from the truth.
Yeah.
That want to keep our people divided.
You about to say y'all niggas like Larry Home for that being sick. I need to get out of here.
Yeah. Every time I get up in there, and Sarnetta had called me up there. It was about a week ago. He was like, look at you, Reggie. You're like you full of hate. He said, Reggie bleeding in his drawers over there right now. Like a damn pit bull. You know, that's what he said. He mad. You know, because he couldn't do nothing with the information.
Oh, yeah.
Just like old brother Walter Williams beat him up.
Oh, man. I love Walter Williams.
Man, I love that, Elder. I told him, I said, Elder, I'm your successor. Don't worry about it. I got it. They told me, how you going to point yourself as your successor? I didn't even know who our elder was. And I say, he's saying the same thing I was saying.
Yeah, he was saying
already. He done already been doing it. So I got to pay homage to him.
Yeah, I didn't even know who he really was. And I heard about it, and I heard I said, oh, man.
That's what I'm saying, like me. That's what made me even more confident. Yeah. So I got to step in the footsteps of the one that come before me. Because he was arguing the same thing against, you know, the one that was demonstrating Kemet back then.
Yeah, he like 90s, so he been doing that.
Yeah, and he's still sharp, bro.
Mm-hmm.
He told Reggie, he said, look up the definition of the word hieroglyph.
Yeah, he was eating up everybody. Everybody that came on this show.
Yeah, you seen that?
No, he was eating up everybody.
Yeah, he wasn't playing. That man sharp. At 90 years old, they can't do nothing with it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like, you know, it is what it is, man. And all this does, though, one thing I always like, even back then when I was really into going back and forth with the information, it keep you sharp.
Yeah.
That's all they be doing. Like messing with me, they'll rather leave me alone, though, because the more they come at me, the deeper I dig.
Yeah.
You know, they'll probably be able to get away, but they mess around. They ain't going to have no wiggling room. Yeah. Because I'm going to come with more sources on top of the sources they were running from.
Yeah.
So all they got to do is leave me alone. If not, they ain't going to be able to breathe. You know, so you see how the sister Dulcinea beat Uncle.
I heard about to look that up.
Man, she been beating him up for a month.
Oh man, I gotta look that up.
A whole month, bro.
Yeah, you see Nova Brown.
He say when Reggie ran, he felt like I'm gonna let you see that. I'm gonna let you see Reggie run. I'm gonna see if my screen will let me share. Watch this. This was last week too. Sarnetta and them called me on the panel. Well, they were talking about me. And I didn't, you know, I just saw, you know how you pull on your TV and just so happen they be doing a show. Yeah. So I got in that demonstration. I'm going to close some of these out too. There was a measure that I meant to bring up. I'm going to mention it in a second here. Here it is right here. You got to see, this was funny. That ain't the first time Reggie did that, though. He always be hitting and running. Ever since Reggie met me, that's how our first interaction was. He hit me and ran. Okay, hold up. Okay, let's go over here. We're going to see if it let it play. Oh, you know what? Oh, I ain't even got to go into my YouTube. Because this is actually on my, this is my TikTok. And I know this right here is better. I just started getting it. I had a TikTok before, but I didn't keep up with it. I know one thing, boy. They get like you get views real quick on TikTok. I just started, so I'm trying to do it both for the platform. So this is how I started right here. You see this right here?
Mm-hmm.
All right, yo, time out, everybody.
Hold up.
I want everybody to know. I want everybody to know that I see a champion in the future, and Smash, we coming for you first, Smash. Commissioner Death is in the building, y'all. Commissioner Death is in the chat. So
I was in the chat. I wasn't even on the panel. You see Reggie?
A champion in the making in that young soldier. Rise to the 7, man. Rise to the 7, goddamn. Rise to the 7. Right. So
you hear?
Be on the lookout, brother.
Now watch this.
Yeah, but the symbol right there, you got that proves he is dedicated to though. Look at all that shit on there.
See, Unc want to disrespect the symbol that we have.
Let's see that. Smash ain't gonna take that. That's the symbol.
There you go. There y'all go with the running shit.
I'm not down your floor.
See what I'm saying? You heard him talking about, yeah, I ain't gonna go there. So don't compare me with him. So I said, there y'all go with the running. You see what I'm saying? So all three of them, I had got time. I heard them out there. So now I done come up in the room.
Oh, y'all gotta stop talking when I'm putting my sound effects on. I'm saying all for a reason. You see that young champion, the future champ in the building, God damn it. He ain't afraid to pop up in this room, huh? He ain't afraid. Y'all playing yourself. That's right. Yeah, what you talk that talk, huh? Where you at now?
I said he a dedicated pseudo, he know it.
Ask him to break down his symbol.
Stop. Wait, break down them symbols to me. Break it down.
He know it. No, ain't no Jesus picture.
Okay. Hold up.
Watch this. I bet you put up a PowerPoint.
Yo, we here. Everybody gotta go on mute. We hear background.
Okay. I'm gonna rise upon the 7 first.
Yeah. Rise upon.
Y'all don't know me. I don't run from no call out.
That's right.
I ain't never did that. Ain't nothing but some hot fish grease over here. So check this out. I got one question for all of y'all that's up here running your feet, right? Smash, Reggie, and and I want y'all to answer this question right now. We don't want no capping or none of that up in here. All three of y'all. I'm finna show this community how commission get down. Hey, so I'm one of the ones that 4 and 5 used to try to jump on, and they couldn't do nothing with me back then.
That's right. I remember.
So, I want to ask y'all, especially Smash, because he mentioned the glyphs, and they was talking about the hieratic and all this here. I want to ask them this. Produce me an alphabet chart that was in existence before Champollion created the one he created. I bet you now one of y'all can't show me. I bet you now one of y'all can't show me.
But that's not important.
Yes, it is. Stop, Reggie.
Yes, it is.
That's not what you're asking. Hold on. Everybody stop. Reggie, the man didn't ask you nothing about what's important. He's asking you, he's challenging you to do something. He ain't asking y'all, is it important? Y'all was talking that bungo shit. The man popped up. He's challenging y'all now. Let's go.
Why you trying to help him out, yo?
Let's go.
Pull it up.
If you don't help him out, son, he gonna get beat up. He asked some wild questions,
I'm not gonna help him out.
Okay, so let me explain to you. Let me explain to you, sir. Let me explain to you.
Explanation. I want the chart.
Hey, no, I'm gonna explain to you.
One at a time. One mic. Go ahead, Reggie.
The ancient, if you know anything about the language is symbolic. It's logographic, right? It begins logographic.
Okay, you seen that right there, bro? You see what he said, Brother E?
Yep. I heard
he said the language is symbolic. You know that slipped out, right?
Yep.
Because when I call him on it, later, he gonna be like, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that." No, you know what you were saying. You said what you were supposed to say, and that's exactly the truth. It's symbolic. So why you up here trying to hide the truth? Watch this.
To remember this now, he said the language is symbolic and logographic. I want y'all to remember that. He says symbolic. Watch this.
The earliest that we can see it is in civilization.
Okay, right? So that's the other measure, right? Here's the other one right here. You're gonna see him run in a minute.
Screen right now. I'm gonna give you history because I don't need.
Because now they saying they don't want me to pull no PowerPoint up, right? Like they calling it magic. They say they don't want me to pull no PowerPoint up. No PowerPoint. Now, first y'all want me to bring the source, but now you don't want the source. Make up your mind now. Watch this.
You are. Because if I come off the head, you're going to say, oh, give me something and show me some sources. So I'm going to show you something, how commission come off the dome with no book or nothing. First and foremost, everything prior to the 19th century, Brother Reggie, was state. I got 7, 8, 9, 10 different individuals state that those symbols were called anaglyphs, and they were pictorials that had metaphysics, symbolic meaning. You just said it yourself, Reggie.
I didn't say metaphysical. I said it. I said it. I said it.
Don't go back on what you said.
I said it. That was me, Commission.
Are you real good, Reggie?
Now see, I'm trying to hit.
Said it. I said it.
Now remember, Reggie said that originally it was symbolic. Now he's trying to recant his statement. But thanks to social media, it's already recorded. Now I'm trying to say
he said it.
Yep. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to save him and say, no, I said that.
Said the reason they couldn't decipher it because they doing what you doing. They attributed metaphysical things to it. That's why they couldn't do it.
You can help him, but hold up. That didn't answer the question. I ain't gonna beat him up yet. I'm gonna get you next. Y'all don't know who you're talking to. Now, Reggie, answer that question. Since you jumped out in the water and Smash, you don't be silent over there. I want you to.
I said the early language.
All three of y'all.
Who cares what you want? I said that the early language.
You see, I'm bringing that pressure to him over there, E, right? All three of them, and I did that.
You crossed his arm like a little kid.
Yeah, because all of them feel like they some juggernauts. So I did that, all three of them, to show them that all three of them can't do nothing with this information that I got. You feel me? Yeah. I'm doing that to show them on purpose because they think they something by themselves. So I was showing them I don't see all three of y'all together. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So watch this.
And pictorial. How we know what those things are is after.
And you see, he tried to leave the symbolic aspect out of it. See, that's a forked-tongue serpent right there. Y'all will get a chance to go back and see this, and you can go watch it on Sarnetta TV as well.
Excitement of the language, right? So then we have.
This is the toughest environment to be in, and we're busting piñatas.
So funny.
Know what pre-dynastic.
Hey, he been beating Reggie and Uncle. He been beating him up for a bit.
Represent without the decipherment.
He want me to drag him over there.
We could not know that
on purpose.
You don't have a method. That's the problem. See, so when it comes to decipherment, you need a known language against an unknown language, or a known script with a known script, right? For the process to take place. You can't have an unknown script and an unknown language. What the Rosetta Stone gave us was a known language, right? Which was the Greek language, juxtaposed to the Medu.
So you know, he was basically going in there, and then we had the last little say right here.
You have to explain to the audience right now, right? What is a decipherment method, right? You have to do that. Because otherwise, you're just making stuff up.
Reggie, again, I want to see the chart that exists prior to. I'm asking this question for a reason. All you got to do is admit it ain't there a chart.
It ain't no chart. I already told you that.
So y'all agree it ain't no chart.
That is the Rosetta Stone.
Okay, so y'all all agree unanimously that there is no chart that existed prior to Champ.
I don't know. It might. I don't know. I don't think it is. But go ahead.
I'm saying.
I don't know nothing. You need to stay on a conversation like this.
That's what I told him.
What about you, Reggie? What about you, Reggie? You
I already said what I said.
You see that?
So y'all see Reggie.
You see that? Hey, you see that quick Reggie jumped off that panel?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the brother Noble Bryan was talking about. How Reggie took off, pew, and you know what he was doing, right? Because he gonna jump back on the panel. He went to get his books. You know what I mean? I mean, putting that pressure on him. But every time he run up on me, I do the same thing to him. And if you go in the chats and all the conversation where Reggie done tried to come with that ambush scholarship and I beat him up, people like, man, Reggie just need to sit down somewhere, man. That's what the people saying in the comment. They like, bro, this dude whooping you bad, Reggie. Please stop it, Commission. Don't do him like, you know, and I ain't trying to do it. He coming at me.
And I think he to me, he real deceitful because, like he said about his teacher, Dr. Ben. So I never showed him something about Dr. Ben. He laughed. He said, "You gotta remember, Dr. Ben was a Mason. So whatever he said on that TV, he didn't believe a lot of stuff he taught on his in the
See what I'm saying? And I'll show you where he was Masonic on. I got some clips on him where he was talking that foo-foo. To my, I study under Professor Leonard Jeffries, you know, and so forth and so on. But Dr. Ben died a Muslim. Dr. Clark said in his material, he said, you know,
what? I didn't know that.
Yeah, you didn't know that, man. Let me show you.
I didn't know that a Muslim.
Yeah, let me show you Dr. Ben real quick. I'm gonna show you Dr. Ben right here, man. He took his shahada, bro. Yeah, all that. Yeah, man. Watch this. He was buried by Muslims. He had a Muslim burial, bro.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I brought that up. You know, he's like, he was an old man. Hold up. I don't know why they brought this Ben Carson up right here.
Really fast.
I probably have to put his name in. I think this is how you spell it. I think it's Dr. Joseph Benyaka. Well, they let me get through with it, so it'll work if I didn't spell it right. But you see right here? Yeah, this brother, see Amsterdam News? Yeah, he had Islamic rights. See, he got his kufi on his head?
I did see that chunk on his head, but I didn't even pay attention. I remember seeing the head on his head. Because I remember when he went to Sanetta debates.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
What's that thing on his head?
Yeah, he was kufi. But you know, that ain't the only time. You know, the brother, and you know, the NOI got his library.
Yeah, because he was raised an Israelite at first, right? Then he went to Kemetic, then he went Muslim.
Yeah. You know, but I got his thing when he was a Mason too.
Yeah, I knew.
He got some heads on
his head. I got the picture. We got the Mason having.
Yeah, see it there. Yeah, he was a Muslim. We even got an imam speaking on it. He was like, "That's Dr. Ben, the real Dr. Ben." He was talking about it. So he
never spoke on that though. I ain't never heard him say nothing about it.
Yeah. Reggie don't talk about it. And Dr. Clark said the same thing. Dr. Clark said, if I was pushed against the wall and I had to choose between Islam and Christianity, I would choose it. He would choose Islam. You know what I mean? You got to listen to his legacy.
I never really listened to none. I got to go back and listen. I never listened.
Yeah, bro. You got to hear, and that's why I said it. Like mostly all them elders give honors to, the Moors, and they don't be going at them, brother, like Brother Kaba, Brother, what the other brother name? Brother Renoka Rashidi. All them brothers speak highly of the Moors, bro. What the other brother name? Professor Smalls. So my thing is, if Reggie come up under all these brothers, they speak highly of these. Why you upset? And he really hold a grudge against the Moors that beat him up with the knowledge back in the day, bro. Because I seen the way the Moors was whooping him back then.
Yeah, because Professor Smalls used to work with the Nation Islam, the security or something, right?
Yeah, well, he was with Malcolm.
Yeah.
He was Malcolm X, man. You know what I mean? I need to get up with our good brother in my city, Brother Naeem Akbar.
Oh, okay.
He an elder. He getting up in age now.
Yeah.
I need to go see him. Before he get too far up there. to give him his flowers, so to speak. You know what I mean? Because that brother there wasn't no joke neither. You know, he used to work with the NOI at a high level as well. A lot of people don't even know brother Naeem Akbar. Yeah, he was.
I know Rashidi because you know, he actually got a picture with him.
Yeah, man. Like Naeem Akbar, bro, he cold-blooded. That's who wrote the book. Have you ever seen the book Vision of a Black Man?
No.
I'm gonna let you see him real quick and let you see just a little clip of it.
You know, I just turned 40, so you know, I'm kind of younger than everybody. So by the time I came into this, you know, listening to these people most of these people was dead or we were old, people weren't talking about them no more.
Well, you know, I'm on about 3 years. I'm just 3 years older than you. Finna be 44.
This is James.
In September.
James left his 9.
Okay, here you go right here. I'm gonna just go further up into it and let you hear him as he already, because he used to be NOI, but he left the NOI. You know, he's a professor at Florida State University.
Africans understand you are a part of the community before you get here, while you here, and when you leave, because you don't ever leave the community. We are still doing the work of Imhotep. We are still a part of the tradition of the tribe of Ramesses. We are still involved in the great work of Obatashaka. We are still, I'm sorry, Shaka Zulu. We are still involved in the mighty work of those people who struggle here. We are still a part of the work of Harriet Tubman and of Denmark Vesey, of Frederick Douglass, all the rest of those who gave so much. But you see, they wanted to make us believe that we were in violation of our concept of monotheism by appreciating that Africans continue to be a part of the community. Libation was a ritual of memory. It's a way to invoke consciousness. You see, when you remember the ancestors, you actually reinvent them, you recreate them, you bring them back into this place, into this time, and the energies and the power that they had is brought back into this moment. You know, this isn't strange now. Listen, even Europeans now claim that the power of resistance to many diseases and resistance to many problems is because those diseases were defeated by the ancestors. They call it genetic immunity. They talk about how previous generations have already conquered certain diseases, so that immunity is passed on from one generation to the next. And of course, since these people are so physical that they can't see with the other eye, they only look for physical explanations. They're looking for genes and DNA and some kind of biochemical. But the bottom line is that we are spiritually containing everything that has gone before. We are it. The only thing that's not here is what didn't make it. But everything that survived is here in us. That's why we represent the accumulation of the greatest possibilities of human life on this planet. The fact that slavery kicked our butt, but we survived it. Therefore, we've come out of it with greater power than anybody else on this earth. We got
it. Brother, there wasn't no joke, man. He was a beast with it, E. But yeah, he was NOI at the top level, man. He was up there in Chicago and all that, you know. But like I say, he ended up coming out. He was a philosopher, so to speak, dealing with professor type degrees. But he got his own breakdowns of what took place with our people. You know, he talked about the mental illness. He the one that started talking about that mental illness that we suffer from.
Yeah, I love talking about that. I talk about that all the time. The mental illness, people and stuff.
Yeah, he break it down. So yeah. And there was one thing I wanted to mention when I was talking about the DNA. I know I said we were gonna pull out, but I did want to bring this up, something that we need to pay attention to when it comes to dealing with food that we take in. Because you know we always talk about non-GMO stuff, right?
Yeah.
You know, but we don't talk about bioengineered type things. And there are really not many bioengineered labels out there, but it is on most of the food. You can see it. And this is what's dealing harm to us, because bioengineering is actually changing the genetic makeup that we have, all the way down to our muscle structure and everything, bro.
Yeah,
This is why we have been like people that was healthy at some time is coming through with different diseases, man. And this is done by design.
Yeah.
See what it says: since its inception in 2007, the GMO project has been advocated for meaningful mandatory labeling of GMOs, but they don't have to what you call label what we call bioengineering. So they're getting away with not. See, even though it's non-GMO, don't mean it's not bioengineered. So it says since its inception, it says 2007, the non-GMO project has advocated for meaningful mandatory labeling of GMOs. And we are not alone. 65% of Americans believe GMOs should be labeled. So when incoming federal labeling law for bioengineering BE foods were released, it says we hope it would meet the public desire for transparency. We were disappointed to be labeling law overlooks many products made from GMOs, and labeling guidelines do not provide clear information to customers about the food they are serving to their families. Here's a quick overview of what the BE labeling does for shoppers and where it falls short. Bioengineered means GMO, just not all GMOs. The non-GMO project definition of GMOs includes all the projects of genetic modification covered by the BE labeling. But the butterfly does not stop here, as the technology that drives genetic modification continues to evolve. The products of new GMO techniques like gene editing are entering the supply chain. So they're actually editing the gene of certain foods. So people that like meat and all that think they eat meat and find out that it ain't real meat, there you go. For the meat eaters, you know what I mean? So it said non-GMO project. It says a product verification program keep the products of new GMO techniques from being verified. At the same time, our research team tracks developments in biotechnology to stay ahead of the impacts on the food system. By adopting the term bioengineering, this law where it says they selects language that is unfamiliar to most shoppers. People know about GMOs. Most people do not know much about bioengineering food. The term causes consternation and the furring of brows. It says for the BE food labeling law, it says to truly serve customer needs, it must be clear, transparent, and able to keep pace with technology it is meant to identify. You know, and it goes on to talk about the different labeling that they use, you know, how to look it up. You know, they got different symbols on it. But bioengineering, in another article over here, they go so far as to talk about how the bioengineering has to do with bioartificial muscle engineering and their application in cultured meat and biorobotic systems and biohybrid implants. It's certain things that you eat, good brother, that when fused in the body actually turn to rubber within your venous system. You know what I mean? Which basically end up causing clots that ain't even blood clots, but actually close off and constrict the blood flow. And we know when you ain't got no blood flow, that kill the oxygen in the body, and the cells and everything else begin to die off.
Yeah, so I caught a heart attack at 38, like 2 years ago.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? And it says recent advances in tissue engineering and biofabrication technology have yielded plethora of biological tissues. Among these, engineering of artificial muscle stands out for its exceptional versatility and its wide range of applications. From the food industry to the technology sector and medicine, the development of this tissue has a potential to affect many different industries at once. However, to date, the biofabrication of cultured meat and biorobotic systems and bioartificial muscle in plants are still considered in isolation by individual peer groups. To establish common ground and share advances, it says this review outlines application of specific requirements for muscle tissue generation and provides a comprehensive overview, it says, of commonly used biofabrication strategies and current application trends. By solving the individual challenges and merging various expertise and synergetic leaps of innovation that inspire each other can be expected in all three industries in the future. You know, so we talking about biohybrid, biorobotic implants, you know, that they putting in stuff like regenerative medicine, disease modeling, you know, all this stuff. See that there? They showing how they shoot certain things in the animal, then you consume it. They showing how it go through. You know, look at all this right here. You know, the muscle is talking about the fabrication. Like this is crazy, bro.
But I believe it's like I said, I put my heart at 38. My boy, he died at 42, heart attack, heart just stopped, dropped at work. My other boy died at 40, diabetes. My cousin just died at 40. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, they actually killing us.
Yeah, bro. My cousin passed for him, like 45. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah. What happened, man? When you went through that situation, did you just become dizzy, or you caught a pain?
I woke up and it felt like a bear was hugging me. Like my back was real tight, my chest was real tight. So I just, I didn't know what it really was. So I'm just sitting there. I did something I was supposed to do, and it made my heart beat, right? So when my heart started beating fast, it was taking my breath. I could hear it in my ear, and I'm like, man. So I run to the door to get some oxygen. When I opened the door, the heat like kind of took my breath away. So I kind of fell to the bed. Luckily, the girl talked to the time, she was dead. She was asleep. So I woke her up. I was like, man, do something, you know what I'm saying? I was like, and she was like, she like half asleep, like, what's going on? So I was like, man, I'm gone. You know what I'm saying? So I closed my eyes, everything. And it felt, it's crazy because it felt good. And that's why people give up to death, and I understand, because it felt good. It's like all the stress, everything was falling off me. I wasn't scared. I just gave up. It was like, I'm ready. And when I closed my eyes, I noticed that I didn't pass. So I'm like, oh snap, I'm not dead. So I get on my fours. I'm like, dude, she pushed my back. For some reason, she pushed my back, and just boom, air just come out. I still ain't go to the hospital. I swear to you, now I ain't go to the hospital. Probably like 5 hours later, I go to the hospital. I'm still having a heart attack. You know what I'm saying? They put the machines on me, like, unless I get heart attack. I'm like, heart attack, and they telling me, they gave me some blood and stuff. I got diagnosed with heart failure, AFib, blood clots, high blood pressure, all that stuff. So that's why I tell people I study more harder and harder now, because it's like I feel like, man, he told me I wasn't ready yet. I had to do what I supposed to before I leave here.
Yeah, and you didn't feel no other symptoms prior to that, like in your life, just like weeks or days or months. You didn't feel
probably like a month before that. Yeah, I felt it, but it was like 5 minutes. It was like my chest was beat. But I'm gonna say probably, man. I'm gonna say, because I ain't gonna lie, I was in the streets. I was selling hard drugs.
Yeah,
I was doing stuff I ain't supposed to do. But I say when I got about 25, I had one thing like that. I got real mad, and it felt like pounded, like my chest was just hurting so bad, like I was just about to pass out. And then it never happened again until probably like a month before I caught my heart attack.
So it don't happen on the left or the right side. It happened basically like you being squeezed, you say.
It felt like the top of my stomach was tight, my chest was tight, my lower and back of my back was tight. Like somebody was like say I'm laying on my back in the car on top of me. Like that's what I felt.
You said like somebody was sitting on top of you?
Like a car was sitting on me.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, I heard that.
It was so tight that like I couldn't. It was I'm taking breaths like that. I'm doing like that, and my heart is beating like so fast in my ear, like you could hear it in your ear.
Yeah,
You
and
know what I'm saying?
they say that's a lot of that come from, they say ones, that's why they say people should always take an aspirin a day,
Yeah,
you know, because they actually bust blood clot, they clot bust,
yeah,
or
yeah.
even apple cider vinegar.
I'm gonna say, man, it was the most torturous thing. I mean, I don't have my leg ran over. I don't sprain my shoulder. I mean, you know, I had all type of stuff happen to me. And that was the most torture because it was like I was either like please stop or just kill. You know what I'm saying? It was torture. And it was like, man, you know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't pass out, it wouldn't stop. So it was like I was just in between. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, I
And
heard that.
it kind of gave me a trauma side now. So it's like, you know, I was smoking. I started smoking about four. I don't stop smoking for about 4 or 5 months. Now every time I was smoking, my heart beat fast, and I get panic, and it's like now I don't do nothing. It's like you know what I'm saying. I don't know the most High did it to make sure, you know, to say, look, I don't warned you, you keep not listening, so I'm gonna keep doing stuff until you listen. So it's like, you know what I'm saying. It changed me to a whole different person, a whole aspect to understand, man, we can leave this earth anytime. So it's like that's why I work so hard because I want to be known for something good. I don't want to be known for the shit I do in my past. You know what I mean?
That's right. That's right. That's what it is. That's the whole goal, brother. That we leave a legacy of something great, so that people look at the good works we did. You know, people can say what they want to say about the elders that done went before us, but one thing about Malcolm gonna always be spoken of. Prophet Noble, Drew Ali, Elijah, you know, Yahweh, all them brothers will be spoke of.
Exactly.
It's always gonna be somebody that's gonna keep their name living, and that's the greatest aspect. Just like
Yeah.
our brother Pop, you know what I mean? Which I have certain reservations about him. You know, that's a whole nother measure. But the brother immortalized himself in the way he demonstrated.
Yeah.
Breathing or dead, like he said. You know what I mean? And that's how we got to do. We got to leave a good legacy, you know, on the manifest, something that where we can actually teach the people from the grave.
Yeah. I teach everywhere I go. I teach at work. I mean, they call me. Someone call me Professor True. You know what I'm saying? So it's like everywhere I go, I teach. Like everywhere, you know, I'm in the hood, if I'm at work, if I'm, you know, around my peoples, it's like brother. And like I teach as much as I can to everybody I can because I want them to have a piece of me to say, man, yeah, this brother did this for me. This brother helped me out. And I love when people give me, like, it's not a big ego thing. It's to let me know that I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. When people DM me, when people come to me in person, and say, man, I learned to laugh from you. Thank you. Keep doing it. I'll be listening. You know, that inspires, because people don't know how hard work we do. People don't know how hard they think it's just so easy to read all this stuff and research and study and teach. You know what I mean? When you feel like sometimes you feel like nobody listening. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you're like, why am I doing this research? So there's a lot of questions we ask each other. We ask ourselves because this is hard work to do. This is not easy what we do, studying all day, hours and hours of trying to teach people. We just love it. You know what I'm saying? But it is hard work.
That's right. Yes, sir, good brother. Yeah, so yeah, we just got to keep that torch lit, you know, until the young come up that want to demonstrate that same science. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So yeah, we give honors, man. It's just a grand drawing, brother. And I give honors to you for letting me come to the platform. You know, I'll be back again.
Yeah, anytime, man.
Yeah, we're gonna
Anytime.
demonstrate it, brother. It's been a grand bill. And
we can pop up on the girls show too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely get up with the sisters. Yeah, I'm gonna get up with the sisters and let them know, you know, we can come forth and have a conversation.
Okay.
Yes, So yeah, man. I'm gonna let you get some rest, and I'm gonna get back to the next measure, brother. Because I need to get up and go to work tomorrow.
Well, now I'm out the next 2 days, so I'm just I probably do my presentation. Like I said, I'm just like you, man. All I do is read. If I ain't working on research, I research at work. I be sitting there reading stuff, putting stuff, making presentations at work and stuff. You know what I mean?
Okay, all is well.
I look at this. And this is my hobby. I don't want to go out to party. I don't want to go none of that. I study, read, research. That's what I love. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Well,
And
yes. Sir.
thank everybody for watching. I'm gonna play this song, leave a note. Anything else you want to outro? Anything you want to say before we leave?
Oh, all I just encourage our family to do, man, is stay, on the knowledge, because the best is yet to come. We all in this together, brother. Yes. So that being said, Uncle Jet Sanel, peace and love. And Shemotepu, life, health, and prosperity be upon our people, and the peace of the ancestors I offer you. Islam.
Peace, peace.
Peace and love.
Slavery. When black people like me talk to the slaves, they didn't kill us. They sent some old house Negro along behind him to undo what he said. You have to read the history of slavery to understand this. There were two kinds of Negroes. There was that old house Negro and the field Negro. And the house Negro always looked out for his master.
Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Blood diamonds in our veins, so we breathe green. Every nigga's a potential donor for a small fee. Over the years, I gave my blood, my sweat and tears. Upright, independent, and fearless, and it's all clear. They wanna see me on my knees with my hands out, but I refuse to be your pickaninny chasing clout. Your favorite rapper, honor master, he's a faithful slave. Phallus worshiping pagan rights for minimum wage. And I say the things that these house niggas wanna say. Can't cancel me cause I'm the culture, watch me lead the way. My footprints are clearly cut cause I'm a big stepper. I leave eternal landmarks, therefore I live forever. My Moorish ties can never be severed. Medieval demons plot to earn acceptance, and I don't have to get ready because I stay ready. Recite these vanishing rituals, these are my confessions, and I got a 7-day theory like Machiavelli. That's sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Freedom of speech, just watch what you say. Them devils look for excuses to exercise they hate. Them soundbite manipulation justify the case. A pig's only agenda is to control our fate. So many snakes and I miss silent hissing like Judas. Filled in malice and greed, but still I see through them. And I can see it in their eyes, they pray for my demise. A crown of thorns upon my head, but yet I hold it high. And I walk with purpose and pride in every step I stride, cause I made a vow to the ancestors to ride or die. So about a burden of many spirits and lost souls, held captive within the struggle as I unfold. They hold the stripes on my back, look at my broken flesh. I'm speaking truth to power into my last breath. I hear true legends never die, and now I'm legendary. And I live forever through these lyrics even when I'm buried. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free. Even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me. Yeah, this that sacrilegious blasphemy. Revolutionary speech to make them blasphemy. And I put it all on the line to see my people free, even if it leads to Roman legions crucifying me.